Good morning from Merriweather. We're here for the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and we are seeing some of the top seeds get set for a little warm-up session before getting competition back underway. Some of the big names, some that have already performed, and looking to get back out there and get themselves set for what will no doubt be another huge day with massive implications. Surfers chasing their place on the championship tour, some trying to elevate their position on the rankings to ensure a place on the Challenger Series next year. And how fitting that in the 40th anniversary of SURFEST, that it all ends here, the Challenger Series tour. It has been so exciting so far. We've already solidified some positions on the CT, some newcomers, some youngsters, some phenoms joining the elite ranks this year. Tia Zabrowski stitched up the Challenger Series title last year for her amazing run, and she's the youngest ever surfer to qualify for the championship tour. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, Felicity Palmatier. Morning, guys. Rich, we got it was
you know who won. Look. But yeah, no, it was great, and the surf was kind of mellow. but things have changed this morning, so it's going to be an interesting day of competition. I don't want to jump the gun, but I feel like we're going to be on. Yeah,
look, the swell has increased, and even yesterday, Fleek, we saw a huge turns laid down from the opening heat of the day right through to the afternoon. And I think with the bump in the swell, we can expect a lot more.
Oh, from my observations this morning, it has dramatically increased. I saw, some sets pushing maybe that 6-foot range, and there's big walls of ocean coming through. There's going to be a lot of water moving, and I'm anticipating some big one-turn moments today on some really heavy sections.
Most definitely. Well, our man out there in the field has tracked down one of those surfers enjoying a warm-up session this morning. Good morning to Kaipo.
Yeah, morning, Rod. Yeah, just coaching Sal through the first 5K of the morning, and we've already done that, so we got more on the way. Already had a surf, Sal. What's it like out there?
Yeah, vibes are high, Kipes. We're just watching the wind kick a little, though. So we had a little bit more north in the wind, but this big bump up in the swell. So really straight line, shades of like a Huntington morning, a big south swell where you have to run up to Tower bloody 20. So we were down there at Dixon paddling out. There's definitely options. There's going to be a bit of a hunt and gather for those little gems, but it's just watching a few more of the warm-up waves, and there's some scores.
You've been competing here for a long time. You obviously know how to manufacture a heat win out here in advance. What's the secrets to doing well today?
Oh, just connecting with the ocean. It's such a beautiful thing. Like, we thought we were going to get a run late yesterday afternoon, and then it was put on hold. So you kind of park those feelings and then open up to some new ones this morning, and it's just a completely different day. You sort of connect with, obviously, equipment-wise. You could go a little bit bigger if you wanted, just because the steepness of some of the closeout sections, and you just got to be open to all the options. Clubs play the game. This is what I love and gets me up in the morning.
Well, game time for Sally is going to be heat number 8 this morning. There you go, Ron.
Thank you, Kaipo. And Sal has already solidified her position on the championship tour once again. Anyone that doubted that she'd make a return is absolutely off their head. And Kaipo said he's going to coach her through the first 5K. That just means she's got another 95 to go before she surfs her heat. She is so fit and so ready for this moment. She seems obviously very settled now, and really is going to be hard to stop in this contest, which he's won 3 times previously. So she's one of the GOATs when it comes to collecting the trophies here at SURFEST. But we are getting ready to see the first couple of heats hit the lineup, Rick. And Anon will be in the first heat, Matsuoka. And she's got the team down here supporting her. Also, we're going to see Sophia Medina. She's going to be in heat 7. She's one of those competitors looking to get herself right up there at the top end of the ranks. There's still a number of competitors with a mathematical shot of qualifying, which makes every single one of these heats so exciting.
Oh, totally. I mean, we look at this first one, obviously you've got Annette, India as well. I think the scenario for her is just simple: win the event and you're qualified. Alyssa Spencer coming up in the next heat. There's a lot on the line here, and I mean, look at these conditions, right? I mean, it's dramatically changed since when I was looking. It was glassy this morning, and in the space of half an hour, this southerly has well and truly kicked in. So a lot on the line and very tricky conditions to read right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That southerly buster has just hammered through the lineup. We do have a more defined northeasterly groundswell coming through, so a longer period swell for the morning, and this will turn by this afternoon. We're going to get this new groundswell coming out of the south, so really interesting. At the moment, we've kind of got wind against swell direction, which is going to make things pretty difficult in terms of water quality and texture. Really bumpy faces, so it's going to be tricky, but for me as a competitor, that takes your eye off who you're actually competing against, and you just focus on conditions. How do I get through this? How do I challenge the ocean today?
Totally. We heard Sally say it, right? She's like, it's all about connecting with the ocean today. It really does eliminate the competitors. Such a big playing field too. There's going to be a lot of space between you and the other women this morning. You catch one wave and the paddle out might take you a few minutes at least. So you're going to find yourself a lot of room, and yeah, all about just trying to connect with the ocean today.
Yeah, pretty interesting. The warm-up session, it was glassy. So it's just completely flipped in the space of around 20 minutes. So not sure how much time the competitors in this first heat got in this windy stuff. So we'll see what unfolds. Who can adapt the best? It's always a big key to success here at SURFEST, but there is that increased swell that we were touching on, and Anon is going to get things started. Wow, throws everything at that first section. We're going to see plenty of that today. Limited room to move, so, you know, it's just absolutely necessary to commit to one big turn, and Anon goes down there.
Wow. I mean, we were kind of talking about it, you know, we're going to see these moments where big sections, oncoming, and just the one manoeuvre. Rich, you touched on it, you've got opposing things, the wind versus the swell direction. As we see Annette go try her luck at the same manoeuvre there, that, yeah, it's going to be really difficult to find that smooth open face. I mean, you've got to be thinking this morning, you know, that first wave of the set, it's going to be quite rogue. Maybe the second one might come through. The first one's cleaned it up a little bit. Yeah. That second one might provide a little bit of a cleaner face for you to actually be able to get that border rail or be able to power through that turn.
Yep,
massive heat here for Annette Rich.
Yeah, she's sitting right in that zone where she can secure that spot on tour, or she can, you know, she dips out of this, then she's in threat. So this is a must-make situation for Annette. And again, you know, tricky conditions. You sort of, as a competitor, you've got these visions of how it's going to be, and it never really ever, it never really manifests in that way. You've really just got to be, okay, this is what's in front of me now. This is what I've got to do. Two women are going to get through this heat. You just have to make sure you're one of those two, and really figure out this riddle that is Merriweather this morning. What these southerly busters tend to do, they come with a lot of force and punch straight away, and then they tend to settle. So we hope that happens. But let's have a look at this. This is the Women's Challenger Series. This is the live ranking. So you can see Annette there on number 7. So that little red line, that's the danger zone where, you know, she doesn't get through this heat, she could potentially drop below that zone. And Alyssa Spencer, Sophie McCulloch, who's already surfed, she's looking good. And Teresa Bombalot as well. So, you know, they are just going to be desperate to get into that top 7. So, as you can see, critical heat for Annette here.
She's had such a great year. A second-place finish over in Saquarema, and also a third-place finish at the US Open. That's what's got her sitting in 7th place at the moment. But this is, you know, the danger zone, really. We saw it on the men's side as well. Some of the top seeds are out of the mix on both the women's and men's Challenger Series in this final event. So there is room to move. There's a couple of spots you can skip, and Annette's got to survive this heat. Otherwise, she'll be under siege in a big way.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's do or die for her right here and now. As we see someone having a look here.
Yeah, this is Anon up again, taking a chance. This time gets the turn in early, rides out in front of that white water. It's a make, and that's something at this stage of the heat.
Yeah, it was 0 from 2, and now we've got a completed turn, which is great. So this will feel good for Anon. She'll be like, yep, okay, now I'm off and running. This had that little tapered wall. This is what the girls are going to be looking for today, is just that opportunity to get up, get that rail set. We're going to see a lot of these carved down turns, those one hits. And yeah, it's going to be tricky, but we're up for it.
Well, like I said, you know that it's very rare for a pre-event warm-up surf to go right up until the moment the heat's starting. Generally speaking, the competitors give themselves a good half hour to come back in, reset, and get themselves prepped for the clash, talking to their coaches and whatnot. So I think Anon's getting the advantage of finding a read on these conditions. She's got great rail surfing she can lean into. Didn't overcommit on that final turn there, but she is going to turn in a reasonable score. Is on the outside, India Robinson, who's taken victories in Challenger Series events in the past, has been to the CT. The only one with that feather in her cap out there in the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, for her, the equation's super simple, right? She knows she's guaranteed a spot if she gets a win here. And to your point, Ron, yeah, she's the only one in this heat with those feelings. She knows what it takes, you know, to win a Challenger Series. She won at Snapper Rocks. And, you know, as we see, quick in and out there from Annette. But so this morning's challenging. I mean, we've seen it, right? It's going to be really hard to find those tapers. Even this morning when I was watching it and it was nice and glassy, it still was hard to find the tapered waves. I think because the swells picked up, like this bank, essentially, yes, it was a lot smaller yesterday. We saw a few tapered, you know, corners, and it was looking really fun. But the bigger it gets, it is quite straight.
Yeah.
And it is going to be really difficult. If you can find a wave, I mean, 2 turns feels like, you know, almost a stretch this morning. But if you can find one of those, I feel like you're guaranteed to be getting through this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see up and riding here.
Yeah, Zoe Zeitz. Her brothers surfed really well on the men's side of things. And her uncle, Sebastian Zeitz, obviously had a lot of success competing here in Australia over the years, including a win over in WA. He'll be tuned in. The whole family would be, because Zoe's got a bright future, great surfer. 22.5 minutes remaining here, and competitors starting to lock in their opening scores now. Everyone's had a ride. India Robinson is one of those surfers that Annette has really got to watch, and Annette would love to get the jump on her in this heat and just eliminate her as a threat coming after that 7th position, because India's just three spots outside the top 7 at the moment.
2 different mindsets.
Oh, totally.
One defense, one is on attack.
Yeah.
And that's what India Robinson, excuse me, does very, very well. You know, she hasn't had an easy run. You know, you feel like she's always kind of fighting. She's got that grit and determination. You know, sponsorships haven't come easy. She's sort of fallen off tour, and she's had to really dig deep, and that's a testament to her character. She just keeps getting up.
Injuries too.
Yeah.
Gnarly concussion that she had to deal with for a number of years. Still deals with it, but she is super resilient. I love the way she keeps turning up. She had a 2nd place finish in Ericeira this year. It's got her poised to make a strike at a championship tour return.
I feel the surfers that do kind of have these challenges, right? But you was touched on it, Rich. It's like they almost they believe in themselves more when it comes to these moments, right? And she has everything to gain, whereas Annette right now has everything to lose. And when you have fought so long and you've had so many challenges and you know you've overcome them, I feel like your resilience bank, essentially, is really full, right? And as we see, it looks like Charlie there. So we've got Sophia Medina coming up in the next heat.
Yeah.
Doing a little bit of beach analysis.
For sure. Yeah, he's always down there early, keeping a close eye on things, as are most of the coaches. You know, they try and get there and bank the data to really give their charges the best opportunity out there to find a corner, to find a section. And even though, Rich, it looks relatively unorganised and there isn't sort of just at first glance a predominant takeoff area, you know, the coaches are really just tuning in to seeing if there is any pattern behaviour in those swell lines as they make their way in.
100%. Yep, that's, you know, we're coming down to a low tide as well in a couple of hours, so things are only going to get trickier, but this is the riddle that surfing is. You know, you really just have to tune in and figure out the way to get it done.
When Mick Fanning was travelling with his childhood coach, who worked with him right through his career, Phil McNamara, Phil would be gone at 4 o'clock in the morning, down there watching the waves as the sun came up. And also, if he could, he'd stick around and watch the first few heats to identify the judging trends and see what the judges were getting toey for. And then Mick just could walk in and he could just download all that information. So no surprise to see those coaches in these future heats watching this opening clash. Here's the Stoneywood slow-mo of this opening move from Annette. It's a pretty strong one here, Flick.
Oh, yeah. You know what? The judging criteria came through this morning. We were having a look at it. Big, critical, one-turn manoeuvres on, you know, a hefty section is going to score well this morning, and I have no doubt in my mind it's going to be the highest scorer of this heat so far. It's going to put her in a really good position. It was a big section. It was a big turn. You know, there's a little bit of drift on the fins, so it's going to score well.
Yeah, Annette just pacing herself too. You know, and it doesn't look like she's getting too fixated on India Robinson and her position. Like, I think we've seen that mistake before, Rich, in a heat with four players in the game. You know, you get concerned about the one that is really a major threat to you on the rankings, and all of a sudden you're not paying attention to what the other two are up to, and you find yourself on the wrong side of that qualifying position.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where, in situations like this, you need to have that mental strength and fortitude to just be so focused on what your job is at that point, and that is to get through this heat, and that is to not focus on your competitor. We said earlier, you know, this is a huge playing field. The takeoff zone's massive. Stay away from your competitor. There's a trend happening here too. We're looking at the scores drop in. A one turn is going to get you a 4 easily. That last ride for Annette's just dropped into a 6 because she went into that single turn with a bit more speed. The angle on the turn was a bit more acute. So, you know, that's sending a message. Get that one big turn and you're going to lock in a couple of good numbers.
I think nerves early. Again, feeling out the conditions for Annette. 2 throwaway scores can kind of set in some mental damage. But she has saved herself here and got herself right back on track. A 6, the highest number of the heat so far. Straight to the top of the order here, Flick, and a confidence-building ride for her.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, these conditions changed within a matter of just before, basically as these women were probably paddling out and getting ready. And they had, you know, basically no time. They're sort of figuring it out on the fly in this heat. You know, what's working, what's not, how strong is this wind? When I take off, it's like, you know, most women this morning, they're going left, okay? So they're going directly into this southerly. What does that feel like? How you can see the rivets, you know, from this drone shot just, you know, pretty easily on the screen right now. And you take off, it's just, you're going to be feeling it out. And I think, you know, she's figured out sort of the recipe now. I mean, I think we're going to see single manoeuvres today go as, you could easily get an 8-point ride for a single manoeuvre. You know, like, that was a good manoeuvre, but I've seen, you know, the women are capable of more. So I think, you know, easily you're thinking lock a couple of 6s in and then start to push it a bit more, maybe. Totally. Yeah.
Definitely, and Annette's going to be super aware of that too. All the competitors are so in tune, so she's taking that information and going, oh, 6, you like that? All right, well, wait and see what I got for you on this next ride. But Flick, just talk to us about it, because you've been in this situation coming into, you know, the final event of the season. I mean, all of these competitors, or most of them, have been competing in pro events, whether it be pro junior or their regional qualifying series events, since they were single figures. They've come through those junior ranks and gotten themselves this position. So they've felt the pressure. We'll get back to that point in a moment. India Robinson, she might get the opportunity for a few turns here. Working this one over. A big finish could really pay off, but she's going to come under the lip there and come undone.
Really interested to see where this drops in. It was a smaller wave, those smaller to medium-sized ones. I feel like you are going to need a couple of good turns rather than just the big single turn on a set, but she sort of taps that first one. It's a little check turn the second. Oh, if she completed that third turn, I feel like she would have, you know, been looking at a decent score, but just with the fall, I think they're going to show some restraint on that one.
More sunshine, more swell, and some numbers rolling in this first heat of the morning. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to dive into the surfline forecast. An increase in swell today, Rich.
Oh, yeah, and some. We're here at Newcastle. I've said it all week, a couple of hours north of Sydney. And you can see these coloured blobs coming past the east coast of Australia here. And that's created all this energy and a brand new swell in the water, courtesy of this energy that's been up further north and it's come down. It's a northeast ground swell, which means it's lined out. It's got a lot of power. It's come from a fair distance out in the ocean. So we're looking at, well, 4 to 7 foot faces. I think we've undercooked that just a little bit. Perhaps talking Hawaiian style there. These waves are at least overhead and perhaps double overhead. Into tomorrow, we're going to see this swell switch tonight and come from a more southerly direction, which I feel like is going to be good for the setup here. And we're going to have, again, waves in that sort of head high and above range. But the wind is going to get more favourable over the next couple of days. So the surfline forecast looks fantastic for the next few days. And we just got to get through today, these challenging conditions, which I actually like seeing this. I like seeing our competitors really having to figure out what's happening out in the lineup with this new swell. And we're starting to see some good numbers fall.
Well, the bigger the waves, the bigger the turns. And we can look forward to that, I think, through the rest of this round of 32 for the women. Heat 6 unfolding at the moment. And Annette, who is just outside that top 7. And she is sitting pretty with the highest single ride of this heat so far. We did see India Robinson let go of a few turns on her previous ride. She didn't stick the last move. It cost her some points. She had a 4.1. As we see set waves approaching, priority is with the young Zoe Zeitz. She's got a 4.43. It's the second highest number of the heat. And she is going to have to duck under this one. But Flick, I wanted to talk to you before about just the fact that all these competitors, have had so many reps. They've been in situations where there's plenty of pressure. But for many of them, Annette in particular, she's on the cusp of realising her championship tour dream. You have been in that situation. How different is the nerves that you feel when you're surfing the biggest event of your life?
I feel like because the dream's so close, I mean, it either eats you alive or you kind of use it and you harness it to your advantage. And it can go either way, and it's gone either way for me as well. I think I probably crumbled more than I took advantage of it, to be honest. I think there's so much that comes with, qualifying for the World Tour. I mean, you're talking money, you're talking endorsements, sponsorships, you're talking the biggest dream you've ever had since you were a kid probably or just started surfing is about to be realised. And you can either wear that, that comes with a lot of weight, but I just think qualifying really, we'll get back to that.
Here we go. Well, India, she's got a mean forehand. She rips through that carb, it gets a little stuck. Bit of soap on the face of that one, and hard to drive that rail through the suds.
Yeah, whenever that surface texture is, littered with foam from the previous wave, it's really hard to get that clean rail line. The fins get a little upset and settled under the board. And that was what happened there with India Robinson. But I guess it comes back to that point. It's all come down to pressure, right?
Yeah.
Like pressure does weird things to people. Some people lift and rise to it and revel in that pressure, and others just crumble.
I can't even imagine what it's like, surfing a senior men's heat at North Avalon Surf Riders. I can't feel my feet.
Yeah.
They feel slippery. It's like you haven't waxed your board. Your heart's jumping out of your chest. So to be on the cusp of qualification, but to be in that precarious spot, that 7th spot, is massive, especially when you've got CT talent just behind you on the rankings, chasing you down. And, there's just something in the confidence of someone who's chasing a result as opposed to someone who's trying to defend their position. It's visible, and Annette's doing so well here at the moment to maintain her position at the top of this incredible pack of surfers.
Totally. As we just saw, a nice ride there for a 9 on the backhand. But let's have a look here. So right-hander, and she gets a little check turn sort of here to set up for this second section where a lot of the points are going to come from. Nice, well-timed hit. And she's going to back up that 4-point ride nicely.
Yeah, in addition to actually making it through this event. Those that do qualify, you know, the Rip Curl Pro is going to be less than a fortnight away, and it's just going to be really interesting to see how they've had to build themselves up for this event, find that confidence and maintain their focus, and then how they reset and then get ready for the first event of a championship tour season where every event is going to be crucial. So, you know, this is what they signed up for.
Yeah, you signed up for it.
Well, with that interview with George Pitter the other day, you know, he was saying, I didn't know whether to book accommodation. I didn't know what was going on. Like, there's so much uncertainty around it.
Wow, that's true.
And for someone like speaking personally, I like to be organised and know what I'm doing. So
this is the bloke
that's
who
unsettling.
But do you want to jinx
folds
it?
his underwear. Here we go. Annette trying to back up that 6-point ride. Such a crucial wave for her. And she goes down. It was a difficult section to get to. But just riding out of those moves and finding a decent backup to the 6, even if it's just a 3 or a 4, could be crucial in surviving this round.
No, it's just hard, right? I mean, you can see this is a smaller wave and there's a bigger one behind it. There's 7.5 minutes on the clock and she's fallen on this second turn. You've got India Robertson chasing her down, not requiring much to jump up into that advancing position. And just, I spoke to her, there could be big sets. It could take you a while to get out with all the water moving, and she's going to have limited time probably to secure another score.
That's right. It's so different to yesterday where you could get a quick wave, you're back out in 30 or 40 seconds. The paddle out here is a couple of minutes today.
It's just been such a fantastic year on the Challenger Series for the Basque Country. They've got 2 surfers on the women's side inside the top 7 at the moment. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, Nadia Aristabe, who lost out yesterday in dramatic circumstances. So let's see if they can't maintain their positions, because we have seen the Basque Country represented beautifully on the CT before. Aritz Aranaburu. There's been plenty of great campaigners on the qualifying series and Challenger Series in recent times. Nadia got the call up as a replacement in the first half of the 2025 season. Wasn't able to survive the cut, but yeah, a great surfer. But Annette just got a 2.17 and has been pushed back into second position here. So, you know, I think there was probably a bit of comfort that came with getting a 6, but then she had 2 throwaways again and then fell on a 2.17. Closing the heats out has proved very difficult for surfers toward the back end of those qualifying spots on both the men's and women's side so far.
Absolutely. That 2 should have a 5 in front of it if she had made that turn. There was a couple of points left begging on that ride, unfortunately, and opportunity lost. So hopefully we'll see in the next 5.5 minutes whether that mistake is going to cost her.
Let's dive into the GWM recap here. Things got started early for the Japanese competitor, Anon Matsuoka.
Locking in the first completion, and we saw the 4 points come from that. And then Zoe Zeitz on the backhand with this nice slash. Wasn't able to make the second turn, but she locked in a 4.4 for that. And then Annette with the strongest wave of the heat. She locks in the 6, so she's got the highest wave of the heat, but she hasn't really been able to find a backup, so her position's a little bit in jeopardy at the moment. Anon here, she's leading the heat, and she locked in a 5.4 for this one. So a little bit more solid for her, but Annette is in, you know, it's a bit of a false sense of security at the moment. Yes, you got the highest wave of the heat, but get back to that, Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe with a nice blast there. And I got to say, I think Zoe Zeitz and Anon, the way they're covering the face of the wave, the way they're drawing their bottom turns just tells me that they're a little less stressed, or clearly less stressed. And this is going to be a really good score. This is a quality turn. Here's the Stonerwood slow-mo.
Oh, wow. So this is the first turn, really, of the morning where we've seen a surfer challenge, connect, you know, really force that issue up in high in the wave and carve off the lip there. So really aggressive turn there for Zoe Zeitz. I feel like this is going to be the biggest number of the heat so far.
Oh, yeah, and this is real danger signs now for Annette. There would have been a level of confidence in just holding that 6 and going, hey, you've just got to get a 4 and you're going to be back into the lead. But now Zoe Zeitz is going to drop a score. Already had a 4.43. She's going to get herself to second, might even charge into the lead here.
Oh, totally. I think there's such a difference. You said it, Rich. The other turns have been placed. That she actually challenged the section. She actually hit it, like really went for it. So I feel like, yeah, it's going to come through really strong for just the single manoeuvre.
Yeah, well, it may not get to the 6-point ride, but it is going to be enough to see Zoe Zeitz up into the lead. Anon pushed into second spot, but Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, who's right inside that cut line, she's got to recover and get herself a ride ASAP.
Drives really hard off that bottom turn. That gives her all the speed. And speed is your friend whenever you're doing any type of manoeuvre in surfing. You know, you don't get that stalling action. You can see how she drives through it, pushing the board and fins through the whole turn, really engaged and connected to the surfboard. And she's been super selective too. She's only ridden 2 waves and she's made them count.
Yeah, classy from the 17-year-old.
Pressure here.
Oh, big time.
2.5 minutes to go in a jumbled lineup, and you're trying to find a corner and turn, get one turn in, and she wants to get a solid turn in because India is right there as well. Anon, Zoe, they can all improve on their situations with a single move. Jake Patterson watching on.
Nail biting. Scary moments right now.
She's going to have a couple of nubs there.
Snake working with Anon in this one?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so he knows the threat of potentially Anon dropping down if Annette can find a decent ride here. And Anon's got priority too, so now a little bit of cat and mouse is going to happen. She's finding an insider.
Oh, she can't get into it. Less than 2 minutes to go. And Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, she's going to be at the bottom of that priority order. She's trying to defend 7th position on the Challenger Series ranks, with a dream of graduating to the CT. It's all on the line, and she will be covered by Anon here, who actually just looks focused on the set waves approaching.
Yeah, well, she should close this out here, stick close to Annette. She'll just navigate through this set. So as long as Annette is out of position, Anon's looking okay. Oh, and it looks like they've got some more ocean to deal with here.
Oh, this is terrifying for Annette. She needs to find some space, but at the moment,
she just needs to get in the
holding
lineup.
position is key. A minute to go. If she gets away, there's probably going to be a fair bit of foam on the face too, which can make it hard to set a rail and let go of something worthy of the score. Time ticking by, less than a minute to go, 45 seconds on the clock. Annette chasing just a 3.43 to stay alive here. So nerve-wracking. Has she got the space?
Whoa.
She's going to get a ride here. Anon out of position. It's a bumpy one.
Oh, my.
And it shuts down. And that's going to be it for Annette. And much like Jacob Wilcox on the men's side, she'll have to now watch on and see what unfolds in this contest as Anon looks to really shut the gate on the Bass Surfer.
Well, Alyssa Spencer, who's paddling out into the lineup right now, just got pushed out yesterday at that top 7 position, I believe. So she perhaps will be hearing this result and going, oh, okay. The door just got a little wider.
You've got to feel for Annette. She was in a great position. You know, I think took some chances on waves that, and people are going to have to do that today, but it was, you know, I think it shook her mentally. It was 2 falls, banked a score, 2 falls, fell on the 3rd ride.
Yes.
And really, that last wave didn't have the opportunity on it for her to turn in the number she needed to get back into the top 2.
You can see it. Look at the body language. She is just hurting right now, emotionally.
Had the highest score of the heat, Rich, and we've seen that before. You know, people get themselves into a great position, but finding the backup is a rattle as well. You're almost surfing defensively. But Zoe Zeitz.
Yeah, very mature in her approach. I think she only needed the 2 waves.
Yeah.
Took off twice, made them count, got the win.
And Anon holding on to 2nd position there. to earn her place in that next round, the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break here. The round of 32 will continue right after this.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
We love our time here in the Steel City. The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy continues. All smiles for Anon Matsuoka, who just got herself a second place finish, and she's buzzing. Zoe Zeitz taking victory in that last heat, and there's the Grom. Big smile on her face, not a big smile on the face of India Robinson. And Annette Gonzalez, Echebarri, they were the top seeds going into that heat. They were the surfers with so much to lose and so much to gain. And unfortunately for them, they fell on the wrong side of those top two finishers, as we see here. Sophia Medina getting a positive start here. Speaking of positive starts, what about the opening score for Alyssa Spencer there, Rich?
Yeah, she's dropped an absolute nugget, 7.33, the highest single wave score of the day. And that looked like Sarah Bourne. Maybe she's doing the runaround. She didn't even, perhaps didn't even get out. But this is the replay, the Stone and Wood slow-mo of Alyssa Spencer. Beautiful turn here off the top. So this is the second. She gets the third. And just the scoreline makes me think that she does get to that completion. A nice clean wave to start off. So Sarah, well, she did get a big one out the back here. Check turn to start off. Big open face in front of her, foamy section. Really difficult to ride. Comes around this part here. Connects with the lip. Gets the big swooping cut back on the inside and the rebound on the foam. Oh. So she's ridden this thing all the way almost to the rocks at Merriweather. And then behind her, Sophia Medina, just patiently waiting, but a nice smooth arc off the top, and she gets to the completion as well. Yep. So already some education happened here from that first heat, and our women in the second heat of the morning have gone, okay, we've learned from what you've done and what you haven't done, and we're starting to figure things out.
Just like her incredible older brother, Gabriel Medina, Sophia has that really solid, balanced stance. I think it'll pay off for her in this kind of surf. She's going to have a score on the way. We've got a few numbers dropping, but this is that monster opportunity for Alyssa Spencer to get herself back inside the top 7. Progressing through this heat. She came into the event in 6th spot, but there was some movement with surfers just behind her not needing too much to improve their points tally. She was bumped out of the top 7 on the live ladder. She's sitting in 8th position. And the door swung open after that last heat, didn't it? as we see now. Amura Suzuki.
Oh,
She's been in plenty of CT events in the past, had the call up a few times as an alternate. Also has herself an Olympic medal. I think on the women's side, she's the best we've ever seen from Japan, the most accomplished. And she has knocked on the door of a full-time CT position a number of times. And she has an opportunity here now with India Robinson above her, Laura Robb, Annette Gonzalez, Etchbarry out of the mix. She can climb up into that top 7 picture with a victory.
Well, when we started this event, there wasn't many tickets to hand out. There was only 3. 4 of them already taken, and this is a real fight to see how we're going to fill out the remaining positions here. And I love that it's sort of shifting around a bit. I know that sounds a bit sadistic, but you know, these women are fighting for it.
Yeah, yeah. There's been some melts, that is for sure. I mean, I think those surfers at the back end of each of those qualifying spots are pretty aware that those positions are well and truly in threat. There's a high likelihood they'll be overtaken because there's plenty of people outside those qualifying spots that are on the charge and looking good. Sophia, she had a 4.5 on her first wave. That one kind of fades away, but I guess promising signs that there's some corners out there.
Oh, there definitely is. Like, Rich, you touched on it. They've figured it out. They've taken notes from the first heat. That first heat's essentially a guinea pig heat. Throw them out there. The next heat are taking notes. They've had more time to process. The coaches are looking at it, taking notes as well. And we can already see that, yeah, the women are figuring it out.
Here's the live rankings for you on the women's side. Have a look at the decimation up there in the top 7. 4 of the big names out of the mix. Of course, Francisca Vaselko, Yolanda Hopkins, they're sweet. They've already locked in their spot. Nadia Aristabe, she waits nervously. But even she has quite a bit of a points jump if you look at the numbers there on those outside the top 7. So they've got a bit more work to do. But Alyssa, she's got a big opportunity here.
Oh, totally. And, you know, Alyssa's watched the heat previous. She's just seen Annette be knocked. She's just seen India be knocked as well. India's just outside as well. She had a chance of qualifying if she won. So for Sophie, for Teresa, for Alyssa, you know, they're kind of rubbing their hands together right now saying, yes, like, my opportunities are getting sort of bigger here, getting easier. And, well, I mean, we've already seen it. I mean, maybe that confidence has already boosted Alyssa. I mean, she's locked in the 7.33 on her opening wave.
Talking to Matty Myers when I got down here to Surfest this year, he said, Alyssa, she's been in the CT. I think if she gets back there, she has a different mindset, gets in that attacking mindset. That's certainly what we saw on this ride. And I think just converting this opportunity she has to crack the CT ranks again, you know, she's not letting it slip. She doesn't look to be in that defensive sort of mindset. And obviously right now she can't afford to be. But I think Sophie McCulloch is a major threat going forward in this event. Just the confidence and mindset that she has, and the fact that she's done it before. When she needed a victory to qualify, she was able to convert.
Oh, I've just looked at her form over the last week, even before this, at the Australian Board Riders Battle, just how good she was surfing at Burleigh Point, how good she surfed yesterday. Her turns are just so quick, so fast. It feels like she's really in form, and I feel like to your point, Ron, she's dangerous coming into this draw. She surfs really well out here. Obviously, we've spoken about it. She's had that amazing free surf wave last year. Yeah, confidence should be high for Sophie.
We're loving watching what's unfolding at the top end of the ranks, Kipes, but it's so cool to see some teenagers here battling in their first Challenger Series events, and Zoe Zeitz with a victory.
Isn't it cool to see new names, Ron? And we know the name from Hawaii, Zoe. She's had a lot of success there, but doing it on a bigger stage, Zoe, great heat for you under some challenging conditions. What's it like out there?
It's definitely pretty rough. It's just a lot of wind, and it's kind of bigger. So it's very hard to just like find a spot and find like a good open face. But I managed to find one, so that was nice.
Yeah, you look well composed. Next round for the men, round of 32, your brother. He's in heat number 4, Oliver. So are you going to be on the cheering squad, or are you on the coaching squad when it comes to brother?
I'm on cheering squad. He's getting coached by Gally, so I'm just sitting back and watching, and I get too nervous, so I have to stay away.
All right, we got Kawhi watching right now. Any shouts out?
Shout out to my dad and my cousin and my Uncle Billy. I miss you guys.
There you go. On to the round of 16.
Thank you, Kipes. Yeah, Zoe, she's looking super sharp. Big shout out to the Zeitz family watching on back home. Pack of legends. And yeah, Zoe, I just am so impressed by her and her brother Oliver, just the composure that they have. They're just so mature in their post-heat interviews. And you can tell that they're not overwhelmed by the situation that they find themselves in. They're up against really established names on the Challenger Series. Oliver in particular has been bashed around a little bit in the Challengers this year, but, you know, comes into this final event with a confident mindset, doing some great surfing. Looking forward to seeing him compete again. And, yeah, out there at the moment. You know, it's sort of like what we saw in that first heat flick with the top seed. Annette, she banked a big number early, and then some time wound on and she hadn't backed it up yet. So we'll see if Alyssa can keep her composure here in this big moment.
I feel like she will. I think just when she started strong, there's still 18.5 on the clock. Especially once you've watched that heat previous and you know that door's there, that opportunity's there. And she, you know, she got bumped out of that qualifying position yesterday. You know, she was outside. She's kind of got something to gain. She's seen Annette lose. I feel like there's a confidence there with Alyssa, and yeah, I feel like she's gonna nail it.
In that last heat, Rich, you know, Annette had the 6-point ride, but it was less than a 2-point spread. What kind of confidence does Alyssa have here, almost putting 3 points on her rivals in that opening exchange?
Yeah, it's huge. Excuse me. For she knows that even a backup of a 3 is probably going to be enough to get her through this heat. But she can really put the nail in the coffin, so to speak, with a decent ride here. And she is being fairly selective. She's got priority. She's done everything right to this point. So I think she'll just wait for that wave. She's a very calculated competitor with the way she goes about her heats. You know, you can tell she's one of these women that's super organised, likes to have the plan. She sticks to it. So I think she'll just wait it out, find that right little that wave that gives her a couple of turns, and then she'll lock the door.
17 minutes to go. A beautiful morning here at Merriweather. Massive implications for those surfers campaigning here on the Challenger Series. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SurfEst, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SurfEst, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Everyone's asking, where's Joe Turpel? We hear the voice, we don't see him. He's not here at Bioglan SurfEst. at Newcastle, presented by Bonsoy, but he will be down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach for the start of the Championship Tour season. Also, we're going to have the WSL Awards night prior to Bells kicking off, where Iago Dora and obviously Molly Picklin will get the opportunity to hoist the trophies and make their title speeches in front of their peers. But during the break, we got a Bioglan replay here of Alyssa Spencer trying to really add to that 7.33 here.
Yeah, that was a nice, tidy one-hit wonder. As we see Sophia Medina on the right-hander. Beautiful snap under the lip. Does she get the second? Oh, man, that thing was begging for a huge score.
It was, yeah. She was on her way. And that was a difficult section even for someone as balanced and strong as Sophia Medina. There's some added punch in the lineup today, but going back to Alyssa Spencer, didn't overcook the ride, knew that she'd have a huge advantage if she just banked a reasonable number, and she's going to continue to move ahead of the pack here.
And this is Amuro, just a quick hit on that forehand. But yeah, Alyssa showing some good restraint and timing, patience to get to that one turn. And we actually said it, you know, anything in that 3 zone is going to look healthy against the 7. And she's cracked double digits, so total of 11 points right now. And you'd have to think, you know, based on what we saw in the first heat, that's going to be enough to get her through.
I think she'll build on it too. 13 minutes to go here, and we've been focusing a lot on Alyssa Spencer because she's the one that came into the event in the top 7, now bumped out, an opportunity to potentially get herself back up into the top 7. But Amuro Suzuki, she's got that similar kind of pressure. With India Robinson out of the mix, that's just one less surfer vying for those positions at the back of the top 7. And Amuro needs to get going here because she's fallen behind the front runners. 3.6 on the last wave, gets her back in the clash. But she needs an open face so she can get one of her trademark hits in. Sophia Medina holding on to that second position at the moment. Here we go. Amuro Suzuki under the lip. Can she hang on? Wow. It was a tale of survival. You know, didn't have a lot of time to get the board up there, Flick, but did really well to stay on her feet, and there might be some credit for that.
I think, look, she's only chasing a 4.3, right? I mean, let's have a look here on this Stone and Wood slow-mo. Just really deep bottom turn, cuts that turn so short. I mean, there's a lot of water, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of pressure that essentially landed. But look at this. I mean, it kind of shades of Mark Okalupo on his backhand. You know, I've seen him do it so many times. You know, just so much power, and he just, yeah, rides out. It's similar for Amuro, though. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where this score goes because, like, she did cut the turn short, but there was really a lot of technical prowess there as well. So
they could go anywhere with
this.
They
exactly.
Could. And what kind of credit will they give her for hitting that ultra-critical section or putting herself in that critical section?
Well, here we go. The first scores have dropped in, 5.5. That's feeling right to me.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, she went for a under-the-lip snap and ended up doing a backside floater re-entry barrel rod.
There was definitely drama within the turn.
Yeah,
the critical nature of it, and they've given her a good score, 6.17.
It's an interesting number because there wasn't a lot in the turn. It was about the survival and just how critical the section was. For me, it was amazing that she made it, but I'm not blown away by the move itself. So a 6.17 seems like a pretty big number in that situation, but there's been a lack of critical sections hit, and as a result, she gets a decent score, and she's right back in this heat, up in a second spot now. And like we mentioned before, it is a crucial exchange for her.
Oh, totally. I mean, she's in that second place. I mean, she's doing the runaround here. We did see Sarah Baum do that earlier in the heat. Sarah Baum's been very, very quiet. She's obviously made her way back out, and she is being super selective. It gets a bit... Like, obviously, I feel the door's still wide open, though. You know that the judges are going to throw a big number. If you just get one big, meaty section, you stick that turn, it's still so open. You know, Sarah Baum, she's only chasing essentially just under a 6, same as Sophia Medina. It's not hard to sort of advance through this morning. You know, it doesn't matter how much time is left, you've got an opportunity.
Yeah, you'll have a shot as long as you're not comboed. Sophia, I think, you know, was just a a couple of feet away from dropping an excellent score in this heat, as we see the Bioglan replay of Alyssa Spencer, who's just looking so composed out here at the moment.
Really silky smooth through this wave, and again, difficult to surf with all that foam on the face, but she keeps those rails clean. And you can see she's not overcooking the effort in these rides. You know, she's sort of just steering the board through and doing what she needs to do. She knows if she just completes these rides, she's going to drop a good number and put even more pressure.
Yeah, well, it was a wave where you couldn't really unleash a monster turn. It didn't have that high impact section, so once Alyssa committed to it, I think she was just like, you know what, just try and build on the 397. Even if you get a mid-range 4, it's going to actually add to the requirement for everyone. Have a look at this final turn for Sophia. Like we said, pretty dependable, like rock solid in those critical sections. And she was after a 5.28. Flick, you made the point earlier, when the scale was sort of set with 6s for, I guess, just individual turns. You said, I think we could see some moves go into the 8s.
Oh, totally.
And I think that's still a real chance in this heat.
Yeah, I believe, you know, yeah, we've seen it broken down, 7.33 for 3 turns. I highly believe that, you know, this morning's just sort of waiting for it. It'll be interesting, you know, we've got one heat left after this. You've got Sally coming up, Kira, Oceana and Amelie, but, you know, it depends what happens further on. You know, if we continue on, as far as we know, we're going into the men's, but there is opportunity out there to go seriously large on one big section. I have no shadow of a doubt. Yeah, Alyssa broke down the score with 3 turns. It's begging for it out there, I feel, to really commit to a big lip line, land with the explosion, disappearing act, appear again, you know.
Yep.
It's out there.
It is, and, you know, the scale for Amuro sort of suggests they want to see you in those critical sections, and she didn't even really tee off on that section. So there is a chance here, I think, for sure, that Sarah Baum takes off, maybe hits one big section properly, times it right, that she turns in the excellent score she needs. I think you hit the nail on the head. There's high 9s out there if you can find a combo too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
7 minutes to go here, and you know, this is another factor, just getting yourself back into the lineup. You know, that's going to be taxing for competitors, especially when emotions are running high. Here goes Alyssa, lining one up. It's a better looking wall. Big opportunity for her to really put it out of reach for her rivals, and she does extremely well. Keeps arriving to those final sections a little earlier, but there's a bit in each of those moves too.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well surfed. The second manoeuvre in particular, timed it well. Got there early, carved down, and got the completion. So we're actually owed 2 scores for Alyssa now. And I think we'll just see her solidifying herself at the top of the order. Little check turn here, but it's all about that second turn. Good angle. She actually got a nice re-entry flare up high and then composed herself for the exit.
You mentioned too, Rich, speed is your friend. That's one thing Alyssa's had on each of her rides. You know, she hasn't sort of dropped to the bottom and always looked to go straight up. She's identified that the sections before the wave dumps on the sandbar are actually kind of flat, so she's riding high on that wall and building her momentum for that final section.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Sarah Baum on your screen there in the lineup, just hunting, looking for some sort of opportunity. Just the one ride.
There's the live rankings, Flick, and Alyssa. This was a huge heat for her, with a net falling out of the mix in the first heat of the morning.
Oh, this is massive. I mean, I feel like you can see the confidence in her surfing. I mean, she has done such a good job at identifying what waves are the ones that are going to run. She's found the ones with a taper, but yeah, this heat is huge for her. She's going to better that position, especially seeing a net fall out. Obviously, Sophie already advancing, Teresa as well. So she's very much still alive.
Yeah.
And
I think she's got a fairly low score to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she does.
She's going to have to get herself to the quarters to overtake a net, though.
Right.
So this is just one step toward getting herself, you know, elevated into the top 7 once again.
Let's have a look here, the GWM recap. It was all about Alyssa. She just picked up this one, first wave of the heat. Locks in a 7.33, just finding these waves of beautiful taper. Also preempting that, you know, I'm going to hit this turn early so that she definitely gets the make. And then this one from Amuro, just absolute dramatics. Locks in the 6.17 for that one. And then Sophia Medina here, identifying rights. We haven't seen many rights. She's been going right. And then Alyssa, once again, just beautiful preempting of this hefty section coming up, getting there early, making sure she rides out of those manoeuvres and really sitting out there with a convincing lead.
Yeah, Sophia Medina, 5.5 on her last ride. She's holding on to second position at the moment. Amuro Suzuki, like Alyssa, has to keep moving through heats if she wants to realise the dream and get back in a position to qualify here. She only needs a 3.83.
Well, we don't even know if she's back in the lineup.
Yeah.
She paddled out with 9 minutes to go. Sophia Medina, she's out there.
There's been some real positive signs for Sophia too. Stomps some solid individual turns. Looks hungry for the most critical oncoming sections she can find.
Yeah, in the GWM catch-up or wrap-up of the heat, when you isolate those individual turns that everyone's doing and put the package together, there's some really good surfing going on. And they're doing well to find those opportunities in a tricky lineup.
Well, you got to be wondering right now, well, to your point, Rich, is Amuro actually out the back? Because Sophia seems to be kind of sticking more to Sarah Baum at the moment. She can't cover two people, right? So, oh, wow, okay.
Whoa.
There you go. Amuro Suzuki flexing on the tail, only needs a 3.83. Taller wall. Let's go with a decent turn. We just saw Alyssa Spencer with a forehand hit that fetched a 5, and Amuro, for me, looked like she gave that section a little bit more, so I think she might get the number she needs to get into the top two here. Love the bottom turn.
Oh, beautiful bottom turn. Just extended it, held it for a little longer, and again, that produced all that speed and got a beautiful carve. And you could hear all the whistles and hoots. Looks like she's dropping in a good number here, Ronnie.
4.53. And so it didn't outdo Alyssa. Alyssa did have a carve on the outside as well, though. So 4.53 is enough to see Amuro back up into second spot. But with 2 minutes to go, she's going to have a really tough time getting back into the lineup. Sophia's out there with priority. Sarah Baum has kind of been lost at sea. She's only had one ride and there's 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for her right now. She's going to, if on her right now, you just think she's still so achievable. I mean, it just really is probably harder to identify those waves. She may be thinking she might need a wave, I don't know, maybe looking for something with more of a taper when it is so doable on just the one turn, I feel. But yeah, you got to be kicking yourself if, you know, the whole 30 minutes has dissipated and you've only found one score. She has a look here.
Oh, she cops that one on the back, but she stays with it, draws off the bottom. Nice slice, needs to complete this one. Drawing up into this final section. Gets a bit of release in the tail, throws her hands up. She does need a pretty decent score, though, a 6.7. And with a minute to go, it's likely going to be her last shot at it. Scrambling to try and get back out there, which sort of suggests that maybe she doesn't believe that she's got the score that she needs.
Well, look, you look at this, right? A setup turn similar to Alyssa for the 5. But then what I will say is she does actually meet the oncoming section, whereas Alyssa got to it early, snapped before, right? In my brain, I sort of see this as that this last turn's more critical because she really got to it and powered through. 6.7 though is, I mean, the 6.7 is you're basically kind of looking around the 7-point range. I feel like that last turn is more critical though than what Alyssa's was. That's my read on it.
Oh, here we go. Sophia's getting in on the mix.
Oh.
And she's frustrated because she was after a 5.21 there to get back up into the top two. Alyssa Spencer, so strong. She's already making her way in. A really composed performance under pressure here, Rich.
Exciting finish, no doubt. Alyssa Spencer, she has been, well, marvellous in this heat. Hasn't really put a foot wrong. She's built on her scores, a 7. She just dropped in that 5. Healthy heat total, and at the moment, Amuro Suzuki, she is holding down second place. We're waiting on scores. Sarah Baum, did she do enough? 6.7 is the number that she needs. She attacked it.
Sarah's already locked in her place on the Challenger Series, but competing here at home for her just means so much. She's finaled here before. She had a runner-up finish. She wanted that trophy so desperately, and she'd love to get another crack at it in 2026. And we are waiting on the numbers to roll through, and I think Sarah should be crossing her fingers, crossing her toes, because if it gets there, it's going to be only just.
She did well to even get up. She got basically slapped on the back by that lip.
Oh,
she gets the
numbers
turn.
coming in. They're looking pretty good for Sarah Baum, and looking like a disaster for Amuro Suzuki. The score is about to drop, and it is the second best number of the heat, a 7.23, and that ends Amuro Suzuki's Challenger Series run this year. Alyssa Spencer's going to hang on for the victory, but Flick, you called it.
It was more critical.
She was more committed to that final section, and she got the payoff. 2 rides in that heat.
Just says to me, they want to see you actually connect. Yeah, you can get to the section early and jam it, but if you really connect with that proper lip and power through, you're going to be rewarded.
Well, you can see how much it means to Sarah, a veteran campaigner on the Challenger Series.
And I'm sure she's gassed as well. It's a marathon effort. Wow.
All right, the fat boy ride of the heat is, of course, this buzzer beater moment, this clutch moment from Sarah Baum, driving up into the final section. Bit of release, dropped out of the lip, and she got the number she needed there.
Yeah, that wave challenged her from start to finish. From the takeoff, the little kind of mini wobble in between the 2 turns, she regained her composure, but credit to being aggressive for that final turn, and wow, turning the heat in the final seconds. Incredible.
And a clear directive from the judging panel. If you want to get those big scores, you have to hit the lip, cutting those turns short, coming up under the lip. It'll get you a decent score. But Sarah Baum risking it all and getting the reward she needed to get to second spot. Alyssa Spencer continues her run towards qualification. We'll take a quick break here. Back with the round of 32 and Jessie Starling and Vaughn Deadly after the break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Today feels like it could be the day of all days for big stories here on the Challenger Series, just like one unfolding right in front of us. Sarah Baum, Baumie, an adopted Novocastrian, getting the last-minute buzzer beater into the 7-point range. You can see how stoked everyone is down in this local community right now for this lovely lady who has just become a massive part of Newcastle. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by one of my all-time favourite people in the world, Vaughan Blakey. It always is a good start to my day when I can sit in here with you, Vaughano.
Oh, likewise, you're one of my favourite people in the whole wide world. Should we just talk about each other instead of... No,
I think
we
so.
better not.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
But the Challenger Series is unfolding, and it has just been an emotional roller coaster, hasn't it? I mean, there's no surprise why I never became a pro surfer. Way too brittle, way too fragile to cope with this sort of thing. I can barely even watch it. But the stories that are playing out, you're right, they're getting us up and about. There's just so much invested into this Challenger Series. You know, it's a pathway to making your dreams come true, but there's also the potential for a lot of heartache here. And today is a particularly potent day for a lot of big dreams and a lot of really bad nightmares. But this heat, I think it's going to be mostly all eyes on Kira Pinkerton here because she's the one with the CT in sight.
Yeah, during the break, we're actually going to start here from our girl, Sally Fitz. We had her in the booth with us the other day, and we can always expect a big start from Sally.
Wow, Bioglan replay there showing that Sal, the job's done for Sal. You know, she can cruise through this event, but she's just such a competitor. And this woman, Emily Burke, another local in the draw. So a great start there for Emily. A single turn, a 3.67, the judges liking it. And the women in this heat are on notice now. They saw what Bormy did in that last heat. We heard Ronnie and Rich and Flick talking about it. You know, you've got to attack. You can't be sort of in between with your decision making. It's all at the lip. Show us that you have that attack, that intent, and the judges will be interested.
Yeah, you know what, Sally, this is obviously a big heat for her competition-wise. She's already qualified, but Oceana Rogers, kind of a bit of a protege for her. She's out there in the water as well, but like we mentioned, Kira Pinkerton with her career on the line right now. We spoke about it earlier. This is the day. It's do or die. You know, the round of 32, it's kind of where it all goes down. And Kira, she's had a really great year, but needs to start to push a little bit harder if she wants to get onto that Challenger Series. She needs at least a 9th place to jump Annette, who is in that last position right now, and then needs to stay alive, kind of past those girls above her, Soph McCulloch, India Robinson. But Kira, this is a way to start it off.
It's a beautiful power hack under the lip. The judges have been enjoying those a lot. I think you can kind of push it a little more into the lip. There's obviously so much more swell, a lot more wind today. This isn't going to worry Kira Pinkerton at all. You know, these conditions, in a little bit of a way, I guess, like in the juice, in the swell, and the cross-shore wind, remind me of that event she surfed in the Pacific, and she was not scared at all. So we know that, like, she'll enjoy the juice. She's a power surfer. She'll match power for power out here.
Absolutely. And think back to when she blew up social media a couple years ago, pulling into some of the biggest, scariest slabbing barrels over in Indo. So a beachy kind of feels like it's going to be nothing for her. She's not afraid to throw herself over. And I think that's why she'll be such a great addition to the tour if she can get there, because she's not scared and she is just so good at surfing. I got to watch her at Snapper and I was so impressed by her.
You know what? Kira Pinkerton and Ellie Harrison, they come to mind as two women who are CT quality surfers. I think they're like basically 12 and 13 or thereabouts on the rankings. So they had consistent years, but what they didn't have was just that breakthrough result to put it out of question and just get that qualification, you know, into the picture. We see this a lot. You know, Morgan Siblick's a surfer who comes to mind, Chippo as well over the last few years, where they have really consistent years, but when you get to the last event, consistency can sometimes be a bit of a pain, because you've got to get so far into the draw to improve your numbers.
And it speaks so far to how talented this crop of surfers is, including the lady who took out that last heat, Alyssa Spencer. She's on the glass with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Alyssa, starting off with a 7.33. That's a nice way to start a heat. How much confidence did that give you with that great start?
Yeah, it definitely gave me a lot of confidence starting that heat with the 7. The conditions are really hard out there, so finding any wave over a 5 is honestly like a perfect way to start a heat out there. So I was just so happy when I saw that wave coming through, and it opened up to give me opportunity for multiple turns.
The work's not over just with that 7, though. How, you know, you needed to get a backup. How do you handle the pressure? Because every heat here is that much closer to CT qualification.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, and definitely feeling it in the water. And, you know, it definitely helps to start with a good score, but the conditions are hard out there. So finding a backup score isn't easy either. So I was slowly chipping away at it throughout the heat, and luckily found the 5 at the end, which I ended up needing because the other girls dropped some good scores. So yeah, it definitely helps me feel good to get a heat win, and yeah, just keep making heats. That's my goal in this event.
How aware are you of the rankings? Annette, the heat right before you bowed out of competition, she was 1 spot ahead of you on the rankings. How aware are you of that?
I'm honestly trying not to think about it too much. I've like turned my phone off and like not looking at the rankings. I feel like it's just extra head noise to add, and you know, I know that I have to make heats, and I have to get a good result here. So I feel like just making that the goal and trying to eliminate the other types of pressure that I feel like I can control by like looking at the rankings and things like that. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep a calm, level head, and just keep making one heat at a time.
Well, you're 1 step closer on to the round of 16. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love that from Alyssa, doing really open and raw about her feelings, and I can't help but sting a little bit looking at the results of that last heat. Bono, Miura Suzuki, so close, and she comes into that crop of surfers that we talk about. She's CT ready, but we're going to have to wait another year.
Yeah, I remember you and I both saw Alyssa surfing, and Amuro actually, in the WCL World Junior event years ago.
Yeah.
And it was just clear that they were both of that quality and heading for the CT. It's so competitive, isn't it? You expect them to be there like straight away, but you've got to learn. You've got to learn, and a lot of these competitors on the Challenger Series, they're not going to give you an inch. Sure, you can have all the talent in the world. You've got to earn that spot, and yeah, disappointment as well here for Soph.
Yeah, Sophia Medina, this would have been a bit of a kind of fairy tale ending if she had got herself onto that championship tour. Obviously, Gabby coming back this year as well, so it could have been a family dynamic going down, but Sophia Medina, she's rapidly improved over the last couple of years. I dare say maybe most improved over the last couple of years, but you've got to trust the process. It'll get there eventually. We're actually going to take a look at the live rankings right now. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, that's the big story, knocked out of the competition at 7th place here.
That is a massive opportunity for these women just below the cut line there. Or it's not the cut line, is it? It's the qualification line. So Alyssa Spencer, Sophie McCulloch, Teresa Von der Lot, these women are licking their lips at what could possibly play out if they can just keep their heads about them in this event.
And even Nadia Aristabe out of the draw as well. She has 21,865 points. But then you look at Alyssa Spencer, she makes one more heat. She's jumping her, Sophie McCulloch, Terenza Von der Lot. So from about 5th place down, even though Nat's still alive in competition, none of those ladies at all safe right now. And obviously, that's going to be stressful. We've touched to it all day yesterday. The worst case scenario is you sit on the sidelines and watch it unfold.
That is the worst. You don't want to put it in someone else's hands, and we're going to see a lot of that on the men's and women's draw today.
What we see though, Sally Fitz, she's already back on that championship tour. She is one of the all-time winning surfers here. Her Beck Woods is a 3-time champion as well as Pam Burridge, and she'd love to add the 4th to her list of wins here for Sally Fitzgibbons, be the most winning female at this event. But I actually was taking a little look down memory lane earlier, and what it looked like to be back in 2016, she actually beat Steph Gilmore in the final. I'm going to get back to this story in a second because we need to stick with live action here. Sally, quick jam on that first one, better looking turn into the second, and she's just so reliable for a finish.
Class, so classy. I mean, years and years of competing at the highest level have just honed her act to a place of just exquisite competition finishes. Like, you can... Reliability is probably the word. Consistency and just class. You've got to put it down to someone who just knows how to get the job done. That's why we keep seeing her re-qualify this tour. She suffers a lot of distress, in the last few years falling off tour, but she gets back here and it's just, the experience really that just puts the sword to her competitors.
You automatically give her a spot. Basically, like when you look at those rankings, obviously it's been 5 in the past this year, opening that scale up to 7 women, heading to that championship tour. you kind of have to make it 6 because you automatically assume that Sally's going to do that. And having Newcastle here twice, this kind of circles me back to my story. I was taking a look back at the 2016 Surfest, and she had an incredible run, and the semi-finals looked insane. She got a 9.93 in the semi-finals against Joanna Fay, Sally Fitz, and Steph went on to get a 10 and a 9.5 in the semi-finals against Malia Manuel, and I was like, oh my gosh, get the replays going of that. The surf was absolutely pumping, and then went all the way to the final. It was an incredible showdown between Sally and Steph, and Sally getting the jump and getting a second win back in 2016.
You know, Sally is looking at a huge score here, a 7.5, and that just speaks to the class we were talking about. You know, she picks off a beautiful wave, surfs it perfectly. Like, you know, in terms of what that wave had to offer, she just does a nice little carve to get going. Let's have a look here on the Stonewood slow-mo. You know, just maintains speed, picks her moment, nice little shift to get going, but then jams it up through the lip. And it's really the flow on that one that stands out.
Yeah, Sally, I love even that second turn, just holding the board at the top of the wave for just a half beat longer. Felt like it added a bit of pizzazz to that section there. So the judges really rewarding that one with a 7.5. Sally with a convincing lead here with 15.5 to go. Kira Pinkerton needing to hold on to this second place right now. We'll be right back after a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Said it before, don't trust the skinny bike, trust Fat Boy. Fat Boy bikes, big old tires, can eat up any terrain. You want to know how it feels? You can get your own Fat Boy. All you need to do is come down here to the contest site, scan the QR code. Final day of the event, we're going to pull a winner so you can ride off on your own Fat Boy bike. Remember, Fat Boy, doesn't matter if it's sand, it's dirt, it's grass, or the road. Fat Boy eats it all up.
I love it, Kaipo. I'm pretty sure one of Vaughan's biggest requests is to see you do a mono down the boardwalk there. So we might have to set that up for another cross. But Kaipo, it's nice to have him back today. And those Fat Boy bikes looking so fun.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that. Request is officially put in, and I'm looking forward to see Kaipo just burning down that boardwalk. Big mono. And big shuckers as well. Be a great image.
Such an incredible partner that we have down here at Surfest. Obviously celebrating 40 years, you know, one of the longest running surf comps that we've ever had. And there's just such a big family that goes into this event. Oh, a bit of a use of priority here. So Emily Burke needing a 2.67, not a massive score, gets the single maneuver in there. And Kira Pinkerton having to get out of there. So you can see these surfers sitting quite close to each other as well. It'd be tense out there.
Yeah, you're right. And Sally Fitzgibbons, being on such a heater in this one, has just applied that little bit of extra blowtorch to Kira, because it's feeling like, you know, these women at the moment are really surfing for second place. a huge score needed from Kira Pinkerton to overtake Sally. I mean, another good wave, and she can make life pretty difficult for Emily and Oceana.
Oceana Rogers from the South Coast represents Jones Beach here. Not scared of a big section. Lots of water coming back towards her there, though, so couldn't hold on. And oh, no. It looks like we've got a snapped leggy. Oh, nightmare material for Oceana right here.
That is a real pity because there's so much power in this ocean. You know, Merriweather is so open to a southern swell, and it just comes in, trucks in. And yeah, even on a day like this, it's overhead, like it's solid. Believe me, when you're out there and you're face to face with it, it's like, whoa, there's a fair bit going on. I mean, you've got to give her credit here. She attacks that lip.
Yeah,
love this.
Yeah, love this section here. You can see, however, those fins started rotating on her as she was coming back around, and with all that bump in the wave just coming back towards her, those fins unfortunately skidding out. Look at her lift the leg rope up, and that's kind of when you go, are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? Worst timing possible.
Yeah, that's a big swim in and a really big paddle back out. So Oceana's she's on the treadmill right now. There's a lot of water moving around too. You know, there's rips and sweeps. So she'll have a little bit of work to do. You can see her board's not even all the way in there. So there's also a little channel to deal with. But yeah, Kira Pinkerton has slipped down to 3rd place. It doesn't need a big score. But Emily Burke, she's just building. 3.27.
Yeah, and she's getting those for single manoeuvres as well, Vorno. So if she can find a way to essentially get 2 of those in, she's easy looking at 5.5 to a 6-point ride. So Emily, she's the local wildcard here, starting to apply a little bit of pressure right now to Kira Pinkerton, who needs to make this heat to stay alive here. Only chasing a small score of 1.11. The local lady, though, finding a wave underneath here. Not into this one, though, but it's terrifying when you can see, you know, your competitor who's got your edge just so slightly, but she knows this lineup.
Yeah.
It's scary.
It is very scary. And Emily has a real weapon on the backhand. She can really send it vertical. She can punch through the lip. You know, her front side is sublime, but her backside has a little more sting. So she can find that right-hander out here. She could make life very tricky for Kira Pinkerton. Kira, though, is... Oh, she's just a powerhouse. So, you know, and if she can find some open face here, she could go into complete destructo mode and just demo whatever comes her way. So it's on tenterhooks at the moment, though. But here goes Kira Pinkerton.
Gearing up for something big here. First slice in the pocket. Steeper section presents itself. Can she hold on for the finish? Lays into it.
Lets it go. Lets it go.
Loses the footing there for Kira Pinkerton. Only needs a 1.11. You have to say it's probably going to be that.
It's done.
But that second turn would have put her miles ahead.
Yeah, it would have been a lot more comfortable to get this ride out. But yeah, here's the first little slice to get going. There's the points. But there's enough in it to get the score she needs to move back into second and just feel a little less pressure. But she's going to be keeping a very close eye on Emily here.
Yeah, just so much water coming towards that end section. It's great practice for Margies, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Got to get there first.
You got to get there first. She's done exactly what she needed to do in this sense. Needed a 1.11, got a 2.67. So Kira Pinkerton moving up into that second spot, needs an 8.17 for the lead. Sal, 8 minutes to go, could easily just paddle in here. That's a solid lead she's got ahead of the field.
Yeah, she's having a lovely time out here. Sally Fitzgibbons, as you said, you know, 3-time winner, feels completely at home. The crowd love her here. She's got her own support club, you know. Fans of pro surfing come down, they love Sally Fitzgibbons, but there's a Sally Fitzgibbons club down here.
Yeah. There is. Everyone, I feel like there is around the world. Everyone just loves Sally. She's so in tune with the ocean, and that's going to really play into her favour here. This swell is not looking to back down for the rest of the waiting period. We've got a little bit more wind filtering in tomorrow. It's going to be stronger than what it is today, so making the most of the light winds we got, and then over the weekend, bigger swells, maybe some better looking winds. We're going to take a look, though, at what's gone down in this heat. This is the GWM recap. It's pretty much been the Sally show from the start.
It has. She's just been in a beautiful rhythm. She's been punching through the big turns when the section presents itself. That was a great start for Sally Fitz. Emily Burke is definitely applying pressure here. to Kira Pinkerton, who really is the surfer with the most to lose by not getting through this. She is within a shot of qualification for the CT. Some big turns from her, but she hasn't been able to close it out. Sally, meanwhile, gets another clean one on the inside for a huge score.
So clutch from Sally. You said it perfectly. You said classy. That's exactly what Sally Fitzgibbons is. That's why she's a 3-time champion here. This guy on your screen right now, Jorgen Kuzenet, needs to stay alive. He's really fighting for one of those top 10 positions, and we obviously had heartbreak yesterday. And we saw Chippo, Jacob Wilcox, fall out of the draw, leaving his spot very vulnerable for a guy like this to take it off.
Yeah, and this guy has been around. He's gone close. You know, you don't get too many shots at qualification, especially if you're a journeyman and you've been doing it for a long time. So he will be taking this extremely seriously. You can see what it means to him. He's tapping into his soul, he's tapping into his body. He wants to paddle out there, and he's got a job to do, and he looks primed.
And he'd be really kind of accustomed to these conditions, not scared of those big open beach French beach breaks. So when you think about big Merriweather, a little bit of wind on it as well, Jorgen actually comes to mind as one of the best who can handle these conditions.
That's a great point. I really am excited to see what he brings to this next heat. But with 5 minutes 30, you know, Kira, she's not safe. And after what we saw in that last heat, Jess, she's going to be, you know, really being super careful not to let something slip here.
Yeah, we're looking at the Newcastle flight cam here. Just a really solid-looking ocean today. That swell has really started to filter in, and it's a fair paddle back out too. You can see how much water is rushing through right now. It's a lot of power in the ocean as well today. So not only do you have to pick your waves, you have to time your paddle back outs, because if not, you and I have both fallen victim to it, Borno. You can get stuck on that inside section for a really long time.
Yeah, I'm one of those surfers. If I get caught on the inside for too long, the tears start to well up, the bottom lip starts to quiver a bit, to start sort of whimpering. It's just not a very nice feeling when you're just getting bombarded with these Southern Ocean lines.
You can see though, we're going with this Newcastle flight cam, where that foam line was really sitting, you can see there's actually a great looking left rip bowl bank there. So these ladies trying to make the most of that today. Oceana Rogers, she's looking to get back out the back now. She obviously lost that board, had a really long swim in it, and she's almost lost around about 8 or 9 minutes here, Borno.
Yeah, it's a bummer, because she's such a great talent. We've been so excited to see her get this far into the draw so far, and, you know, a great opportunity, but these things can happen. They can happen in your free surfs. It just is the worst when they happen in a heat, though, when you've got so many other things that you want to do and accomplish, and you just spend the whole time swimming and paddling and duck diving, because that big set, that really caught her as she was on the way back out.
Yeah, nightmare material right now. Oceana Rogers, such an incredible surfer. Obviously, like I mentioned, represents Jones Beach down on the south coast, one of Sally's favourites to go surfing with when she's down at home. And Oceana, she always reminds me of Oki. She's got this really cool traditional backhand style. We're seeing what Amelie can do here. Swoop off the top for one turn, needs a 4.84. Vorno, did it have enough criticalness in it to get her across the line?
Yeah, and we don't know what was happening at the start of that wave either. Did she just take off and sort of swoop into this section? Let's have a look here on the replay. There's Amelie. It's just the one turn. It felt a little bit wobbly. It's definitely a nice solid wave. It was a chunky section. She got there maybe a touch too early. It just lacked a little bit of fireworks. She did extremely well to sort of like keep the rail engaged and not bog. So there's elements to this ride that are enjoyable and that you can appreciate. 4.84 needed to advance. I don't know if it's there.
Score comes in. It's a 3.23, so it's not going to go into a top two. Still chasing that number of that 4.84. Oceana Rogers looking for a 5.18. There's 2 minutes 40 on the clock here. Kira Pinkerton, right now, although her competitors needing at least one big manoeuvre, you just want to get rid of that 2.67 and feel a little bit more safe.
Yeah, as much as you want to try and ignore the heat before yours and just stay in your own lane, you know, it's impossible to ignore a buzzer beater. The crowd gets up, they're reading the scores out on the beach. You're privy to all that. And so, you know, somewhere in Kira's head right now, she's like, I just need to get this last wave, put this thing to bed. But while Amelie is within a shot, like Oceana only needs a 5.18 as well. So you've got to keep an eye on her. She'll be desperate to have another crack as well. And, yeah, Kira's just not sitting pretty just yet.
No, she's not. Sally, she's only caught 3 waves this entire heat, a 6-5, a 7-5, and just a throwaway score paddle there for Kira Pinkerton. That might be a bit of a priority change. It is going to be. So now Oceana Rogers with priority over Kira Pinkerton. What we've seen over the last few days, though, we've got a really big playing field.
Yep.
You know, you can kind of have a peek to yourself out there, and that's probably one of the reasons why we also love coming back to Merriweather.
Yeah, in any other sort of situation, that could have been a massive blunder there from Kira, but I don't think these women are really sitting too close to each other. They're just looking for any opportunity to get the scores that they need. Oceana's been paddling for an eternity. It's been, and look at the size of these waves. This set, she just can't get out of the way of these monstrous swells. And don't tell me she's going to get caught on the inside again. Oh, what a heat for Oceana Rogers.
You can always get caught off guard at Merriweather. There's always a clean-up set going to roll through. It packs a punch as well. So Oceana looks like she's just got washed in a little bit from that one. There's more coming out the back right now. 45 seconds to go. She needs to find one with it with an open face here. Needs a 5-1-8, at least one big turn, potentially 2. We saw Sarah Baum go as high as a 7-point ride for basically a carve into a big finishing turn. Sao on a bigger looking wave here. A lot of foam to deal with. Chucks it into a bottom turn, but you can see just with that power, it was really hard to engage the rail there for Sao. Kira Pinkerton now with 17 seconds. She's not going to go that one. She might just escape through this heat right now.
Yeah, and it looked like Emily was still on the inside as well, so she's not in the lineup. And this will be a great relief for Kira Pinkerton, who started with a 5.83 and just spent the whole rest of the heat looking for a backup. Luckily, Oceana and Emily not able to find scoring opportunities as well. So she gets the job done here, Jess.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton stays alive and keeps her qualification contentions open. Sally Fitzgibbons, we can't expect anything less, you know, 7.5 and a 6.5. She is just the queen of class and getting through in these really big, tricky conditions. Unfortunately, though, losing out our local girl, Emily Burke. Oceana Rogers, that's the end of her Challenger Series campaign for her first year here, but we're going to take a look at the Fat Boy ride of the heat. Sally with a big 7.5.
It's a beautiful set wave. She just flies down the line, jams it vertical into the lip, and that was the 7.5, worth every penny. And yeah, the 3-time champ, she's looking for a 4th win.
Oh, Sally, I'd love to see her go and become the most winning female here at Surfest. My heart rate's going up because we're going into the men's round of 32. We're looking to add some more people to the championship tour today. Let's see who it's going to be right after this break. We're celebrating 40 years down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And in the 40th year, Sally Fitz would love to add a 4th title to her long list of success here. She's got some family and friends down the beach. That's Shannon Hughes, actually, brilliant commentator, and her new little baby Dylan hanging out down here at Newcastle as well. And you can see Kira Pinkerton with this big smile on her face. She's moving through to the round of 16, but Newcastle, Vorno, we just can't get enough.
Yeah, we love Newey. I've been coming here for a long, long time. A lot of good friends here. And, yeah, as you say, the food, the shopping, the atmosphere, their love of sport, it all just bleeds into an incredible festival of surfing, the SURFEST, 40 years strong. And Dylan, is that who that was, the little baby crawling through the sand? I thought that was Ocean Lancaster getting ready for his heat.
It was Ocean Lancaster, you're right. Sorry, but beg my pardon. Can't believe I got that wrong.
But this is huge. Men's round of 32, heat 1. So much on the line here. And it's Jorgen Cusino, really, who we're looking at as the guy who has so much to gain by getting through this heat. But don't write off Carlos Munoz. He's a real, long shot chance of doing some wonderful stuff to get back on the Challenger Series. He's sitting at 33rd in my Kulani default. He's been at the highest level. It's been one of those years that, has been a real tricky one. And this is him here getting things kicked off. He wants to try and get back on that Challenger Series. And throws it up late, doesn't get the ride out. And of course, the live wire, the action man, Bronson Matey, WCL Junior World Champ last year, and a guy who just lights up every single time he springs to his feet.
He's one of those surfers where, I think I mentioned it when we saw him in that last heat, I actually get really excited to watch his heats because you don't know what you're going to get. Every single time it's different. Obviously a little bit more wind today, which you'd have to think we're going to see Bronson Matey at some point go to the air. He had an outrageous layback in his opening round heat, but we need to take a look at the big story at hand. The live rankings: Eli Hanneman, Carly Vast, George Pitter already through to that championship tour. We've got 5 through 8 still alive in the draw, but those last 2 spots, Lobby and Jacob Wilcox, they're really vulnerable right now. I
wonder if they're watching this heat. Jorgen is one of the guys who can, displace them from that qualification zone. There he is at number 12. He's an incredible surfer, a real power surfer. These sorts of conditions are going to suit him down to the ground. He's going to rely on big pocket snaps, getting the rail, bashing lips. It's all stuff that suits this sort of surfing with a lot of wind around.
Yeah, Dimitri Poulos still in with a chance. Levi Slauson, Cal Robbo, so close. Like ridiculously close. I'm pretty sure it all comes down to even if he just gets 3rd in his heat coming up. Carlos, like we mentioned.
Oh my goodness, that is huge.
CT class, and that's it on show right now. Carlos Munoz, I mean, you can't expect anything less from him. He's going to be a shake-up competitor in this event.
Costa Rican surfer, there was a time where pro surfers retired in their late 20s. This guy is looking as sharp as he's ever looked. He's 33. Big backside snap, lines up this chunky inside section, blasts the back out of it and gets the big airdrop. Love the way this guy surfs. He's such a style master.
How terrifying did that second section look as well? Like, that was a meaty whitewater fest coming back towards Carlos, and he just so lightly just sprung over it like a fairy. So Carlos Munoz, we're expecting a massive score right now. That is nightmare material for someone like Jorgen to see, or even watch that from behind him. Looks like Imai through to the inside, laying into a finishing turn there as well. So yeah, there's big stories in every single one of these heats coming up in the round of 32, and it's going to be guys like Carlos who are just going to shake things up a little bit. Imai looking to play spoiler as well.
Yeah, and there's the opportunity for these guys to re-qualify for the Challenger Series as well. Not everyone has a shot at qualification to the Championship Tour, but certainly there are spots available on the Challenger Series for next year. And you want to keep that dream alive, for Carlos, for Jorgen. They've been doing the laps. Carlos has tasted that elite level, and they want to be back there.
And Carlos, he's actually going to use a little bit of just repetition to his advantage. He's been coming back to Newcastle since 2015. He's had a 9th here back when it was a QS 10,000, and we know how hard it was to go deep into the draw. It was like a round of 437. That was pretty much what started off this event. And to go all the way to a ninth, I'm lying, it's not 437, but you know what I mean. There was already so many people in those 10,000s, but take a look at this. Big, excellent score coming through.
There was no question this was going excellent. It was 2 massive turns on one of the bigger waves we've seen. The thing was draining. It was below sea level when he threw it up. And we're just waiting on one more judge to throw in their score. Lock it away. It is an 8.83. And this, as you say, Jess, is a real problem for, well, it could be. Put it that way. You know, you've got to get another score. But this is how you want to start a heat. And it just applies so much pressure to everyone else.
That second section was... a lot of people would have been like, oh, absolutely not. You look at that bottom turning up into it and think, oh, no way, I'm not going near that. But Carlos Munoz just made it look like it was absolutely nothing. It's the second highest score of the entire event, 8.83 for our Costa Rican right now. And that's just such a big statement to make at the start of the heat right now. Imai, we've got a score to lock in for him as well. Really small scores for Jorgan and Bronson Mady here. So Jorgen, he's only dropping a 700, which is it's around a 64, so he's already improved by making this, but needs to actually make that next round to do any damage of getting into that top 10. And he would know that going in. These guys, they'd be looking at the rankings, or someone somewhere would be telling them. It
has been really interesting sort of talking with all these surfers backstage as we stay here now with Carlos. Is he going to apply more pressure?
Second turn with a big dramatic finish there. And unfortunately just gets eaten by that finishing section. So still got one out the back. He's going to probably put himself in above 10 points already in the first 10 minutes here.
Yeah, a little inside washy one. There was no way he was coming through this shockwave. That thing just knocked him straight off his board. But yeah, it has been interesting, you know. We'll stick with the action here. This is Imai Kalani Deval, and he gets a strong finish.
Imai not scared of power at all, growing up over there in Hawaii, which we know has zero, the lack thereof, continental shelf. So it's just straight raw ocean coming back towards you. So this increase in swell, we talk about it suiting Jorgen. It also really suits Imai.
It does. Yeah, this guy is a classy performer. We've seen him on that CT, as we said earlier. He's from Maui. And another guy who had to suffer, you know, the pain of falling off tour. It hasn't been his best year. I think sometimes, you know, the emotional toll it takes does take a full year to sort of recover from. On the inside now, this is Bronson. You'll never see him do a standard turn. There's always some sort of tail drift, some sort of explosiveness. It's just a small insider. Wonder if there was much work done out the back. But this heat, the consistency is what stands out. Everyone's had a lot of opportunities now. There's a lot of waves ridden. And Jorgan, he's had, you know, nothing of any meaning hit yet.
Yeah, not yet. This is Bronson's first real attempt at a score here. Love that second turn. Imai here on the Bioglan replay. I just love everything he lays into that big one maneuver there. So 4-5 just for that single turn has Imai in a pretty solid second place, leaving Jorgen and Bronson with not too much scores in their lineup, needing scores above a 7-point ride right now. But remember this event last year, Bronson didn't have much in his heat right up until the dying stages, and it was big Merriweather as well, and just threw the biggest backside full rope and got close to a 9 and just didn't make the heat. Needs to channel that and do it a little bit earlier on. Now we go, Jorgen with a really solid section.
Oh my goodness!
Coming his way, but just goes down with an avalanche behind him there. Had to go for it though, Vorno.
Had to. I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of points for safety surfing today. That section was as thick and as heavy as this beach will serve up. Look at the double up. Throws it off the bottom. It's just that thick through the lip, and he gets punished.
That would have hurt. That actually would have hurt. I mean, it was a really vicious turn. Watch the air drop down, and then just the mass amounts of water just destroy him on that end
Evaporated, completely evaporated. And down the beach, flying down the line and bashing 2 strong turns here.
Imai looking so sharp on this equipment. His CI surfboards actually might be a Timmy Patterson under his feet, looking incredible. Jorgen.
This could be a board change.
Oh no. Jorgen, you can see him shaking his head a little bit. Well, junior champ, goes down as well. But that section was so heavy. You're not surprised that the equipment's damaged here.
Okay, so Bioglan is having the worst possible start to this heat you can imagine. Just a bunch of no scores here. It looks like he may have creased the board. There's some sort of damage, I believe, or is he just running up the beach? Has he been swept out of position? Whatever's going on, he's going to have to... He's just going to have to do a little reset here as he's back on the sand.
Yeah, the leggies come off, so he's definitely going to have a board change. That wave was so powerful, it ripped his steamer halfway up his leg there. So you can just get a feel of how strong the ocean is. He's running around kind of looking, where is this backup board right now? And of course, we know that the paddle out, it's actually back down the beach from where he's run from. That's where the deeper water is. And hey, get out there quicker. He's a strong guy, though, could probably punch straight through here. But yeah, this is really going to test the nerves right now of Bioglan. It
will. I mean, on the positive side, he's probably got a really clear score update. I don't know how easy it is to hear the scores out there with all that wind and swell. There's so much just natural distraction. But he'll have a really good idea about what everyone else is doing in this heat, and no one's really running away with it. Carlos has the 8.83, so he's in the box seat. But for Bioglan, he can probably come in now, maybe just even a nice little settler to know that no one else has really put a score and meaning on the board.
My heart's racing, and we're only into heat number 1 of the round of 32. Obviously, though, a real settler is having Sally Fitzgibbons into the round of 16. We absolutely love watching her compete. We're going to see it for another time. Flick, you're down there with Sal.
Yeah, I've got Sal here. Sally, you spoke to Kipes this morning and you're talking about the conditions, and you said to Kaipo, hey, it's all about connecting with the ocean. You did just that. You found a 7.5 and backed it up with a 6. Talk us through what you came up against this morning.
Oh, we were just talking about it, Flick. From up here, you can definitely get a better perspective on like where the sets are rolling in. But when you're at that ocean level, it's sort of like you're just bolting and darting in and out. And the distance between the sets and those mid-sized ones is quite a distance. So you kind of have to back yourself in if you want to sneak in that a big set's not coming. So I'm still picking the sand out of my ears and the ocean in my nose. That was a wild experience.
Oh yeah, it looked like a bit of a washing machine out there. Talk to me a little bit about this event. You've won out here 3 times before. You're the most popular person down here. It took you about 30 minutes just to come up post that heat to get here on the glass. I mean, you're such a favourite. Are you looking to back it up with a 4th win here? And talk to me a little bit about SURFEST.
Oh, cheers to that energy, Flick. It's something I think a big motivation was coming back to the finish line of this series. Like at the start line, when we go back and rewind, it was just like I just had low energy, and you know, the prospect of, you know, even having it in you to like fight for that spot right out of the blocks after the cut line is just, it's super intimidating, and everyone just wrapped their arms around me. They're like, you can just do it. So one bloody paddle at a time, one wave, all the analogies, but they were here for me. So to come back here, I just wanted to walk across that finish line and just say thank you to Newey.
Awesome. Well, Newey loves you, Sal. You're on to the next round. Thanks so much. Newcastle does love you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Flick. Thanks, Sal. Now she's made it heat. Let's get her back in the booth. We love talking about surfing with Sally Fitz. Bronson up and over on the first chunky section here, into a drift on the second. Just pretty randomly couldn't hold on to it. Usually we see him stick those in his sleep here. So the World Junior champ back to the drawing board.
Yeah, very strange. I can't remember the last time I saw Bronson Matey just fall 3 waves in a row. So this was a nice starting turn. Gets the little board slide over the top, adds the flare in the second one, but the shockwave is creating real damage here. But this is just so tense, this heat. I can't believe it. I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, this scoreboard, I should say, and Jorgen Kuzene, with so much to surf for, so much on the line, is in 4th place. He's back in the lineup. He's got second priority. His heat starts now.
Fauna, I need to settle my nerves. I need to get my heart rate down. And so that's exactly why we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Yeah, look, no more coffees for Vorno and I today. Our nerves are way too high because the stakes are through the roof here, especially for this guy, Mihimana Bray, looking to crack that top 20 to stay alive on the Challenger Series here. He's got a big heat, taking on Dakota Walters, Caleb Tancred, and Lukey Thompson, who needs to make this heat for qualification. Essentially, could do it in the next 30 minutes. Who knows? Maybe even the next 60. Might have one more to do, but just situations are changing left, right, and center. Right now in this heat, Jorgen Kuzner, he's a really big story and has to make this heat. Only has a 1, 2, 3 and a 0.4. Imai in a solid looking way, adding to his scoreline and chasing down the lead. He needs an 8.81 though, because Carlos Munoz locked in an 8.83 Vorno.
Yes, Carlos Munoz kicked off with one of the waves of the event. It was just, we see a lot of fireworks. We love it when kids go to the air and all that sort of thing, but nothing gets you out of your seat like just good, solid power surfing, giving big, chunky lips a hiding. So he's done just that. He's backed it up with a 5.2, which is going to make life extremely difficult for the other three surfers in this heat, because Carlos is on a heater. But this guy, Imai Kalani, well, he's continuing to build and add pressure. 2 big snaps, high speed, jams that first one. He hasn't been on the biggest waves, but he's making a lot out of these insiders, and that was probably his cleanest, most powerful end section bash.
Oh, he's not scared to hit the lip on a really chunky section there. You can see a couple of our competitors, unfortunately, getting a bit of a clean-up set on the head. The surf and the power has really ramped up here today at Merriweather, and you can kind of get the feeling we've already had a couple of broken boards, a leash snapped. So we got to see these competitors kind of meet the ocean with energy today. You can't hold back out there.
Oh, well, a score with some substance is about to drop here for Imai Kalani to vault. And right now, Jorgen, who is down in 4th place, is looking at a pretty hectic total.
Potentially even combo land right now with 8 minutes 40. There's just got one more score to lock in, 6.67. Jorgen needs 2 waves. Here he is looking for an 11.9 combination. That's a better looking end section snap. Sticks it for the finish here for the Frenchman. So would have heard that last score there. Imai locking in a 6.67. Jorgen, that's one way to put yourself back in the heat.
It sure is, and that wave was looking like it could have just been a time waster for a horrible second. The first half of the ride had nothing of real substance. That's just a kind of a speedy little connecting turn. But as he draws off the bottom, he whacks a huge statement out there, and that could just keep him in this heat.
Oh, he's going to at least lock himself in something around that mid-range score. It's going to get him right back in this heat. Bronson Mady needs a 7.3. Let's hope that he goes to the air here. It's a big section, though.
Oh.
Lip line float late. And unfortunately, again, just gets annihilated on that end section.
Mistimes it and cops a beating. Yep, consequence. Not just in the rankings, not just with the heat results, but the ocean dishing a bit out as well.
Yeah, Bronson actually still in for it with a chance to qualify as well. Needs a massive result, has to be in something with at least a semi-final in front of him. But yeah, sections like this, they can rock the confidence a little bit. Oh my gosh, just absolutely bashed by the lip that's come back towards him on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. So Bronson Mady needs a big moment right now just to even try and keep those qualification dreams alive. He's 26, so needs to make that top 20. Imai just continuing extremely convincing role right now.
Yeah, and he's just really going to those 2-turn combos. Judges love it. There's so much attack in his surfing. You know, he's really picking off waves that are scooping out and allowing him to go into this attack mode. Bioglan replay here. See him just drive off the bottom. Plenty of spray off those first turns, and the ability to just come straight out of one turn and attack the second. It gets the judges interested. His last wave, a 6.67. And Jorgen, a 6. So that is a great result there for the Frenchman.
Yeah, Bioglan now only needing a 5.91, so really back in this heat right now. There's 6 minutes on the clock, so Imai, he's looking to improve on yet another number. He's got a 5.23 as his low-range score, and, you know, we spoke to it with George. He got knocked off tour, did so well to qualify the next year. Nothing more heartbreaking than watching Imai at Margaret River go on a roll all the way through to the quarterfinals. Needed to pretty much win the event and unfortunately just walked up the beach, head down, rushy on. And that was a moment where you could really see how much it means to these guys.
Oh, there's no doubt. You know, you put a lifetime into this sport. You put a full year campaign in. Some crew are doing it off the back of having jobs and having to self-fund. There's so much on the line, and, you know, all you're trying to do is just keep that dream alive of surfing for a living and traveling the world and getting to experience all these epic places, surf unreal waves, and, yeah, have a bit of a career as well. And, yeah, when that gets ripped out of your hands, it is painful. There's no doubt, and we've seen the best, you know, have to suffer that.
We're going to take a look at the GWM recap here. It was this big 8.83 that kicked us off in a solid way.
What a way to start this heat. Carlos Munoz upside down, throws it into the section. Hammer time, gives himself the big clap for that one. And then on the inside, his backup was juicy as well. He's feeling it. You love that. Definitely a claim. And then Imai Kalani de Bolt, he's just been workmanlike in this one, finding those inside runners, Jess.
Loving those two-turn bashes right now for Imai. And then Jorgen, 8 minutes on the clock, was comboed. Got this, a 6-point ride to put him right back in contention in this heat. Like we've mentioned, has to make this heat to stay alive. If you're Jacob Wilcox,
huge wave here.
Jorgen rolling into this one, has to have a bowl ahead of it. 5.91, so much water coming back towards him. It's hard to watch those sections there, Borno.
Oh, I dead set feel like I'm eating a sus prawn when I see sections like that load up and just completely wipe out a guy who is looking for a score. It's sickening. Like, have a look. We know he's attacked a section like this before, but he just throws up a little late. And there's just so much water behind that wave. It's an almost impossible task.
It's also very shallow there. The sandbank hasn't changed at all. You know, we've got this increase in swell, but it goes from quite shallow to quite deep, which is why we're seeing these waves really bowl up it in a really fast way as well. So Jorgen, 3 minutes 40 on the clock, needs a 5.91. It's just a mid-range score and something so attainable for him. And imagine being, you know, coach on the beach. He'd be pacing back and forth, just thinking, just make one of these sections.
Well, I mean, everyone in this heat has family, friends, loved ones, sponsors, coaches. They're all invested, and they're all feeling it. They're all feeling that pressure. So it is pretty cool though. Like, you just feel that Bioglan isn't rattled. Like, he seems to be just putting the head down, getting back out there. He had a shocking start to this heat. You know, a couple of waves that didn't really provide much. Came in, did a board change, paddled back out, got caught inside, and he just seems to be somehow managing to keep his wits about him, because he managed to get that 6, and that put him right back in the frame. But that last one, you know, he's going to have to shake that wipeout off because it was heavy.
Bronson Matey, he's had 7 attempts in this heat as well. He's been throwing everything at these big sections too, just not sticking anything so far. 4.6 and a 3.87 to his name. He's chasing something a little bit bigger. Needs a 7.3. There's 2.5 minutes on the clock. He's going to have a paddle here. Bronson felt like he was going to stay high, gearing up for something, but you can see exactly what he wants to do, but just not at that air section, not providing itself there.
It's terrifying to have someone like Bronson in your heat. I mean, this kid can literally switcheroo, take off on an insider and get a high 9 or an excellent ride. You know, he's that skillful. And look at this. Dougie Silver on the beach.
He's looking as blinged out as always.
Yeah.
Dougie Silver, he's ready to roll. He's ready to roll today. You can see Jorgen right now, 2 minutes to go. He's looking at absolutely everything. Imagine, you know, put yourself in his shoes. He's got 2 minutes to try and find a 5.91 and potentially get himself one step closer to qualifying for the championship tour. If you don't, you're back to the drawing board.
And, you know, everyone in the top 10 right now in our qualifying situation who hasn't locked in their spot is really... I wonder if they're even watching this heat. It might be too hard, as we see on the inside. Bronson Matey, it's a cool finner. But by his standards, nothing special.
Yeah, not having the pop that he was chasing here for Bronson. So he's got just over 60 seconds to go. Jorgen would be doing everything to try and bring on a wave right now. I'd be sitting there going, come on, please send me something. Can absolutely guarantee you Jacob Wilcox is probably sitting at home going, go flat. Go flat. We've got this real contrast between a lot of our athletes right now. Jorgen, a real threat for that 10th position of Jacob Wilcox, who unfortunately, like we mentioned, got knocked out of competition super early. 50 seconds to go. What way is the cookie going to crumble?
Jorgen is just taking in the big breaths, keeping the heart rate low. He's got to stay composed here. If the opportunity comes, he's got the skill. There's 34 seconds on the clock. This is as tense as it will get. An entire year's work coming down to this last 25 seconds.
Yeah, there's a wave coming here. Carlos Munoz take it. That's going to keep Jorgen. Actually, he's going to take it wide here. Jorgen Kuzenet looking for a 5.91.
Oh, no.
Goes down on the finish. He has given it everything on those first two turns. And without the completion, Borna, I just don't see it going there.
The wave just didn't look like it had enough in it. And this is heartbreak. Let's have a look at this replay. Jorgen surfing for his spot to keep it alive. The challenge, the qualification dream, and it is just a bit of a dud wave, and that is heartbreak for the Frenchman.
The score's in, it's a 3.2, not enough. So Carlos Munoz, our Costa Rican, looking everything exceptional out there. Michaelani DeVault, he's rolling through as well. And Jorgen, his championship tour run, it's over here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST. Bronson Matey, our World Junior champ, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board as well. He's already re-qualified for the Challenger Series for this upcoming season. This, however, in good news, our fat boy rider of the heat, 8.83, second highest score of the event so far.
I'll watch this all day long. Carlos Munoz in demo mode. Backside hanger, bashes that lip to smithereens, gives himself the applause, and a well-earned, excellent score there for the Costa Rican.
Wow, Borno and I need to decompress everything that just went on in the round of 32, heat number 1. Heat number 2 looking just as crucial with a big name like Lukey Thompson in there. Ronnie Blakey, Rich Lovett coming in for the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back. Well, you can feel the pain here. Jorgen Kuzenet, who has been campaigning for such a long time, had a fighting chance to get himself into a position to qualify for the championship tour, and that has just slipped through his fingers. And he will be now hoping to feature in that top 20 and keep a place on the Challenger Series. But he put everything into it. Richie Lovett, and yeah, we're seeing a lot of that at the moment, which is hard to watch. But obviously there is only 10 spots on the men's ranks to graduate to the CT.
Brutal, absolutely brutal, this sport. And to think that your hopes and dreams actually come down to this 30-minute block where you just have to be on and perform. Think about tennis. It's a 2-hour match at least, you know, and you can sort of come in, there's momentum and that shifts throughout the entirety of the game. Our sport of surfing, we're dealing with Mother Nature. There's variables and, mate, Jorgen is just trying to come to terms with this moment. Yeah, definitely. We're also just a progression away from head-to-head competition, which for some of these surfers that have really been at the Challenger Series grind for a while, that's where they start to feel pretty comfortable, those head-to-head clashes. But we are now gearing up for another big clash, and we can tell you we will confirm another spot on the CT at the end of this heat. We've got Dakota Walters out there in the red, Miha Manabre out there in the blue, Caleb Tancred, he's had an incredible run through the contest so far, he's out there in the white, Luke Thompson with a victory or just a progression through this heat. He can firm up a place on the CT. If he doesn't get through, Samuel Pupo will retain his position in the top 10 and get onto the championship tour once again. Here goes the Tahitian, getting things started here. A couple of low numbers locked in so far. Luke Thompson, a throwaway 0.73. And Mihimana had a 2.1. He's about to put another low score on the board here. But a massive heat for Luke Thompson. Yeah, this is the big time. And we just watched the Bioglan replay of Mihimana Bray here. Nice off the top to start things off. Beautiful open carve for the second and then trips up on the third. So I think Mihimana will be hoping that wave stays in his tally towards the end of this heat. The southerly buster that ripped through the lineup this morning has laid down ever so slightly. Here we go. Well, Caleb Tancred, he's got the power, he's got the size to match the energy out there in the lineup at the moment. Clean, flowing, down the line move there to try and find an end section. Didn't stand up for him though. But he has had a 6-year hiatus from competition before hitting the qualifying series, the regional QS this year, the former Australian junior champion. Completing a degree in architecture and, well, then drawing up plans for a return to competition that have been super successful. A major QS victory, his first, and he'll be on the Challenger Series next year. He got the wild card to surf in this event thanks to his sponsor, Revere Projects. And he has had a couple of heat wins already that have been super impressive and I think caught the attention of everyone. Yeah, and for the most part, he's done it with just raw power. He's been destroying these waves. He does have the ability to go to the air, but I think now that power, especially in the last couple of years, has really been his weapon, and he's putting it on show here. He looks like a rugby league player, and as an amateur, he did a lot of training with a rugby league player, Chris Heinington, who had a long and prosperous rugby league career, getting a couple of premierships, and he helped train and get Caleb into, peak physical condition in his earlier competitive days, and now Caleb's just taken that ball and he's hitting it up himself. He's got his own strict training regime. As we see now in the red, Dakota Walters, just an unbelievable talent whose young career has been plagued by injury. Great to see him surfing so well, looking very in form at the moment. And he has got some big turns that he can go to. Wow, stays on his feet there somehow. That wave did everything it could to knock him off. That was impressive. Very impressive wave from Dakota Walters to open up his affair. Let's check out the replay. Bumpy face to this wave, connects with that first re-entry. Executes it perfectly. Little check turn here as he comes through to this next section. Can see how broken up these waves are. That section stands up, a complete redirect. Bottoms out, but gets that finish. Really enjoying this new pace to his approach. A lot better his timing.
not always sizing up a ramp, willing to go to those power moves to turn in his solid scores as well. Dakota for the run around, waiting on his score to drop. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat.
Carlos, that was absolutely incredible. I mean, we've been talking about it all morning. There is 8-point rides out there. There is excellence. You managed to find one, the 883, in the early stages of the heat. Talk us through it.
Well, yeah, so happy, to be in this interview. It's been a long year, and I guess it's my first interview. So yeah, I'm so happy it happened today. I didn't know what to expect though. I surfed this morning, and it was hard to get the good ones. But yeah, I stick to that left, and then somehow I did a mistake of priority, and the next wave was good. So most of the time I was happy. The ocean tried to play with you, and you find that lock. So yeah, I was very stoked to get the 8 and make it a little easier on myself. And sometimes I get good waves, and then I get a little nervous to back that up. So I was a little nervous, but I find two good ones. So.
Talk me through it. You mentioned this is your first interview this year. It's been pretty challenging. Can you talk to me about how that's been throughout the year, the emotions with that, and how you've sort of turned that around this event at Newcastle?
Yes, of course. I've been having some little sparks, of making good hits. And I've been getting to round 3 in a few events, and a little nervous. The level is really high. And I win in Barbados last year, and I qualified for the Challenger. So I thought I was gonna come and eat the Challenger, but the Challenger actually ate me. So yeah, I don't know. I think I just work hard and try to do my best. I have my family that support me and some sponsors backing home. So yeah, I'm just happy and stoked to make it today. And it's been really hard, but yeah, we keep going.
Well, awesome job out there this morning. Go get some rest, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you, pura vida. I want to say hola a todos en Costa Rica. Gracias por apoyarme. To my family, mi familia, Lia, Kale, Levi, Tamara, my wife. Pura vida, thank you. Radical.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Carlos.
Yeah, looked rock solid there. As a junior, competing at the World Junior titles, his whole approach was built on power and a bit of progression. Seen more of his progression of late, but good to see him throw some big hits out there as we see Luke Thompson up, the South African, rock solid on his first real hit. And we mentioned he's got an opportunity with a top 2 finish here to lock in his place on the CT, the young South African who had a memorable win at Bolito on the Challenger Series this year.
Nice little peak. Fades on the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. Watch this bottom turn, top turn combination. Almost gets vertical. Redirects the board at the top of the lip. Puts that pressure on the tail pad. Avoiding any threat of nosediving, and he'll do the jog up the beach. There is a huge sweep going from north towards the south with this northeast swell that we have in the water. Here's the men's Challenger Series. Here's the live rankings.
Live rankings on screen for you there. It's been a decimation of the top 30 on the men's Challenger Series. 18 of the top 30 have been knocked out.
Whoa.
So it's been a big push from those late runners and those surfers getting the call up to compete in this event. But Luke Thompson with an opportunity here with a top 2 finish to lock in his spot. If he doesn't progress through this heat, Sammy Pupo's back on the CT. It's a lock. He has a really good chance at, I think, getting his spot back on the CT, Sammy, but he won't be comfortable until it's official.
Yeah, 100%. And that doesn't mean that Luke Thompson still can't qualify. He can. He's still sitting within that top 10 position. It just means that he's not secure as yet. But look at this. Callum Robson, Levi Slawson and Dimitri Poulos, they're hunting. They would love nothing more than to steal a position in that top 10.
Yeah, the more people just inside the top 20 that get knocked off is going to mean that we're closer and closer to firming up some more positions. I think in the next few heats we're going to see a few people with that opportunity to lock in their place. As we see Finn McGill making his way down.
Right, just not at this level, yeah? No falling at that level.
Yeah. Not at this level, Ron.
Yeah, Doug Silva getting Finn McGill prepped. And Finn, he's had so much success over there on the regional qualifying series, and always puts in great free surfing performances, but wants to start getting it done here on the Challenger. As we see Caleb Tancred, good looking wall. Wow, he does well to stay on his feet there. Late hit. A lot of support for him in this region. He's from the Central Coast, just down the road, but sponsored by Revere Projects, and they're out in force to get behind this guy.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here. Big wave, stands up in front of him. Caleb attacks on the forehand, and right there, he did that little minute adjustment of a millisecond before he waited for that final moment to go up and hit that falling lip. And really just a good steady pace to his approach and matching the power here perfectly. It's going to be another good number. It will be his best one.
All right, there's 16 minutes to go. We've got some scores on the way for Caleb Tancred. We'll update you in just a moment on what's going down out here in heat number 2.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
It is all happening here in the round of 32. The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And there is a real chance at the end of this that we're going to lock in a couple more spots on this year's CT as Mihimana Bray just throws everything at that final section. But just to keep everyone in the loop on what's going down out here at the moment, Luke Thompson, he can guarantee his place if he moves through this round of 32 into the round of 16. And if he doesn't progress through this one, Samuel Pupo will qualify. Sammy will also qualify if Oscar Berry, Morgan Siblick, Matthias Hurdy or Callum Robson are eliminated in this round of 32. So he's got a really good chance, as we see Caleb Tancred, after dropping a 7.83 just moments ago, stick a solid backup here on the inside with just under 13 minutes to go.
This is great from Caleb. The Revere Projects lads will be cheering on. This is their man in the field. Doing it well. Let's have a look at the replay. Caleb, little check turn, blast the lip straight away, gets up onto that toe side rail, gets composed and blasts it for a second time. Really using that weight and strength in the lower half of his body just to push that board through the lip.
Worked with Glenn Hall as a Grom. Caleb Tancred and Micro took him on the road and exposed him to CT events and the world's best surfers. I think he learned a lot from it. But he got major burnout and he needed a break from competition. He was sort of struggling with sponsorship for a while, and he just threw it in and turned his attention to a bit of a backup plan career-wise. But it is just so refreshing to see him back in the jersey with that competitive fire burning. And he's just dropped a 5.33. Really healthy heat score total. Dakota Walters, he's in a good position too. He's got a 6.67. Mihimana Bray, long-time campaigner on the Challenger Series. We've seen him get the call up and do damage in Championship Tour events over in Tahiti. He's been on a bit of a run through this contest, but we're really focused on Luke Thompson at the moment, Rich.
Yeah, it's a big hoot for Luke Thompson, and if he would to bow out, you know, his position does come into jeopardy. It's still a long shot for him to get pushed out, and as you said, a lot of those players underneath, they've fallen by the wayside. So with every loss below that 10-point line, your chances are looking better. What's the scenario?
Well, in this round, there's a few surfers that can guarantee their place on the CT. And Luke Thompson, just one of them. As we see, Mihimana swing a nice reverse here. The other surfers that we are going to be keeping an eye on. Heat number 5, we've got Morgan Siblick. If he progresses through to the round of 16, he will make what has been a long awaited return to the Championship Tour. Oscar Berry in Heat 7's also got a chance, if he progresses to the round of 16, of getting a spot on the CT. Huge.
Oh, I love that for the Aussies. Aussie battlers, as they're called, and Oscar Berry, that would be a new fresh face on the tour. And coming in with a lot of power as we watch the replay of Mihimana Bray. Nice little spin.
Yeah, awesome.
Doesn't really get too much height, but in these style of conditions, still a beautiful manoeuvre to execute.
A little bit more info for you later on in the event.
Yep.
Matthias Hurdy, he will qualify if he advances to the quarters. Callum Robson will qualify if he makes the semi-finals. Dimitri Poulos will qualify if he wins this contest. And Levi Slawson will qualify if he makes the final. We just saw Jorgen Kuzene fall out of the mix. He actually had to make the final to guarantee his place, so heartbreak for him. He'll be processing that loss for some time, but he's a battler. 2
or 3 of the names that you've mentioned there, Ron, they're outside the 10, which means someone inside the 10 is going to have to drop out, and that's going to sting as we watch Luke Thompson here up and riding.
Yeah, Luke working this one over. So he had a 6-point ride, and right now he's just trying to ascend back up into second position. He needs a 4.13 out of that one, Rich.
Yeah, feel like he got the number, but not too much past it. But a smart move at this point in the heat to grab another quick ride. Just feel that confidence of maybe jumping up into second place. Let's have a look at the replay here, nice and low. Little check turn, setting up the closeout re-entry. And again, it's been a bit of a go-to manoeuvre here as these waves close out. It's just how much speed and pivot, how much emphasis you can put on that final turn.
Hasn't been a heat today that, you know, hasn't presented some anxious moments for us. As we see Caleb just looking free and alive on his equipment. Beautiful opening climb. Didn't have the big impact section down the line though, so he quickly kicks out of that one, saving himself a bit of paddle time on the inside.
It's about as lumpy and unorganised as you can get in a lineup, but he seems to have the ability when he stands up to take a smoother line and to just iron out the creases that are plaguing the faces of these waves. Got this big, strong east-northeast groundswell coming through, and then we've got this south energy that's actually starting to appear in a swell. So we've got sort of this cross-angular swell happening, which is breaking up the line of the swell at the moment and the waves. So it is increasing opportunity. Caleb, part of the JS surfboard stable, he's been working with those guys for a while now, and those boards looking mint under his feet.
Yeah, he's also been doing a lot of time on the Gold Coast, so no doubt would have his equipment really dialed in for this final Challenger Series event, as do all the competitors. And a big shout out to all the shapers. A few of them down here cheering on their surfers in this final event. 7 minutes to go here, and it's around about the 3-minute mark, Rich, that I start to wonder if I've eaten something that maybe has a bit of a bug in it, because my guts have been twisted in those final stages of the day's heats. So we dive into the GWM heat recap. A solid one here for Dakota Walters. Hasn't yet backed it up, though.
Yeah, it's been a paced approach from Dakota Walters here. Just the one scoring ride, a 6.67. It's a good one, courtesy of that final finishing turn. And this man here out in front, Caleb Tancred, he has been just on a heater, finding these beautiful waves that are offering him these two-turn combinations. You see here on this one, again on the forehand, clicks with that first turn, comes down to the opening, closeout section, excuse me. Just looks like he's doing it with ease. Mihimana Bray down in third place, the Tahitian. He's had some moments here, goes for that air reverse flat spin.
5.3 for that one. So everyone's got a shot at it still. It's not out of reach. Luke Thompson, he's where he needs to be, but he's definitely in danger at the moment, because Mihimana only after a 5.51. Dakota is the real threat at the moment. He only needs a 4.13 to get up in the second. Caleb a long way out in front at the moment with two of the better rides of this clash.
It's creeping up to the 5-minute mark, and that's, as a surfer, when you're in the lineup at that 5-minute mark, pressure just instantly builds no matter where you are in the heat. If you're way out in front, obviously, you know, things soften a bit, but it's that second down into fourth. It's a pressure moment. There's Julian Wilson on the screen down here supporting Caleb Tancred. He's really dived into Revere projects over the last few seasons. Isn't the brand flying?
Yeah, he had a shot at the Challenger Series if he wanted it this year, but has really taken a all-hands-on-deck approach to Revere projects. He's got Caleb Tancred out there at the moment, and Caleb's sort of someone that, you know, Julian was well and truly aware of. They were both on the Hurley team at the same time, and he realised that Caleb was unsponsored and thinking, starting to get back into his surfing. So Julian whacked a sticker on his board, took him on a few photo trips, and the clips that came out of it kind of went all around the world, kind of blew up, and yeah, he's kind of been helping him, you know, keep that dream alive of reaching his full potential.
Yeah, it's always refreshing and see a second chance, but it hasn't been without hard work. Mihimana Bray, this is live action.
Yeah, smooth opening turn, but really difficult to maintain that board under your feet with that strong wind blowing coming off a roof like that.
Now let's have a look what happened here on the replay. Late takeoff. Looked good up to this point. Swooping up into that second turn. And was just really late. Just handed him a beating.
So priority-wise, Caleb Tancred and Luke Thompson are kind of right where they need to be here. But where are their opponents? You can see it looks like Luke Thompson on screens kind of making his way towards Dakota Walters, understanding that Dakota is a major threat. And the form that Dakota's carried through this contest has been really strong. Nice click off the top there. Banks off the foam, needs to get out in front, does. Only needs a 4.13, Rich, to get the second.
Smart. Yeah, really composed surfing there from Dakota, but here we go, Luke Thompson.
Has to be thinking that he is in need of a score as he takes off on that one. No opportunity down the line. Dips out of it.
It's almost like these bigger sets, they break on that outside part of the bank. Dakota finds a little medium inside runner here. Nice clean first turn and then gets the rebound. Tricky section there. The wave almost tried to ankle tap him and bring him unstuck, but he got to that completion.
Yeah, and that's really the ankle taps have been what's hurt Dakota's rise to potentially a CT spot. Had a couple of nasty ankle injuries, a broken foot, syndesmosis surgery as well. But he's looking sharp at the moment as Caleb Tancred looks to close this heat out. 2 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, just the single turn for Caleb. It was a beauty. Nice big section standing up in front of him. Mihimana.
Yeah, Mihimana's sort of looked a little desperate, caught a lot of waves, been taking these smaller ones. Needs to finish this one off and isn't able to do it.
Yeah, I just feel like he's standing a little tall, just to be a bit critical of the technique on these final finishing manoeuvres. I'd like to see him just get a bit more compressed into a safety stance. Just steady himself. Trying to finish these final moments on the waves. He's had a number of falls now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 waves where he's actually come unstuck on that finishing turn.
Crucial score here for Dakota Walters. Needs a 4-1-3 out of that last ride. Wasn't ultra convincing, but it could be there. And that's going to mean Luke Thompson needs another number. Won't be probably a huge score, Rich, but another number to get himself back up into second potentially. So he'll be begging for that situation update.
He would have to assume. He would have seen Dakota taking off on that wave. He was making a beeline for his direction. So he would just be thinking, okay, Dakota got the score here. I need another wave.
Numbers starting to come through. First judge says yes for Dakota. Needs a 4-1-3. It's right there on the line. We'll see if it's enough. 35 seconds on the clock here. Will Luke even get another opportunity? He should just be scrambling for one.
Well, both of these surfers should be thinking, well, they're not safe. Dakota would be going, oh, okay, maybe I didn't get it. I'm going to try and just sneak one last final wave.
He's going to get it, Rick.
Yep.
He's going to get it. 4.57. Luke Thompson pushed back into third spot. Only 15 seconds to go. And if Luke can't turn it, Sammy Pupo earns his place back on the CT. But Luke, he's going to fight to the final hooter here. And he isn't going to get a shot, Rich.
Wow. Well, welcome back, Sammy Pupo.
Yeah.
He will be getting the news, I'm sure.
One man's pain is another's pleasure in this instance. And the Brazilian superstar, Samuel Pupo, congratulations, heading back to the CT. Luke Thompson, a nervous wait for him. But there's a lot of people that need to chase a big result in order for him to get bumped out of that top 10. He's had a magic year on the Challenger Series, but he'll just have to wait now. It's out of his hands.
Yeah, you'd still think that he's a good chance that he's going to make the tour, but
don't ever say
like you said, nothing is safe. And well, mate, we thought Sammy Pupo would come into this event and he'd brain it all the way through and just secure his spot. He went out early, first heat, very uncharacteristic, but he's got his place back on tour. And this man here, isn't he starting to get into some conversations around the place?
Oh, yeah, the Knights need a half on Sunday when they take on Manly down there in Sydney. Caleb might get the call up. Look at the size of him. Just a magic heat performance from Caleb Tankred. Dakota Walters saving his place in the draw with a last-ditch effort there. We're going to take a quick break. We've got another huge clash just around the corner. Welcome back. We are again confirming those places on the championship tour. Samuel Pupo now is a lock for 2026, but these two young Aussie stars who really did sort of have an amazing run through the junior ranks are starting to flare up here at the Challenger Series level. Caleb Tancred getting the victory. Dakota Walters saving his place in the mix. Another great heat here. Heat 3 features Matheus Herdy, the Brazilian gun who has had some amazing finishes at the CT level already. Finn McGill, powerful Hawaiian. He got his campaign started here with a bomb, Rich. It looked like a great wave.
Yeah, this left standing up in front of him. It's a nice connecting carve off the top, comes through to this closeout section.
Yeah.
And he sticks it.
The judges are going to eat that up.
It was one of those rides where he just had to hang on. This wave just had so much going on the face of it, and that critical final turn. Have a look at just how turbulent this section is. It almost tried to bend him in half, and through sheer strength and determination, he got to that finish and stood tall.
Yeah, he's a block of a human. Super strong core and thick legs, and held on beautifully there. He gets an excellent score, an 8-point ride for Finn McGill to kick things off. Dream start for him. Matheus Herdy, we know he's got a bit of work to do if he's going to lock his spot on the CT. But if he advances to the quarterfinals, just a couple of heat wins away, he is guaranteed a place on the CT this year. But a wobbly start for him, a couple of throwaway numbers. Ian Gentile, he's out there at the moment, holding onto a throwaway as well. And the other competitor in the mix is Alistair Reginato, who we've had pretty big raps on in recent times, Rich. He's done really well on the regional qualifying series, so he'll be on the Challengers next year. But Reggie's never really turned it on in a Challenger Series event, but he's got great form coming into this contest. Won a QS just over a week ago. How do you like his chances against this pack?
Oh, mate, if he can produce the type of performance that he has over the last couple of weeks, not just in this event, he's been looking really, really good. But, mate, he's in a purple patch at the moment. He's absolutely ripping, and I think he's up for the challenge. With each one of these heats, he's getting more confidence. And a late paddle in for Matheus Herdy. A fade. Oh, and he's come undone.
Hectic. The nerves are real, and, you know, the way the results are falling for our top seeds, you know, suggests that they're really feeling it. I mentioned it before. You know, a number of the top competitors in the mix, 19 of the top 30 have fallen out of the draw. So there is a lot of space for movement, but some big results needed because in that top 30, you know, obviously they're the ones within striking distance, those ones that were just outside the top 10. So there's quite some big results needed. There's a mathematical shot for a couple of surfers, but they need to get to the later stages of this event. We're going to throw it down to Felicity Parmentier with Caleb.
Yeah, Ronnie, thank you, Caleb. You were just saying to me, oh, it's really hard out there, but you are doing the opposite. You're making it look easy. You're blistering your way through the draw. You've got 3 heat wins under the belt. What's the secret sauce?
No secrets. I'm just enjoying so much, just getting to surf heats again and just surfing, really. Yeah, I don't know, just loving it down here in Newcastle, and just an opportunity to go surf is good.
Can you talk to me a bit about Riviera, your sponsor, right? We saw Julian during your heat. He's been down here supporting this event as well. Just talk to us about how meaningful that is to you.
Yeah, there's such a big presence of Riviera in Newcastle at the moment. It's so cool to see, and we've got such a good little camp down there under the tent with Jules, and it's good vibes. Have Matheus here, he's smoking some heats too, so hopefully we can keep it rolling.
You're moving through this draw. Goals for the rest of the event?
Rest of the event, I don't know, heat by heat really. I keep surprising myself. So yeah, I'm just focusing heat by heat. You know, it varies so much how you feel for every heat. Like this morning, I felt like sick before I paddled out. Didn't even free surf, just stretching, just trying to take my time and get fired up. But the other few days, I felt good, and yeah, see how I feel the next one.
The equipment, can you talk me through that a little bit? Because it is looking so good under your feet. Looks to me, JS, yes it is. Talk us through it.
It can shape a board. I'm sure they're all tuned in at the factory there. But yeah, this is a little magic monster he shaped us. I nearly went to the Golden Child today, but this thing's just so trusty, even if the surf picks up. So yeah, I'll probably stick to this one.
Awesome. Well, you're looking good. Through to the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick.
Congrats.
Yeah, well done. Caleb said he felt sick. I wonder if he meant ill or he felt sick, mate.
Fully sick.
Fully sick. No, he's looking the goods, and understandable, you know. I think we better get a look at this replay for Alistair Reginato. He's just dropped the best number of the heat.
Attacking the first section. Big closeout re-entry. Full composure. Alistair Reginato, he is the real deal.
Yeah, 8.6 for Reggie. And he powers into the lead here, which is going to make things very difficult for Matthias Hurdy. He wants to keep his place. Look, the interesting thing is, Rich, I mentioned it before, 19 of the top 30 out of the mix. That means there's not a whole lot of surfers capable of chasing down a place in the top 10. We've got outside the top 10 coming into this round, Callum Robson, Dimitri Poulos, Levi Slawson, Shion Crawford. That's it. So we're going to keep confirming CT surfers as we move through this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the surfers still highlighted here. So Morgan Siblick, Oscar Berry, Matthias Hurdy. They're the ones that are still in the event, and they can secure up their position here. Matthias Hurdy out in the water at the moment. So big heat for him. Liam O'Brien and Jacob Wilcox will be shaking in their wetsuits right now, man. Just they are on the chopping block. And these three surfers here, in particular, Callum Robson, Levi Slawson and Dimitri Poulos, they would love nothing more than to steal some points, but there's some work to do. Dimitri pretty much has to get all the way to the finals. For Callum, I think it's a quarterfinals finish for him off the back of that victory at Pipeline. 10,000 points always looks good in the score tally.
Yeah, Callum's a lock, guaranteed to qualify if he makes the semis. But I think that 10th position is, you know, pretty much in reach after this, if he can progress through this heat. But, you know, that'll just put him in that 10th spot, and then it'll be anxious moments for him as well, as we see Finn McGill looking to back up the 8-point ride opener. And now we've got Matthias Hurdy, needs to drop a score to keep in touch with the front runners who have excellent scores to their name. Building speed, loading up for a big air on the inside, full rotation.
Oh my goodness.
He almost had it out on the flats, and Hurdy can't stick it this time. Had he pulled it off, I think no doubt he gets into the excellent range.
Did he need to go for it at this stage in the heat? 19 minutes on the clock. His highest wave of a 2. He'd done some nice work on the outside. Let's check it out. So beautiful, elongated bottom turn into a swooping cutback. Patiently waiting for this next moment. It's another little check turn down the line here. So you could see him lining up for it. The stance wide, and he did the full rotation, but the legs just got a bit close together, so he didn't have that platform to land on. Just wondering if he did that big dynamic lip floater, which we know today, that closeout turn, the judges are paying it, so he's... we'll see a score drop here, but I feel like he may have turned what, you know, could possibly been an excellent score if he made the rotation, but he sacrificed maybe a 6-point ride in the process.
I think he had to go for it, because Reggie and Finn are going to improve. They're going to put up solid scores to match their 8-point rides as well, and he had to get on track. There was nothing at the start of that ride, just a couple of setup moves. Had he pulled that off, you know, that's throwing risk at it in a high impact section. He maybe eclipses the 8.6 of Alistair Reginato. It was also a smaller wave than what we saw Finn and Alistair on, so I think he had the right mindset, the attacking mindset. But yeah, the pressure's building, Rick. No makes just yet. for Matthias Hurdy, and you know, yeah, there is a lot of time, 17.5 minutes to go, but it's not like yesterday where you can just punch your way through those 2-3 foot waves and get yourself back in a position for another one. There's a bit more work to do than that today.
Well, you can see here for the bird's eye view, it's just these waves are holding him on the bank here. And just... that
was a good duck dive.
Yeah, he's just really putting the duck dive on display. Just trying to work his way into clear water here. Even paddling in turbulent water, you don't get that forward thrust. And look at this score here. It's only going to be a small ride, but yeah, definitely some points lost on that final turn.
The landings are so difficult today. It's just heaving on that sandbar. As we see a Bioglan replay here of Alistair Reginato backing up his 8.6, Rick.
Yeah, a little check turn to set up that big vertical hit, just stabbing it up there into the lip. He's looking good, isn't he?
He is. Yeah, Alistair's, you know, it's a surprise to me that he hasn't fetched bigger results because he's got the consistency, he's got the timing, he's got the power. Just hasn't really come together for him yet in a Challenger Series event. This could be the one that changes it for him. 16 minutes to go here, and we've got Reginato out in front. Finn McGill hanging on the second spot. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Welcome back to the show. We're on the roller coaster of emotions. They're positive emotions for Caleb Tancred. Rock solid in that last heat. There's Glenn Micro Hall.
Well done, mate. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, plenty of support for Caleb down here. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, 13.5 minutes to go, and Matthias Hurdy's got himself a number, Rich.
He sure does, a 6.83. So he's banked that during the break, and quick, in and up again.
Oh. Not a whole lot of room to move, but he was going to come out of that floating re-entry there with so much speed. I'll try and get a replay of the 6.83 for you in a moment as we see Alistair Reginato throwing down. Let's have a look at the 6.83.
Okay, so Matthias Hurdy, a beautiful slash to start off. Comes onto that second section and connects. Clicks it perfectly. Jules likes it.
Yeah, well, Matthias, his uncle, Gil Hermy, won this event back in 1996. So the Hurdy name is already up there on the honour roll. And Mateus would love to put his name up in lights as well. This is a big one. Just to confirm, Samuel Pupo has qualified for the 2026 season. Luke Thompson eliminated in that last heat, but Luke's chances of locking in his spot are on the line here as well. If Mateus Hurdy doesn't progress through this heat, Luke Thompson is also on the 2026 CT.
Okay, so the bus is starting to fill up its seats.
Sure is.
And the engine's been switched on.
Mate, it's the Venga bus too, and you want to take it all the way down to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. It will be party time for the class of 2026. And for those that don't crack it, they'll be left on the side of the road. They'll put their thumbs out and try and get picked up by the Challenger Series bus. And the schedule for the CS has been released. You can check it out at worldsurfleague.com. You know, the interesting thing too, and the story that we're not able to get into just yet, is we've got a lot of surfers outside the top 20 still alive in the draw. So there's places in the top 20 up for grabs, which are locked in spots on the Challenger Series for next year. And some of those surfers don't have solid regional qualifying series ratings. So there's so much to excavate at this event. The final Challenger Series stop at the season, stop number 7. Each competitor counting their top 5 results. Some of them didn't make all the events on the schedule, but with the performances they're putting together, still have a chance to get into that top 20.
Yeah, really cool and super important as well. Just like the progression from Challenger to Championship Tour, there's that progression from qualifying series to Challenger Series. So lots of stories to unfold here.
There's also, you know, a chance that the door will open for some of those regional qualifiers that just missed out on making the CS if we get some double qualifiers.
Yep.
And that is certainly on the cards. I mean, Alistair Reginato is leading this heat. He's already locked in his spot on the Challenger Series for next year. So if he can pull off a victory, he could potentially get himself up into that top 20. Don't have those scenarios in front of us at the moment, but they'll become a little clearer, a little bit more transparent as we move towards finals day here. Ian Gentile hasn't really found the momentum out here in this heat at the moment. 10 minutes to go. Mateus after a 5.88. Ian needs a 7.21. And when you look at the scores in the account for Reginato and McGill, and what their backups look like at the moment, there is every chance that those requirements are going to grow for the Brazilian and the Hawaiian.
Yeah, it is go time now for Ian Gentile. He really needs to get a wave close or inside that excellent range. And that would put him back into this heat. Here he is, the man's up and riding now, streaking down the line on this left-hander. He opts to kick out, not seeing much opportunity down the line.
Yeah, as soon as the competitors take off and they don't get that opening turn, you quickly see them sizing up the end section, don't you, Rich?
Yeah, it switches to a Hail Mary style finish to the wave, try and get that big boost in, which we know, if you do it right, can drop a huge score.
Yeah, sometimes I think the competitors, they look down the line and, you know, they can see that perfect ramp. You know, they're looking at it and just going, oh, that's just primed for a huge launch. And then sometimes they look down there and the kind of like the ramps you used to build for your BMX back in the day. It's just a piece of cardboard on an old house brick. And you just opt out because you're not going to get the flight. You won't find the rotation, and, you know, forced airs just don't often come off.
Yeah, and then it's the skill level of the surfer as well. Obviously, some being more capable in the air. Mateus Hurdy's one of those guys that has an incredible rail game, but is probably known for his air attack. So, you know, given the opportunity, he can throw down a huge air. Here we go, Finn McGill.
Working with Doug Silver, we just saw him on screen. Big rip, grabs that rail, all style. Adds some control riding out of the turn, but you've got to love the release. Was counting on a 4.7. That just felt like it had a whole lot of commitment in it, and it should be rewarded.
Well, there was more expression in it More theatrics. Big wave standing up in front of him. Beautiful section, pretty smooth. Does the big rail grab carve into release. And Dougie Silva celebrates. One of the most flamboyant coaches that we have on the tour. That's Matthias Hurdy, quick in and out. You can start to feel what his intent is here. He wants that section that'll give him that ramp, and equally as capable on the backhand in the air as he is on the front side.
So waiting on a big number to drop here for Finn McGill.
He's going to go to first. He's going to go to first place for sure.
It really does look like an onshore junkie day on the North Shore out there at the moment. So Finn right at home with that turn. It was just one move, but it was powerful. There was release in the tail and a little bit of stylish flair as well. And the scores are coming through, and they look like they're going to go excellent.
Here they are. We can see them on our monitor here. Here we go. It's good signs up in the excellent range.
Wow, good judging.
And this is going to lock him into that first place.
Yeah, great consistency across the board from the panel. They knew it was excellent. We've got 3 similar scores, even one judge going as high as a 9.2. And that's on the back of there not really being a lot of high quality, big individual turns in critical sections. On-set waves laid down. Finn turns in an 8.3 and gets himself to the lead. But he set up the heat with a great start. Here we are on the GWM heat recap.
Big backhand carve to start things off. Up and into the lip for the second turn. Gets down that low road. Big foamy section, oncoming blast. And the wave tried to knock him off, but Finn McGill just too strong. And then this is Alistair Reginato, just up high into the lip in attack mode. And really seeing Alistair Reginato coming of age. Starting to realise his ability and performance in a Challenger Series event. And Matthias Hurdy waging a comeback, but this turn here, the most stylish, flared out carve that we've seen all day.
Oh, it's my favourite turn today for sure, and no surprise to see the judges went into the excellent range for it. An 8.3, Matthias Hurdy, Revere Projects team rider. He is in need of a score. Came into the event in 7th position on the Challenger Series ratings. And he could lock down his position by advancing to the quarterfinals, just a couple of progressions away from a CT berth. But he's had a tough go at it. He's been so busy in this lineup. Ian Gentile's ridden 6 waves. Matthias Hurdy, he's going to need 11 just to have a chance at getting into the top 2. He's had 10 waves already. And the best of it, a 6.83. Ian Gentile on the outside, throws the error burst. High impact landing, can't ride out.
It's a race for second place at the moment. And Alistair's looking really good up there at the moment with that 8.6, an excellent ride. Backed it up with the 4.23. Let's have a look at what went wrong here for Ian Gentile. Didn't get much speed. The approach, it was a short runway. Just didn't quite get that pop and release and the height out of the turn.
All different types of surfers, all with different weapons. But I mean, when I think about Matthias Hurdy and his talent level, I feel like he's the surfer in this pack most capable of taking down those dominant forces at the top end of the Championship Tour ranks. And that's been spoken about for a long time. He's come so close to qualifying before. He's right where he needs to be, but he needs a number at the moment, you know, to keep chasing this CT spot on his terms. And he's very reliable. He's only going to miss those big air moments.
We love Brazil. Let's go.
Occasionally, Rich. He's so consistent, so rock solid on his feet.
Exactly.
I mean, it wasn't a huge set, but he isn't chasing an excellent score at the moment because Reginato's been unable to back up the 8.6. So a medium-sized wave, but a huge turn. And, yeah, it should be enough. Waiting on numbers.
Exactly what we were talking about. Comfortable on the backhand. Right from the outset, you knew he was just lining it up, waiting for that moment on this wave. Hits this section. Really difficult landing on the flats. There's about 320 degrees, almost the full rotation, and a perfect make.
Yeah, not an easy turn to ride out of too with all that turbulence. But, you know, he's got a better than 50% ratio of stick and airs like this, and he'd already missed one earlier in the heat. So there was a high chance he was going to pull this thing off.
Mate, this wave is wobbling and warping underneath him, but he was almost safer up in the air.
The section had warts on it, Rich. It was so ugly. And he's just stuck a huge one, but Ian Gentile loading up. And he misses his launch ramp. We got a solid score coming for Matthias Hurdy. How clutch is this with just 3 minutes to go? He stomps a full rotation, backside air reverse. 8.07 is the score. He's up in a second spot. Reginato with priority on the outside. Now chasing at 6.3. He has an opportunity on this wave. Loading up. There's a bit of foam here. It's a great belt. It is a great belt. 6.3. Is it going to be the score? I think it's close. Going back to Matthias's 6.83. There was maybe a little more in Matthias's first turn, but it was a solid finish from Reginato.
Yeah, great wave for Reginato. Good comeback here, the final moments. He did a two-turn combination on the backhand to get the 8.6, but he attacked that first section. This one, it's a bit of a softer carb to start off. All the points are going to be in this final turn here. A very tight pivoting action off the top. He gets to the finish.
Well, this number is crucial. It's crucial for Matthias Hurdy. It is crucial for Luke Thompson, who will lock in a CT spot if Alistair Reginato moves up into second place here. There's just under a minute to go. Hurdy will be back out there in the lineup. If Alistair turns the heat, he might get a shot to regain that second position in the dying stages here. It's going to be so close, Rich. It was a solid finishing turn. There wasn't a lot at the start of the ride. Well, Matthias, he's not going to get back out there, so the boys shaking hands. What a heat.
Yeah, that was a really exciting heat as we get down into that under 30-second mark. These two surfers on your screen right now, waiting for a score for Reginato. And is he going to steal second place off Matthias Hurdy? Finn McGill, he's through. He's locked it in with pocket eights.
What are your thoughts here? I mean, 6.83 for Matthias on his other scoring ride,
which I'd love to see again. Let's have a look at the replay. So it comes around this section. The first turn, it's more of just a check re-entry to set up this second hit here. Messy section. He does get it vertical. Gets that weightless landing. Matthias, it's a better opening turn for Matthias.
Wow.
And it's a big hit. So looking at the replays again, I'm going to say no.
I have to agree with you. It's going to be close. We knew that. The scores are starting to fall in now. We'll get the reaction of both competitors. And it is not looking 100% at this point. The next score, I think, is going to determine it. But it feels like Matthias, you know, that flare on the backhand, it was remarkable. Incredible stuff. 3 judges have said no. It is unlikely. And, yeah, props to both these competitors showing everything at it in the final stages. The last judge, he threw a 6.8 at it. And Alistair Reginato gets the score by 0.03. And he has moved into second spot. Matthias Hurdy in third position. And Matthias now is going to have to sit back and see what unfolds in the rest of this contest. Congratulations to Luke Thompson, who is now a rookie on the championship tour in 2026. Wow.
Oh,
For me, I didn't think it was going to go there. 3 judges said no, but it's a game of averages with the scoring. And it was brought up by that final judge who also threw a 6.8 at it.
Yeah, well, there was a more than a point spread in what the judges were throwing down there. 5.7 all the way up to 6.8.
Yeah, Luke Thompson learning his fate now. I mean, he was only having the stress for 30 minutes, Rich, after bowing out of the event.
Emotions up and down like a bloody yo-yo. Qualified, Luke Thompson, welcome to the tour, mate. See you at the Rip Curl Bells Pro.
Unbelievable scenes here. I don't know what to say. You know, it was such a close one. Reginato did serious damage early on in the heat, dropping an excellent score, but that last wave, it was right there in the game of comparisons. Personally, I felt there was going to be more of a spread between the 6.83 for Matthias Herdy and Reginato's last wave, but it's fish and chip wrappers now, as they say, Rich. Old news. The result is a lock. Alistair Reginato in second place. And Finn McGill getting the victory. Matthias Herdy, nervous times for him as he watches the rest of this final Challenger Series event unfold. We're going to step out of the booth and bring in Jesse Starling and Vaughan Blakey for the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Big news in the world of surfing right now. Lukey Thompson has qualified for the 2026 Championship Tour. We're going to see him in just a couple of weeks' times in a Championship Tour Rushy at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And you can just see how much it means to him. He's pretty much an adopted Australian. But day number 4 of action here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is shaping up to be exactly what we thought it would. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey. We just can't get enough of what's going on down here today.
Every heat is just sickening. I feel like I got an avocado seed stuck right there in the middle of my neck because, yeah, you're just watching dreams sort of like bubble to the surface and then just pop like a balloon. And, you know, for Matthias Herdy there, that was just heartbreaking. He was coming in. He had his flowers, he had his balloons, he was all ready to go, and then Alistair Reginato just rips it out of his grasp. So this is the story of the day. This is the drama that we're here for. But for Luke Thompson, you know, what a lovable character. Obviously, a lot of mates on tour. Has had a couple of huge results this year. None better than a hometown win at Bolito. And, yeah, just a deserving character and a great surfer. Like, we've seen that. But look at this. On the complete opposite side of that coin, Matthias Herdy throws down the biggest backside full rotor into the most critical section. But unfortunately, you know, his backup score, it just wasn't enough to get over the top of a really fast finishing Alistair Reginato, who is, it's undeniable, he's struck a real rich grain of form here.
Yeah, we're talking 0.03 between Alistair and Matthias in that last heat. So Matthias is now going to have to sit on the sidelines and watch what's going to unfold. Right now, though, heat number 4 of the round of 32, Adair Armatriane is out there representing the Basque Country. Dil Moff, just from a couple hours down the road in the blue. Ollie Zeitz, representing the Netherlands, grew up in Hawaii alongside Eli Hanneman, who'll be competing out there as well. So already locked in for the Championship Tour. Did that all the way over at Pipeline, so got to come into this event with zero pressure on his shoulders. I mean, that's how you want to do it.
Oh, yeah, what a relief. This is one of the few surfers in this draw who doesn't have to feel anything other than just good times. But this is Dill Moffat. Throws it up on the backhand, attack mode. When you grow up at one of the world's most high-performance lefts, you're going to have a backhand that can sting, and Dill Moffat putting it on show there, Jess. I know you've seen plenty of Dill.
So much of Dill. I grew up with him, obviously, back from the hometown at North Narrabeen, and he's just always been such an incredible surfer. You know, no matter what, he was just always one of those guys. Him, Jai Glindeman as well, Benny Wilson, just so many talented young guys who have actually grown up to be incredible surfers. Obviously, Dill really focusing on this competitive route, came so close to qualification a couple of years ago, I should say, just finishing one spot out. We're looking at Dylan, he's swinging again here. He's got that 5-5 on the opening wave. Bit of a check snap, nothing too crazy happening so far. Weights off the bottom, jams it with a drift, an airdrop out of that for Dylan Moffat. So we're at home, you know, those lefts, they kind of run into the car parks, and car parks is a really sucky end section. So Dylan, he's hit really big end section lefts a lot over his lifetime, and he's using that to his advantage right now.
Yeah, you're right. That end section at Narrabeen, it's not just drainy and heavy. It gets a wobble through it as well. Yeah. So, you know, dealing with waves like this is just, it's a walk in the park for Dylan. But another thing about this guy's surfing is, look, I think he's just feeling like he wants to unleash here. Like, it's been a frustrating year by his standards. He's had such a sustained campaign of going so close, like 2-3 years. He was right there on the bubble. This year just hasn't worked out how he would have liked it to. But in this event, we've just seen a bit more intent from Dill. Like, it looks like he's really frustrated and he wants to take it out on this Surfest.
Yeah, current #1 Challenger Series rank Eli Hanneman flares the fins on this first section. Checks it for a second, comes in with a nice click on that inside one. So 3 really nice turns here for Eli Hanneman. We look back out the back now. Ollie Zeitz, little sister, just made it through to the round of 16. It's a little fuel for his fire here on a big oncoming end section. It's gotten the better of almost 100% of our competitors at some point today, but look at the heartbreak right now for Matthias Hurdy, but no one better to talk to than Julian Wilson.
He's been all the way to the pointy end of a world title clash, Julian Wilson, so he knows the disappointment that comes with this this top level, you know, ripped from your fingers to feet. He'll be wisdom. He'll be, you know, words of, I guess, relief as well. Oh, not relief. Relief's the wrong word. But there'll be comfort in whatever he's sharing here.
Look,
because
it's not over for Matthias right now. He still has a chance. It really does just depend on what other people do. He's sitting up in that top 10 rankings as we know it right now. But it's just like, he would be really looking onto this heat, thinking of guys like Dylan, guys like Adur, guys like Ollie, to go out there and take out some big names, because the more of those top seeds that fall out of the draw, the better it is for Matthias Hurdy.
Yeah, it's just that situation, isn't it? It's not in your hands. So the disappointment, I think that's what he's the most disappointed with. We saw him a lot in the, you know, around the contest in the lead up to this heat. He was feeling good. He was feeling confident. He was loving his boards. He was just super relaxed, really. And now that he's been put in a position to leave it to someone else, even though he is, you know, not in the most diabolical situation, it's just a sickening feeling that you can't control your future.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matthias, and he knows that feeling all too well. This has happened to him every single season on the Challenger Series. He's come so close. It all come down to a last event, and then unfortunately lost out early. So he then has to sit and wait for another time, hoping that this year it goes in the favour of Matthias Hurdy. But we have a look at the Championship Tour. These are our top 5 first qualifications, and what an incredible list of athletes we have there.
It is great. Yep, Eli Hanneman, he is the #1 guy coming into this event. Got it done over there in Hawaii, so very relaxed. But at this event, the 40th incarnation of Surfest, Kylie Vass got it done. George Pittar got it done. Samuel Pupo on the back of a nervous weight. He seals his spot. And we just saw Luke Thompson on the back of Matthias Hurdy, not progressing, seal his spot for next year's CT as well.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this. He is buzzing.
Lukey Thompson, his phone would be absolutely blowing up right now. So many people would be so stoked for him. A lot of his family, I know, coming out for that first event as well. Obviously, really good mates he's travelled with all throughout the year. Luke Slipen, especially one of his best mates, was there right on the shoreline when he won down at Bolito. Finn McGill, he's not afraid of winning. He's obviously one of our world junior champs in the draw here, and he just took out yet another heat win here over a very upset Mateus Hurd. He's down on the glass with Flick.
Oh, my goodness. Finn, that looked absolutely crazy out there. We were just talking about how much water is moving, how hard work it is, but you made that look easy. A couple of 8s under the belt. Looked like you were right at home in Hawaii.
Oh, it felt nice. I mean, this whole year, I don't think I got more than a 6. So I was like, oh, like kind of in the back of my head, like, I need to do something, you know? No, but waking up this morning, I was like, oh, it's big, it's wonky. I personally like it when it's big and wonky out here. It's like my first heat out here last year was kind of like this, and I was like, oh, I did pretty well. So it feeds into my strengths. I feel like I can kind of handle it. And I like that wonk. I don't know. It makes me feel at home. It's kind of like poops.
Can you talk us through that massive gouge, the 8.8 or the 8.83? Talk us through it, because that was some serious surfing, and yeah, excellent score for today's conditions.
Thanks. Was it the right? The right?
No, that was the right.
The right. Yeah. The right was one turn, I think. Yeah. The right was frick. I was paddling over to it, and I was like, these rights have been closing out pretty quick, so I don't know. And I was just like, screw it, let's go. I went, and then saw one section. I was like, oh, it's a huge rocky rights carve section. Let's go. And I kind of laid into it. I was like, oh, it was pretty clean, but like in my mind, I kind of thought it was like maybe gonna be the score. Like I think I needed like 4.7, and I was like, I think it could come over at 4.8 or whatever. Yeah, and it came in at 8, and I looked at Alistair, and I was like, what? He's like, what'd you do? I was like, a carve? I don't know. So, yeah, thanks judges. I appreciate that one. I didn't think that one was going to go that high, and I don't know, I might have to go see the replay, but who knows. It was fun out there.
Oh, no, it looked really good from our end. Talk to us about the coaches, because you're just telling me you got Ross at home, you got Doug on the road. Two very contrasting sort of approaches there, and how is it working with Doug?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. I mean, honestly, they're like polar opposites, so it's pretty awesome. Like, Ross is very, like, content and very, like, analytical and really trying to get the whole thing, you know, about being a human, everything, you know, outside of surfing as well. And Doug just comes in with this energy that's just fired up, you know, and relaxes me. I come out pretty firing, and it works in Hawaii, but it's definitely pretty difficult in these kind of waves. So that's what I noticed, and Doug kind of made me kind of pull back and come in with a different energy. And I started working with him in Portugal and Brazil, and now this, and it's been great for on the road. It's amazing. It's exactly what I need. It's good energy, always. You know, that speaker's always on the beach, you know, blasting some EDM. And yeah, I mean, I just threw on his minks too. Those things are pretty psycho for out here. Those little black tips at the bottom. Yeah, those things, a little diffuser action, going too fast, so he's got to tame me down. No, it's great. It's really great for this kind of stuff with all the water moving, all the foam and stuff. So, yeah, I'm just stoked. I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. Well, continuing on with that energy into the next round, Finn. Congrats.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Flick. Thanks, Finn. Never seen that before on the bottom of his board.
I've seen a couple of those around.
Really?
I don't really like it. They like the carbon fibre strips. Do they? What's their story? How do they affect the performance of the board? Someone needs to tell me.
Never ever
Look
come
at this.
across it. One big hit on that one. He's just trying to flare the fins out. My goodness. And you can see, look, it looks like baby fins on the back of that board there. So we'll have to get a little bit of intel into what that exactly does here. 15 minutes to go right now. No one really running away with this heat right now. We'll come back right after a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan SURFEST Pro presented by Bonsoy. We have some incredible news. We have got our newest CT surfer, Luke Thompson. Congratulations.
Oh, I can't believe it. It's like such a load to high. I came in from the water after my heat and Hoggy came up to me and he was like, this is a big heat. If Mateus loses, you qualify. And like, I mean, he deserves to be on tour. I hope he still qualifies. But I just sat on the beach watching with so many nerves. Like you always sit there, like it's like you're going into this week, like you sit here and you're like, oh, I'm in a good position, but you just like, you're so stressed about getting the all clear. And like you always think like, oh, maybe that's enough, maybe that's enough, maybe that's enough. And it's like kind of been this whole thing this year. Like it's been a wild year. Like everyone's been so high performing and it's been so cool to be a part of. And now to just get the official all clear, it's like, oh, it's the best news ever. You know, I've been dreaming about this moment since I was like, could remember. Like it's wild. I mean, I never did I think that surfing would get me to this point in life. Like it's given me everything and I'm so grateful for it. And I just can't believe that I get to spend a year on the CT and hopefully more,
Obviously, coming from South Africa, Jordy Smith has obviously been an idol of yours. You now get a chance to compete with him on the World Tour and maybe get one back on him. How are your thoughts on that and how are you feeling?
Yeah, definitely it's going to be cool to spend the year with Big George. Yeah, he's really taken me under his wing the last couple of years and taught me a lot and given me a lot of advice, and I'm just super grateful for that. And yeah, love to get a couple matchups with him and hopefully get some more going. But yeah, I'm just really excited. I think like my Challenger Series run hasn't really been your stock standard Challenger Series run. I had like this is my third full year, and my first 2 years were like pretty shocking. Like I think I made around a 60 and that was my best result. And last year was my worst year by far. I think I made 2 heats the whole year. And I didn't even go to the last event, and I just actually went to Germany and was in a wave pool there, and I just like thinking about the next year and thinking about everything going on, and I was just like, like I had like an epiphany or something, and it was just like all of a sudden I just had a belief that this was going to be the year that I qualify, and like just had this like intense amount of belief in the fact that like I was just going to achieve it this year, and went home and just gave like 110% into every aspect I could, like just into my coaching, into my like mental side of things, like working with my coach at home, Quinton Jones, and my sports psychologist, Paddy Upton. He's helped me so much with my mental performance. And then, yeah, just like dialing boards and getting everything sorted as much as I could before the event. And then came here and was feeling so good and lost first heat. And I was like, oh, but I just didn't lose belief. Like I've always thought like, you know, as long as you still have belief in yourself, like the results don't really like define who you are or what you are as a surfer. And I just went straight home and went direct to Ballito, just flew straight to Ballito and just stayed there for like a month. And then had that event, and that event was like probably one of the most special moments of my life, like achieving that and winning that in front of my home crowd. And then I kind of just wanted to go in the rest of the year and go like, all right, like I want to earn my spot on tour. Like after that, I didn't want to just get it really like handed to me. I really wanted to surf for it and like show myself that I belong on tour. And yeah, it's just wild how it all goes, like how it all plays out and how it comes down to like one heat. And I've always looked at like other guys and gone like, oh, if you just made that one heat and like you in that position. And yeah, I mean, I felt super relaxed coming into this heat. I was actually injured before the event. I like couldn't surf for like a week and a half before the event. My first surf was like a day before the event. And I just had so much positivity and so much belief. I just like was like, hey, if I can manage everything I can and just positively react to all the rest, everything will fall into place.
Well, massive congratulations, Luke. This is such a big achievement. You must be so proud. Yeah, enjoy this moment, enjoy today, and enjoy the rest of the year on the championship tour.
Thanks everyone at home for all the support. All your messages were, yeah, every bit of support I felt throughout this year has been crazy. To all the South Africans at home and just everyone supporting, like, yeah, the support means more than you guys know. And let's go, championship tour 2026. Let's do this.
Let's go.
Soak it up, Lukey Thompson. This is the moment he's been working for all year long. And even, you know, how many times have we seen someone have a big win and still not get there? You know, and he backed up such a strong performance. This crop of Challenger Series surfers is elite. And he's done it. He's in the top 10.
Yeah, shot brew. What a great result, not just for
Luke,
not just for Lukey, but you know, for South Africa, this is a massive moment for South African surfing to have another representative on the CT, along with Papa George, the big man. But let's have a look here as Oliver Zeitz pulls the trigger
Yeah, looks like he's got a bit of wall to work with down the end here. Quick, tight snap in the pocket. Lots coming back his way.
Oh, it's bringing people undone, this end section. There's so much swell today. Like, when you step outside the booth here, Jess, and you walk over, the elements just bombard you. You got wind in your face. You can really feel the swell. It's deep, it's powerful, and it's hitting this inside bank with fury. The Derg, he's got a score here, so a nice slice. Releases the fins, and yep, you know, there's been so much swell in Europe lately as Eli Hanneman goes for the... Oh, my goodness. No.
No.
We do not like seeing that front foot compression.
That looked like it hurt there for Eli. But he knows how to fall. This guy's been in that time and time again, and then Ollie getting his fair share of a bit of a punishment here as well.
Yeah, that's the one we're talking about. This
no, not
Bioglan
again.
replay. Oh, thank goodness. The front foot actually slipped off, which is exactly what you want. You don't want the weight of your body compressing over your knee or hip. We saw Jarvis Earl come undone doing just exactly that. The leg, you know, the foot gets stuck in the wax and then everything goes into the joints as the body compresses. It's not cool. So thank goodness, Eli Hanneman. That looked scary, but hopefully he's back out there and feeling good.
Obviously, Eli, like we've mentioned, already qualified for that championship tour. He wants to take home the win of the Challenger Series, though. He wants to be that guy who's sitting at #1. We saw Tia Zabrowski take home that really prestigious title, actually.
Amazing. The youngest server to qualify for the championship tour, takes out the Challenger Series in her last event, was ruthless in her interview. Like, man, the determination is terrifying.
I had the giggles, actually, when she was just so honest and open, and I was like, I love this chick. I can't wait to see her on the tour. I can't wait to see Eli Hanneman back there dealing with a lot of foam. Only needs a 3.44 though, you know, that's not a massive score. And but someone like Adur Amatrian, he's been a really strong kind of wow moment surfer. He's had a lot of heats where he's got something spectacular going and then maybe not put it together in another one. He needs to back up a score here because Eli's hot on his heels.
Yeah, Eli's perfect case scenario is he wins this event, wins the Challenger, and heads down to Bells with just nothing but fire coming off his wheels. It'd be a great thing for him to be hitting that World Tour, you know, a place he's been before, place he's had to suffer the indignity and the heartbreak of being cut from. And so it's going to be a real statement if he can hit Bells Beach with a win under his belt.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Eli get a little bit of redemption. We're going to have a look here, though, at the GWM recap, and I love to see the North Narrabeen boy, Dill Moff. He's in the lead now.
Yep, he's looking really busy here. He's had a bit of a shocking year by his standards, but what he's surfing for is a deep, deep place all the way to the finals if he can manage it and try and re-qualify for the Challenger Series the hard way.
Yeah, this was a pretty crunchy end section too. He got the drift while he was free-falling down off the lip of this wave here, and then Eli getting himself a 4.67 just with that similar, you know, clutch, kind of more freestyle surfer approach that we see from Eli.
Yeah, he looks really smooth, never forcing the issue there. And, you know, I guess the story of this heat is that no one's really found a wave to completely open up on. A lot of mid-range scores. This one from Adur was solid again. But who is going to pull the trigger here and really let fly? Dill on a huge wave, massive, out the back.
I feel like we're back in Hawaii. It's solid.
It feels like there's plenty of that Hawaiian power in the water, the Pacific. It'll dish it up. But yeah, Dylan Moffat is really hoping to go deep here. You know, a good result, and he could just re-qualify for the Challenger Series right here at Surfest in the last event. That wave was solid. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but, you know, that was a chunky one.
And Adur here on the Bioglan replay. Just that one single maneuver. He's actually just gone down into third place, so needs a 3.6 to jump back into that second. There's 3.5 minutes to go here. I ran into Dill on the boardwalk yesterday. I'll get back to this in a second. Eli Hanneman clicks with this first section. Quick transition into a lip line float on the end there, and a bit of a stylish handout drive at the end as well. So Eli, just a 4 and a 3, but he's surfing heat smart right now. This is exactly what he needs to be doing.
Yeah, ditching a 3.93. Far out. It's going to probably be around that. How much the judges will love that, like a small insider wave, even though he did have some good flow and a couple of little moments. It's just so hard for these guys to really nail scores. Okay, so here's the replay. It sort of sits up on the bank beautifully. First turn was nice. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's a good combo. Yeah, the hand jive says that he was feeling good. Yeah, what did Dill say when you bumped into him on the boardwalk?
He was gutted because he was in the heat with Jacob Wilcox that we saw, Lobby, that we saw Lobby get knocked out of, and he was like, I've never wanted to win less. You know, that was a heat. I wanted to see my best mate move through and go into, you know, that championship tour run, keep that dream alive. And obviously now Lobby's spot really at threat. And Dill was like, I would have given anything, you know, for Lobby to get through. And even at the end of the heat, Dill had priority over Lobby, and he gave him space. You know, he gave him room to try and find the score he was chasing. But unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And that's exactly what I said to him. I was like, Dill, you can't control what happens in heats. You just went out there, surfed your heat, found an absolute bomb, and it was supposed to go your way. So, yeah, it was a really kind of hurt Dylan, but he won the heat. It was kind of weird to see.
Yeah, I mean, these surfers want to earn their place. So you heard Luke Thompson say that during that interview. You know, after I got the win, I wanted to earn my place. I wanted to do the sort of surfing that showcased that I was CT ready. And I think that goes for everyone. No one wants to see anyone sort of laying over or doing favours. You got to earn that spot. And so I do feel for Dill because, you know, he had to see his mate suffer that loss. But at the same time, full respect, you know, you got to get out there, surf your own game, and at the end of the day, all's fair in love and war.
And Dill's been in that situation before where he was over in Haleiwa, like we mentioned, was one spot out of qualifying back in 2022. He finished 11th, and his top 10 go through, and Emrod went on a wild campaign to go through and take that 10th position. So if anyone knows the feeling, it's Dylan, and that's probably why he was hurting so much, because he doesn't want his mate to feel the same way he did.
Yeah, it's just the fear, I think, of everyone who is above that qualification line but who gets knocked out early. Like, because bolters come from everywhere in these final events of the Challenger Series. It's a common story. Story as old as time itself, that someone will make a late charge and a big run up the rankings. So this heat, not so much as critical in regards to that aspect, but there's still a lot on the line here for Dill Moffat and for Oliver Zeitz, who's making a name for himself with a beautiful backside snap, weightless drop. He feels it, and he's a guy who has really put himself on the map at this event.
He has 6.34. They're two really big turns, so I actually think, you know, the judges will take a good hard look at this wave. He's only had a pair of twos before that, so Ollie, he's only taken 3 waves in this 30-minute heat. He was extremely picky out there. I just hope that wave wasn't too little too late. Trying to get something going. Goes down. Dill with a nice-looking finishing turn as well. So a last-minute heroics right now from Ollie Zeitz. Adair Amatriane mathematically could have got there. You know, he's sitting in 26th, but with a loss here, unfortunately, it's back to next year's Challenger Series. Replay here, the Stone Award slow-mo. It's all in this next turn, Borno.
It is, yeah. The first turn was still cool. Like, he had to hit a pretty difficult section through a lot of chop. He hammers this section, throws in the little fin drift for a bit of extra flair, gets the weightless drop, so there's plenty here that the judges will like. As he pulled off a little miracle here, a little buzzer beater. Oliver Zeitz, as you say, his sister already through into the round of 16 on the women's, and they've been doing it, like, you know, high-fiving each other, and the next one will go out and get the result. So in with a real shot here.
Yeah, Ollie Zeitz, where's it got no indications yet. We do know, however, Dill Moff, he's going to be moving on through to the round of 16. Best result that we've seen for Dylan this year. He's had a bit of a heartbreak run and then went all the way over to Pipeline and didn't get a run in it because he's been a wild card into the Challenger Series this entire year, so just didn't get a spot into that big Pipeline showdown. There's a lot of CT surfers in that, so he got to sit on the sidelines and watch some of his best mates get incredible waves.
Oh, torture.
And Ollie Zeitz, you know, he has a dig over there too. Obviously represents the Netherlands, but grew up in Kauai, so these conditions not too astray for him as well. So it's kind of right now down to the two Hawaiians, really. A 6.34, Borno. Do you think it had enough in it?
Oh, well, look, we saw something similar in the very last heat. Alistair Reginato sort of putting up a big backside hanger that really asked the question. He got it done. The judges liked it. Like, I thought there was enough variation in this wave and down the line speed to really ask the question. Like, that first turn, sure, it wasn't the cleanest click, but it did project him out and around that foam ball.
Wow.
And he fully goes at that section.
That was a gross looking section too. It was a similar kind of section to how Alice's looked as well. There was a lot of foam on the face, some lump and bump. Chris Gallagher, an incredible coach that we have on the Challenger Series. That's who Ollie Zeeks is working with. See if we can listen in.
I didn't deserve to make it because I fell. You had the waves for sure, but you might still make it.
Yeah. Bro, on that second one, my head banged my board and my leash came off.
I was like rushing to grab your other
Yeah, you can hear there's so much power out there. Scores in though. It's a 5.93 for Ollie Zeets. So unfortunately, it's going to come in through third. He doesn't think he should have got through either. So it's going to be Dylan Moffat, Eli Hanneman moving on through. Eli keeping the dream alive of trying to take out these Challenger Series rankings, and Dylan trying to get into that top 20 picture right now.
Don't go anywhere, folks. This next heat is a huge one. More qualification drama on the line. Stay with us.
Newcastle, the home of one of the greatest surf contests ever. It's the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. 40 years we've been coming back here, and Dylan Moffat moving on through to the round of 16 with a very stoked crew of friends and family. You can see Jacko Baker, Tully Wiley down there, and one of his good hometown friends, Bo Howie, as well. He's going to have a pretty happy jog up the beach, but we've just moved into what is a ginormous heat when it comes to the stakes of qualification. Ocean Lancaster in the red, Makana Fransman in the blue, Morgan Siblick in the white, and Shion Crawford in the green. Morgs and Shion, they've got a chance. Morgs with more of a chance. He's going to kick us off here. Floats over this first section, and a lip line, white watery Rio as well for Morgs. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey. And Vaughno, I know that this is a big one for you.
Oh, it's a big one for Australian surfing for sure. You know, this guy, Morgan Siblick, everyone loves him. He's a real character. He sort of sums up what we love about Australian surfing. He's a power hound. He's cheeky. He's got an incredible character, but more than anything, he attacks the lip, and that's what we love. All of our heroes have been real power surfers, and you can see here, Morgs has come and he's ready to work, and we are in this blue-collar town. Morgan surfs for Merriweather, so he'll have a huge support network on the beach, as well as all the crew who travel with him. But this will be a tricky one because there is some real firepower in this heat as well. Ocean Lancaster and Makana Fransman, they're the stories of the event in terms of just young talent, flaring and really starting to make some noise and go deep in the draw.
Probably,
and Shion, of course,
yes,
is fireworks as well.
Yeah, probably the two scariest wildcards you could draw, Makana Franzen and Ocean Lancaster. Even thinking to Ocean, taking down Callie Bast yesterday with big 8s. Obviously, there's a lot of stakes on the line, like we mentioned. We've got the confirmation that if Morgan Siblick will qualify if he makes this heat. So this is the heat of his career right now. Has his mum, his dad, his girlfriend, his dog Mims down on the beach watching, and the entire Steel City Newcastle just cheering him on right now.
Yep, well, he's been waiting for this event for a long time. An incredible performance at Pipeline. Sent it deluxe over there to finish runner-up to Cal Robbo. So he's had plenty of time to think about this heat in the first, his first go at it. He gave us one of the biggest scares ever, like nightmares. I know, he almost threw it away. Like even Freddie Krueger was having nightmares after that one. I went to bed, I needed my like lammy and my little nightlight on. I was just rolling around going, I can't cop any more nightmares like this. So it was nervous stuff, but you know, on the positive side, you can get those little grindy ones out of the way. You can get those near misses out of the way, and then you can go about your business. And so Morgs a 5.5 to open. It's a nice score to get rolling.
Yeah, exactly how Dylan Moffat started his campaign. A pair of 5s took him all the way to the win, and he's with Flick on the glass.
Dill, congratulations. You were just saying to me it was such hard work out there. It was really hard to find a good one. You managed to find a couple of 5s, and you got the job done.
Yeah, managed to get 2 pretty quick and then just kind of sit and hang out there. Like, I kind of like it gets pretty similar to this at home, like Northie and a southerly, that you kind of get some surfs with no one out, and I kind of like surfing it when it's like that. So it was a little bit similar to home. It's tricky, obviously, like when you get caught on the inside, getting out the back kind of sucks, but I was happy to get to at the start.
Talk to me about this year. You were just telling me, obviously, you finished number 21 on the rankings year previous, so you were the first alternate for all the events. And you just said, you know, I haven't had much success, so this feels good. I'm on the glass. Talk me through your year. This is your best result so far.
Yeah, pretty much had a straight-up Barry this year. Like, haven't made too many heats, definitely haven't been doing too many interviews, so it's good to get a bit of momentum going. Like, this is obviously a really important event for a lot of people, and being, like, sort of out of the picture is like quite relaxing. Like seeing all the other guys compete for the spots on tour is like pretty exciting to see, but you know, it's kind of nice to take a breath in the last event and just, you know, feel a bit of confidence for myself because I haven't had the best year. But yeah, it's nice to get a bit of rhythm on and cheer on the rest of the Aussie lads that are vying for a spot on tour.
Yeah, speaking of the Aussie lads, I saw there was a bunch of them up there supporting you. Do you want to run through your little support crowd down the beach?
Yeah, it's cool finishing the year off here. Like, it's nice and close to home. There's a bunch of people up here. Bunch of Aussies that have, you know, everyone's doing really well. GP qualified yesterday, and there's a bunch of Aussies still, you know, waiting to see how the rest of the week plays out. And the support, you can feel it too. Like, everyone's, you know, they're rooting for each other, so it's good to see.
Yeah, all right, good vibes down here, Jesse. Congrats, Dill. You're through to the next round.
I'm not going to lie, I'm happy about that one. Love to see Dill go really deep in the draw here and just get a great result to round out the season and maybe give him a little bit more confidence rolling back into this next upcoming Challenger Series season. Right now, though, 22.5 in this one. Morg starting off with a 5.5. Let's see what he can get done here. Bowley section ahead. Bit of a late kind of lip line float here for Morgs. I could not imagine, like I genuinely could not imagine how you would be feeling. Like, how do you not just freak out going paddling into this heat?
Well, this is the job of Nathan Hedge, is to keep Morgs just completely focused on the job at hand. Don't let your head get too far out of the game or thinking about scenarios. Just get out there, approach every section as it comes. That was a pretty timid tap for a guy who has one of the most explosive backhands on tour. I think back to Narrabeen, you know, in that world title or Final 5 sort of shot that he had, Morgan Siblick, in his rookie year, and he went completely bonkers at Narrabeen, just throwing finners out the back. It's a really tight, powerful backhand that he has. But this guy, Ocean Lancaster, he's a little caught behind here, but Ocean and Morgan have spent a lot of time together over the last sort of 12 months. They've done a bunch of rip curl trips together. I've sort of spent a lot of time with them. So they're good mates. They're from the same beach as well. Ocean surfs in Merriweather. So this is an unusual position for Ocean to be in. You know, just a Grom having his first shot. He wants to go deep into the draw here as well. And look at this. There's Morgan Siblick, number 6 in the rankings. He gets through this heat. It is job done. We'll be seeing him at Bells Beach.
It's the same scenario right now for Oscar Berry as well.
Yeah.
Oscar Berry coming up in heat number 7. He needs to make that heat to move on through. But right now, if you're 8, 9, and 10, Mateus, Liam O'Brien, and Jacob Wilcox, oh my gosh, you would just be sitting at home chewing your fingernails down to the very last kind of bit of them. I
Well,
feel
the
like
elbow, the shoulder.
He's right down to the elbow. Then we take a look at down from 11 through 20, Cal Robbo, the biggest threat about everyone. He is honestly 1 heat away from stealing that spot off Jacob Wilcox. Levi Slauson and Dimitri, they have to go pretty deep in the draw, but the hope is still alive for those 2 Americans as well.
Yeah, this is what makes this day just such a big one in the context of the year. You know, it's the start of the year, but it's the end of the Challenger Series season. So there's a lot at stake, and we're just absolutely glued as Xion throws the fins over the back. This guy is so impressive. I love that he is just not scared to really add a lot of variation into his mix, even at the highest level. You know, he brings a free surfing mentality.
He does, he really does. And I feel like Xion, you know, it might happen this year, it might not, but you'd have to think also one of those guys who's not a couple years off qualifying himself. So he wants to get up on that big stage as well. Really good friends with, obviously, Eli Hanneman, the Colapinto brothers. He spends a lot of time with them too. So he's had a taste of all of his best mates kind of being there. Right now, though, Ocean Lancaster.
Upside down.
A great looking Rio on a big looking section here. Everyone, you know, kind of calls him Mini Morgs. So he'd be nervous paddling out into this heat too, knowing that, you know, one of his idols has to make it through.
Yeah, he's a real character. He's a classic Newcastle Grom, really. Got his start by actually driving down the upside down on the Stonewood slow-mo. And I think what's been most impressive about Ocean Lancaster is the speed. He is flying at sections with so much venom and just laying into them. It was the highlight of his performance yesterday, and that's why we see him here today. But this Grommet, I mean, he has got moves and he's got attitude.
He does. He's got big attitude, and it's coming in the way of a 6-point ride for that one big turn here. So Ocean currently in second. This is his first ever Challenger Series event. I was taking a look at his WSL history before this, only ever competed in 4 QSs. And he's come into the Challenger Series and made a statement and made an impact on the draw so far. He's taken out some big names like Carly Vast, how I mentioned earlier in this heat. So he still kind of needs to play, you know, dream breaker of anything for other guys so that Morgs can keep going through the draw right now. Makana Fransman, he's also been a bit of a heartbreaker this event as well. And we saw him take out Cade Matson yesterday in a bit of a heat resurf. Right now, though, Morgs and Ocean, the 2 Novocastrians in the lead. We'll see if they can hold on to it right after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and the froth today is what we came here for. qualifying surfers for the championship tour. Parabéns, congratulations to Samuka, Sammy Pupo. He's back on tour in true Guerrero style, true warrior style. 3 times coming through the Challenger to get back on the championship tour. And when we get to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, we're going to have 2 brews in the draw. That's right, Luke Thompson bringing the South African flag over to Bells. Can Morgan Siblick join that conversation of qualifiers? We're going to find out right now.
We love it, Kaipo. We are so nervous in the booth, patiently waiting to see what's going to unfold in this heat. We've got some big news because right now, 15.5 to go. Shion Crawford locks in a 6.5 and goes straight to the lead here, Vorno.
Oh, this is an amazing couple of waves here from Shion Crawford. 4.67 and a 6.5 rapid fire from this live wire performer from Hawaii. And Morgan Siblick is sitting on a 5.5, but Ocean Lancaster has a better high-scoring ride right now, a 6. So we're watching on keenly, 15 minutes to go. I've got to say, awesome little Newcastle ratty that Kaipo's sporting there, right at home.
There's a couple good rat styles and some
Love it.
random hairstyles going down here in Newcastle. There's always so many people up and down on the boardwalk. I remember last year, Stacey and I were calling it Good Boy Mile. Every single dog you could think of is up and down, and they'd all be cheering on their 2 local boys right here, Morgan and Ocean Lancaster. Obviously, Morgs, he's our 2021 Rookie of the Year, went on to get 5th in the world on his first year on that championship tour, then fell off. We haven't seen Morgs have a full year on the CT for 5 years now.
Wow.
And everyone wants him to be back there. Obviously, he had a crazy wildcard run last year. Let's see if this wave helps his cause. Waits for this section. Big Larry for Morgan Siblick. You can hear the beach go absolutely crazy. And that right there is a money Morgan Siblick turn.
That is what he banks on. You throw a section at him, and if it comes, it'll come with power, and he will match it and then some. So another little ride on the inside as well from Shion. But Morgan is going to love this. Let's look at this replay. He banks around a big wobbly section. It stands up. He lays into that turn, drops the hammer, and cracks it. Smooth ride out. Dismount. And Morgs will feel great after that.
Wow, Morgs, there was so much water coming back his way there, so just using that to his advantage, meeting power with power. You nailed it there, Vorno. Shion Crawford getting a nice couple of turns there as well. He always answers back so beautifully, Shishi, so he's going to be trying to get himself back out there, and another score on the line here. Morgs, you can just hear the Hulk screaming from the beach right now.
Oh, this is a great heat. We really hoped it would be a battle, and it's what we're seeing.
And you know what? These guys, they don't just want to kind of surf their way through it and hope that it happens. They want to win. They want to earn their spot, just like Luke Thompson was saying. Morgs trying to get that feeling himself right now. Interesting, though, we're past the 15-minute mark. We're over halfway right now. Makana Fransman, the guy who got a big 9-point ride for a full rotation yesterday, not a wave to his name here.
Yeah, this is a really slow start. Makana is just obviously looking for a certain kind of wave. It's really tricky out there. We've heard every surfer on the glass speak about just how difficult it is to get in position, be in the right spot. There's a major, major sweep. There's so much water moving around out here at Merriweather Beach today. Lots of lefts on offer, the odd right. And Morgan, again, he's already, big number about to drop for Morgan Siblick. This is going to light up Merriweather Beach.
Yeah, here it comes, 7.5. So you drop the high and the low. The average comes through as a massive number for Morgs here. 7.5, backing it up with a 5.5 score to drop for Shion Crawford as well. He's got a 6.5 on his previous to last wave. Needs a 6.51 for the lead here. And if he can get a score, which he will, it's gonna go into his top 2, absolutely. It's gonna mean big numbers required for Ocean and Makana, but we said it at the start, probably the 2 best wildcards we have in the draw.
Agreed. Yeah, Makana yesterday was sensational, as was Ocean. Off the bottom now, beautiful hook into the lip. Oh, Shion is so fun to watch. This guy, he just attacks. He attacks with flair. He'll put the board in critical positions. And as a surf fan, there's just so much to love.
So much to love about Shion Crawford. I just think his style, his energy, he kind of brings this cheeky sort of charisma to the Challenger Series, and you can see it really ooze out of him when he surfs. So he's got 2 scores to lock in now. Stone and Wood slow-mo, just clutch technique here.
Love that. He puts the board on top of the lip, pivots, gets the board slide and the free fall. It's just the one turn and it's 6 points. So, yeah, Xion is really making a statement in this event. I mean, I think of him, I just think of the most incredible clips of all time, you know, coming out of those Hawaiian seasons, gigantic, lofty backside full rotations, big barrels, but with the Rashi on, no slouch. And this is going to be the kind of heat that, you know, demands the best from all 4 surfers. Morgan Siblick, a 7.5, the best wave of the heat so far. It was a really big wave, wasn't it? It was a wave with a big section, super tall, a lot of juice, and yeah, that big punch into the lip gets the judges up and about. So Morgs.
Makana taking off on his first ride here. It's been a while since we've seen him. Not a while, we haven't seen him on his feet at all here. 20 minutes sitting out the back. It's a smaller looking inside wave. Throws the fins around. It just felt like, you know, maybe a bit of stress. Just needed to get a score on the board right now.
Yeah, I mean, that much time going by, you've got to go something. It wasn't a great wave, and it didn't give him a whole lot. He tries to, you know, the danger with Makana is he is one of those guys who can kind of just find a little nothing section, get that nose pick, tail blow. It adds a lot of, visually, just a lot to like for the judges, but you know, a wave that size compared to what we've seen from Morgan, Ocean's big backside whack, Xion, obviously, it's not going to even factor in. Obviously, doesn't get the make, but maybe just a nice feeling for Makana to at least get going.
Yeah, Xion looking so sharp. He's dropped so many big numbers. We'll take a look at them here in the GWM recap, but it's been the Morg show. Kicked us off with this really nice looking left.
It was good signs, wasn't it, from the Merriweather local. It's all on the line for Morgs in this one. Little Ocean Lancaster up into the lip, bashes that section. And he was feeling good after that, but then rapid fire turns here.
Wow.
Xion. It's a 1-2 combination. And then this thing, a huge set. Look at the section looming. Morgs, patented power into the lip there. And that's exactly what he was looking for. A beautiful snap here from Xion again. And this has just been such an exciting heat. You know, when you see these situations playing out, you want to see ripping, and now Ocean Lancaster on the inside.
Yeah, he would have heard Morgs' big number. That's a solid turn. Airdrops out of it, loses the fins on the third there, but still getting some nice damage out the back here. Morgs looking to better a 5.5. There's just a single turn, but goes down. So Ocean wants to be joining one of his heroes. Moving on through to the round of 16, needs a 6.9 to be able to do it, to take down what has been an extremely informed Xion Crawford in this heat. But wow, Ocean, he has just surfed out of body this entire event.
Such a great surfer. But watch the body torque on him. His bottom turn is so low, he spreads the wings and just whips the board around. That style there, it reminds me of a young Danny Wills, and one of Wills's things was speed. He had access to so much speed. And I really see a little similarity there in the way that they load up their top half of the body to sort of generate the speed in through turns. Ocean's got it.
So Ocean Lancaster needed a 6.9 to go up into second. Came through as a 6.57. He's brought that requirement down. It's his best wave of the heat so far. Now chasing a 6.33 to jump up into second place and take that off Xion Crawford. Xion mathematically still can get the job done and go to the CT. It has to really go his way. A lot of positive things need to fall in the swing for Xion Crawford, but if he can just keep staying alive, that dream is still hopeful. Right here though, Morgan needs to make this heat. If he does, he's qualified back on the championship tour. 2 turns and the completion here for Morgs. If he can hold the lead right now for the next 6 minutes 45, we're going to see Morgan Siblick back on the championship tour.
That's right, and he needs to hold the lead, and he needs to stay on top of his strategy in his game as well. You know, he gave us a real scare in his opening round heat, but he looks very solid here. The mind is on the job. And even this little insider, you know, he gets the completion. He's feeling it. He can feel the momentum. He's in the moment here, Morgan.
I just saw his girlfriend, Em, clinging to the rails of that Merriweather boardwalk.
It's going to rip just a chunk of it off the boardwalk in a minute.
You would just be so nervous sitting here watching on, you know, just really, she's been there for the entire journey, for when he qualified to when he fell off tour, and the last 5 years of him trying to get back there. And so to see him so close, you know, one heat away, she would just be feeling this just as much as he is. And you can see Alistair Reginado is there. George Pitter would love to have another Aussie back on tour as well. And we spoke about it in kind of similarity to George yesterday, making it back on tour. You know, if you get it fall off and you make it back on, how many times do we see it go better the second time round? And Ethan Ewing is my straight up perfect example of that.
Yeah, it's a famous story. I mean, Andy Irons, he fell off tour in his first year, came back, won 3 world titles. Yeah. It is proven, you know. I think the first time around, you can be a bit shell-shocked. It can be overwhelming. Second time around, you're like, okay, well, I've been here. I know this. I can actually, you know, really attack this now. Morgs' first year, well, he wasn't overwhelmed. He went mongrel attack dog on everyone. He took down John twice in that first season, had a shot at the world title, and then ever since then, it's just been real hard for him to really know and own his place. But he's a CT surfer every day of the week. You know, we saw him semi-final at Bells last year. He went up to Burleigh. It looked like he was going to go all the way there. Just a little bit of a strategy melt in his heat against Haleo Muniz, and he sort of let that one slide. But this guy is every bit, you know, quality, CT quality. And he's 4.5 minutes away. If he can keep his wits about him. Makana Fransman, it's been a bit of a luckless heat so far for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, just a 1.6 to his name here. He's going to add a 0.5 to that as well. So Makana, who's just been on an incredible run over the last couple of days, just not finding that same rhythm. He's always going to have that big 9-point ride to stick around in the highlight reel. I mean, that full rotation, you know, he can show that he's got an incredible bag of variety. Lukey Thompson, one of our championship tour rookies, just qualified. Wow. Big single maneuver for Makana, and just in time, he could probably get himself one more wave in this heat.
That's exactly what he was looking for. And this is a nice wave here for Makana. He comes off the bottom, hammers that section up and over. It was thick, it was juicy. And he squeezes that juice, and here goes Morgan. Well, he's just going to pull out of that one.
Yeah, a lot of wobble out there too. It's hard to find those open faces. There's M, absolutely freaking out.
I was saying that yesterday. It's classic, you know, watching the support teams, but especially the partners, the families. Ziggy McKenzie was out there yesterday. I said her dad was just melting into the pavement like a drop paddle pop. He was just that rattled. But she got the job done.
Yeah, you can see housemate Alistair Reginado freaking out for Morgs as well. These guys all live together back up on the Gold Coast. I'm sure Coral Durant is watching as well. She lives with them as well, and they're just such a cool kind of friend group. They support each other so much, and Alfie, you know, speaking a lot of words of wisdom. Alistair already moving on through to that round of 16. George Pitter there as well. Last wave score for Makana Fransman, a 6.7. So now 2 minutes 40. He's back in with a shot here. Needs a 6.2. Ocean Lancaster looking for a 6.33. And you can just, I'm nervous watching them. They're making me feel nervous.
That's a great score for Makana. And you're a fool to write him off. He can just turn on at any given moment. If the section looms, we could see something completely out of the box from this kid. Oh, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. I guarantee you Australia is watching on. One of the most lovable characters in surfing. He's on your screen right now. He's leading this heat. He's where he wants to be at this stage of one of the most important heats of his entire career. And it's been toil, it's been hard work. Morgan works as a lifeguard on the North Coast, you know, basically to earn enough coin to keep on doing this, to keep following his dream. So this is huge.
And what a comeback story. You know, if he can hold on for the next 90 seconds, this comeback story has been 5 years in the making. He has not backed down. He has not shied away from the task of getting back to where he knows he belongs. 90 seconds to go. It's been an incredible dream relationship between Morgan and Hogg, one that the surfing world didn't know they needed. And now he's so close to getting another full year on the championship tour. Shion Crawford, he's trying to keep his dreams alive as well. Needs a 7.6 for the lead. That wave is going to close out. Ocean Lancaster, let's keep an eye on him. 60 seconds to go, has priority, and he's chasing down a 6.33. Morgs keeping such a close eye on Shion here, has priority over him. So even with the lead, is still playing defense.
Under a minute to go. This has been a great heat, a real fight. And we're watching on. It's unbearable. It's absolutely unbearable. 40 seconds. And we could have another CT qualifier. And the Ocean just seems to be having a little breather.
Wow, Shion's going to go this wave here with 30 seconds to go. It's not much is going to happen. It's not going to add to the equation here for Shion. 20 seconds to go. Morgs goes left with 15 seconds on the clock. This could be the wave onto the championship tour. Goes down, but we look to our scoreboard. We've got scores for all 4 of our surfers here. Ocean Lancaster, 5 seconds to go. Gets this wave here. Needs a 6.33. That's not going to do it either. And it feels like, with looking at all of those waves, taking it all into equation, no one is going to take the lead off Morgan Siblick here.
Here he goes.
I feel like this is it. It feels like this could be, we'll wait for these scores to lock in, but it finally might have just happened.
It's not official, but there's celebrations beginning here in Camp Siblick. And we'll wait till these final scores lock in, but look at the Hoggy. The vein is starting to throb, the trotters are starting to fire up.
He's done it. Morgan Siblick is back on the championship tour for 2026. He joins an incredible class of surfers, and what has been 5 years in the making, we finally get to see Morgs back right where he belongs.
It's been a new Morgan, there's no doubt. His attitude has shifted. He looks steely. His resolve has been unbreakable. He finally got the big breakthrough result at Pipeline where he was sending it deluxe. And it looks like the dream has come true. There it is, qualified for the 2026 CT. And we can finally breathe.
Mims getting in the action as well. Dill Moffat too. Wow, what a moment. You know, I just feel like there's been such an emotional roller coaster here for Morgan.
It's locked in. It's official. Stomp your feet and light a match, Australia. Morgan Siblick is heading for the tour.
He's back. We're going to see him in the jersey full season, starting off at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Ocean Lancaster getting knocked out there, but a big part of his journey and refiring the fuel for Morgs to get back there.
He's been working so hard. I know there's been a big crew up at Burleigh that he does a lot of training with as well. They'll be watching on. Shout out to the crew up there who have been part of this journey. So many people have been invested in the success of Morgan Siblick. You know, he really is unique. He brings so much life to professional surfing, and he's going to be a welcome addition to that 2026 CT.
What a story of resilience too. You can't help but get emotional to think just the up and down, back and forth journey he's been on over the last 5 years, feeling like he's on top of the world, to now falling off and then getting back there. Morgan Siblick, he's back on the championship tour. Let's see who else can get there right after this break.
Newcastle, Steel City, a city based around the beach lifestyle that Novocastrians truly enjoy. An eclectic mix of dining and shopping, as well as a vibrant surf community, home of four-time world champ Mark Richards.
There he is, Morgan Sibling, on his way back to the championship tour in 2026. And as Jesse and Vaughan pointed out, he has toiled on the Challenger Series since being bumped off the CT. And how good is that? Four-time world champion Mark Richards, the king of Merriweather and the king of Australian surfing, down here to watch Morgan's heat and congratulate him. Huge. His folks on hand.
All that hard work's paid off.
The hard work has paid off. And Vaughan mentioned that, you know, Morgan's been obviously backed by some sponsors, Rich, but he's needed to go back to work as well. He's been working with City of Gold Coast lifeguards up there at Snapper Rocks. The cool thing about that for Morgs is when he's on a break and the waves are good, he's out there warming up. But he has looked to be in incredible form through the opening stages of this season. We saw last year what he can do in a championship tour event. We've seen him on that CT before. And he's back. He's back in a big way.
Yeah, he certainly is. And it was basically here at Newcastle where he announced his arrival, right? And everyone was like, who is this guy? You know, Morgan Siblick. He's got this weird second name, but geez, man, he can surf. And then, unfortunately, you know, he dipped off the tour. He kind of came in with a bang and then disappeared, and then went through a bit of a slump and has worked his butt off to get back there. The form's returned. And just so amazing to see him back on. And we'll see you down at the Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach, in a couple of weeks' time, Morgs. Good on you, mate.
Heat number 6 now getting underway. We've got Carly Vast, who also stitched up his place on the CT earlier in the event. Levi Slauson, he's chasing glory in this contest. He's still got a fighting chance at getting into the top 10. Important heat for him. Reef Hazelwood performing really well. One of the top scorers of the contest so far is out there in the white. And Keone Lassa, he is out there in that green jersey. Loading up here at the moment. And doesn't see an end section in sight. Couple of quick rides there for Carly Vast. Throwaway scores by his standards. 2.83 for Levi. And it's going to be just a 1-point ride for Keone on his first effort. Priority with Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, Reef, of course, has been one of the standout performers of the last few days. I think he top scored yesterday, perhaps, and really bringing a new brand of surfing underlined by power. And here he is, the man up and riding. Reef comes up against this big section and just gets
eaten alive.
Totally slapped down. Oh, man, that'll rattle the cage. And looks like he's busted a leash. So not only has he just copped one to the head, bang! Oh man, that would, and believe me, that is not a soft section of whitewash. That was full force, slapped down. Now he's got a bit of a swim ahead of him. So Reef will make his way in. Hopefully, well, I don't know if any leash was going to be up for the challenge.
You know, these competitors, they've already faced a major challenge to kick off the year on their road to these final events of the Challenger Series, competing at Pipe. So they're in tune, they're super fit, they're primed and ready to go. A little different here in the booth, Rich. After a hot summer and a great Ashes test between Australia and England,
and now the footy started.
And a fridge full of Stone and Wood Pacific Ales that's not in the best shape at the moment. No. And now we've got a couple of months sitting around watching other people surf.
What hope do we have?
Yeah, very little.
Absolutely nothing.
So it'll be a quick change up here for Reef. We'll get that new leash on. Hits the pits for a moment. But you can see the attacking mindset of Hazelwood. What a day we've had, Rick. There's been so much big news to report. There's been some stressful moments for some competitors, and the stress will continue for some that have been knocked out of the mix. Matthias Hurdy is one of them, who's sitting toward the back end of that top 10, and he's now watching these surfers like Levi Slauson, Shion Crawford, who just progressed through that last heat, powering through the rounds, getting closer to their big goals in this event. So congrats once again. Samuel Pupo locked in today. Luke Thompson, it's official, he'll be on the CT. And Morgan Siblick in that last heat, getting it done. Looking forward to hearing from Morgan in a moment. But on the outside right now, Cal Vast sizing up his options. You look at these conditions, he's going to have a fantastic chance of finishing off this Challenger Series in style with the extra swell on offer. But here's a look at the men's live rankings at the moment.
Yeah, let's check this out. So Eli Hanneman still in the event. Cal Vast out there at the moment. Morgan Siblick, we know he just secured his spot with a win in that last heat. And Oscar Berry coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, Oscar, if he progresses through to that round of 16, he will also be on the CT. So it's been a big one this morning for that Yamba and Gary region. Oscar Berry spent a lot of time down there as well. That's where Morgan sort of splits his time between, as a kid, he split his time between that zone and here at Merewether.
Yeah, so with rough calculations, Ronnie, excuse me, after this next couple of heats, we could potentially have 7 to 8 guys locked in, leaving only a couple of spots up for grabs for these guys to try and jump in and steal. Callum Robson coming up soon as well. He'll be in the same heat as Oscar Berry and Dimitri Poulos. So we've got 2 of the contenders coming up in the next heat.
So as it stands, Jacob Wilcox is still the number 10. So no one's made the jump yet into the top 10 from outside. But Levi Slauson, he's edging closer and closer, and we know Callum Robson too is really moving fast up that leaderboard, or adding to his points, I should say.
Yeah, there's basically been a lot of movement up and down, bit of leapfrogging going on within the top 10. Cal Vast up and riding.
Yeah, Cowley just works his way through a bit of a setup carve there, but there was no closeout section to lay into. He's going to kick out of this one, 20 minutes to go. Just a welcome increase in the size of the waves. We'll take it even with the wind. There's been some great moments today, some fantastic highlights, which we'll be able to dive into on the Stoningwood post show later on. Here we go, Levi on the replay.
Yeah, replay here of Levi Slauson. Beautiful style on the backhand.
Solid.
That finishing turn, an exclamation point.
Levi part of that really tricky round of 64 heat, which was resurfed, and he did well to, I think, just reset and get himself back into a position to stay alive in this contest. Cade Matson not so lucky as Cal Vast makes his way out. I think we've got a solid score coming for Levi here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here of Keone. Beautiful opening turn up on the roof. Does well to try and get that second manoeuvre in, but fails to complete.
Slick style, isn't it? Low centre of gravity.
Yeah,
kind of rode the roof of that wave. Kind of shades of CJ and Damien Hobgood in that approach. But this is a big one. Keone, I think, for me, Rich, it's definitely the underdog, but we've seen so many of those lesser-known names stand up big time here at Merewether for the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We've seen some magic runs, that some of them continuing, and a couple of great storylines playing out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a bit of a breakout event for some of these youngsters, first-timers on the Challenger Series, having a crack at it. And look at this, 7.17 for Levi Slauson. A great start to his campaign in this heat. Sitting on a 2.83 as his backup. We know that he'll ditch that at some point.
So just 10 surfers from the top 30 remain in contention for the title here at Surfest, as we see the Stoningwood slow-mo of Levi's last move here.
Oh, beautiful arc off that lip as it started to come down, and just a little mini claim there. Just understanding the importance of this heat in the scheme of things for his career.
17.5 minutes to go. Levi at the top of the order at the moment, right where he needs to be. We are going to take a Bonsoy brew break as we drink in the beautiful views here at the coastline at Merewether.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Welcome back to the show. Heat 6, the round of 32 underway here at the moment. As we have a look at some of the former winners, can see, well, plenty of recognisable faces there. Barton Lynch, Shane Bevan. Who else we got? Taylor Knox.
Tommy Carroll, Damien Hardman.
Matt Wilkinson. Wendy Botha. Vanessa Osborne. Philippa Anderson.
Beck Woods.
Sally Fitzgibbons, who's still in contention to, I think, become the most winning SURFEST champion. Beck Woods won plenty of junior events here too at SURFEST, so she's kind of the SURFEST GOAT at the moment. As we see, Keone up. He had a 5.33 earlier. He had a 3.5 for that one, and this is a replay of Levi Slauson. Big float to get started.
Oh, and then finishes up with a tidy hit on the inside, so that's 2 ways back to back. Levi's dropped another good score here, 6.33, so finds himself at the top of the order. Wow, things are going his way at the moment.
And Sanitas, they'll be tuned in and watching Levi very closely on his run through this event. Still has a fighting chance of getting himself onto the championship tour. Just on 14 minutes to go, someone shaping up to take off on this one. And it is going to be Levi up again. So he's had a flurry of waves. That one's not going to go on the top 2. And we are going to hear from Morgan Siblick after getting the news flick that he's on his way back to the CT. How cool.
Oh, it is so cool. Taking him a while to get up here because he's had so many congratulations on the way. Morgs, this moment has been 5 years in the making. Talk to me about how that feels. Must be a big sense of relief.
Oh, it feels, yeah, I don't know, it feels so amazing. I was pretty nervous getting ready for that heat, and I don't know, I was a bit frantic, and I don't know, stoked to get the job done. Halfway through, looked in on the beach, and it was just jam-packed with the local community down here supporting me, and I don't know, thanks just everyone that supported me over the past couple of years. It's been a long journey, and yeah, I don't know, it was put in a lot of work the past year or two, and good to see it finally paying off, and I'm in the right direction, so I'm stoked.
Can you talk to me a bit more about the work in the last couple of years? Because it seems like to me the attitude's kind of shifted. A few things you've been doing a bit differently. You're obviously working with Hogg. Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah, I don't know, just I don't know, it's never been said really between me and Hogg, but it's kind of just the aura, it's just pretty much giving your best effort no matter what, and I don't know, waking up and kind of, I don't want to look back on my career and just think like, oh, if I did this or did that, then I might have got there. So I've just been kind of doing everything that makes me feel like I'm on the right path, and yeah, it paid off. So I'm just so stoked, and yeah, I don't know. Feels amazing. Just, yeah, thanks to everyone for the support along this long journey, and hopefully can stay there on tour this time.
So you're back this year. Obviously, you've got the full schedule ahead of you. What are you most looking forward to for the World Tour?
I don't know, just everything. I guess like I'm pretty keen to go to Cloudy, and compete there. That'd be sick, and chokes, and just I don't know, all those epic waves you get to surf on there and just travel and yeah, have a hell time.
Awesome. Well, you heard it, guys. You're gonna have a hell time this year on the tour. Morgs, congratulations.
Yeah, huge. I mean, you can still see he is focused on getting, that dream result that all proud Merriweather surf riders want to chase down that title here at Surfest. But that is a massive relief and release for him. But he's dealt with the pressure so well in the last few events, Rich. To get himself up into the top 7 with a second place finish at the Pipe Challenger. And just the confidence he surfed with in this event, super impressive. Only 4 spots left, mate.
Yeah, he was amazing at Pipeline for sure. And Morgan's locked himself in for next year, or for this year, excuse me. So we've got 4 spots left to fill. Potentially, some of those will get snapped up in the next couple of heats. And then our picture really starts to present itself of what the tour is going to look like at the first championship event. But we're not done that yet. Still got some housekeeping to do, and this heat in the water, Levi Slauson, he's in control at the moment.
Oh my goodness, that was a hectic wipe out there for Keone. Just viced into the sandbar there by a thick lip. Well, Carly Vast has been super busy. Kelly unable to stick a wave there, but that was his 9th ride.
Yeah, this is uncharacteristic for Callie Vast. We are used to seeing him rock solid and yet to convert any type of score. Oh, geez, that was late and a little bit dangerous and awkward on the fall as well. Beautiful bottom turn and setup. Just got buckled right at the end of the turn, but still pretty good signs from him if he can put one of those together.
Look out, here goes Reef Hazelwood with speed. Well, you don't often see that. The tail got a little sticky on takeoff. An awkward fall there for Reef. But always so exciting when he just starts to load up and aim for the sky. So a lot of, obviously, people tuned in watching Levi's run through the contest, also watching him really closely probably are those surfers in those last 2 spots on the top, in the top 10 at the moment. Liam O'Brien, Jacob Wilcox, and of course Matthias Hurdy, who fell out of the mix. Because Levi's looking pretty good here, Rich, with a couple of, well, the 2 highest numbers of this heat so far. He's well and truly in control, and he's got priority.
Yeah, looking good. This is exactly how you want the heat to go. Out in front, 2 highest scoring waves of the heat, and everyone else chasing. That starts to build pressure underneath you. Certainly, Callie Vast needs to get a number on the board pretty quick, otherwise he's going to fall behind. Only 8 minutes to go. We know this paddle out takes a lot longer than what we've seen all week. You need a good 5 minutes to get yourself out the back.
How good is the Newcastle flight cam vision there on a beautiful day here in the city of Newcastle, Merriweather, giving us the ultimate stage for the final event of the Challenger Series. And this is was always going to be one of those, well, every round is critical, but this one in particular, top seeds, trying to hold off those outside the qualification mark. And there has been some moments, some tough moments to watch where people have just let the occasion get the better of them. The nerves.
Well, perhaps a little moment of clarity, just getting a rinse there from Levi Slauson.
Just saying, give it to me. Give me more. Has a 7.17 and a 6.33. He gave up priority there, so sort of surrendered a bit of that lineup control.
It's almost a little bit of a Lieutenant Dan moment when...
Is that all you got?
From Forrest Gump. Is that all you got? Just me and you. Let's go. Here we go. Reef Hazelwood streaking down the line. Just gets caught a little bit in that lip and unfortunately trips over.
He's looked so sure-footed on his road through to this round. Yeah, and he's kind of all over the place out here at the moment.
Yeah, this is a new look, Reef Hazelwood, and unfortunately not for the better. Just needs to click into gear, but just coming up to this tricky section. Look, these guys got to be forgiven. They're actually making the surf look a lot better than it is. It's super hard to ride out there, no doubt about it.
I think too, in Reef's previous high-scoring heat, that there wasn't a hell of a lot of wind, so it was an easy decision just to focus on those rail turns in order to fetch your scores. Today, it's just inviting, you know, a really strong aerialist to take flight, and he looks like he's been in two minds a couple of times.
Well, you would think that Reef would just take to the air at any given opportunity when the wind is like this.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do, but he's not getting the ramp, and he's sort of not reading the earlier sections of the wave like he has been.
Okay.
Just under 6 minutes to go. He's got time. We've seen some last-ditch efforts, but Keone's in second spot, and he's only got a couple of mid-range scores himself. So Reef only after a 4.37, and Carly Vast not out of it, even though he doesn't have even a semi-decent score to speak of. He can get himself up in a second with a 6.5.
Yeah, if Cowley can get a score on the board in the next, I guess, minute and a half, he will have that opportunity to get back out there and back it up with a second score. But he's going to need two, because you get the feeling like Keone Lassa is going to improve his second score. And same with Reef Hazelwood, sitting on a 1.93, which is not how the heats have played out for him in his first couple of rolls at it. He has been a high scorer, converting on almost every opportunity. Cowley Vast just showing a bit of frustration there, trying to get into that ride.
Let's dive into the GWM heat recap here. It's all going the way of Levi Slauson at the moment, a 7.17 here.
Yeah, Levi has been in total control from the opening buzzer. Streaking down the line on this left-hander, a huge projection floater sets up that final hammer, and just a complete 90-degree redirect on the lip of that wave.
So time ticking by.
You know, when the highlight reel and the GWM heat wrap-up is only two waves.
Yeah. If you're the only one featuring in it, and it's not because you've had a hideous wipeout, then you know that you're doing something right. Levi Slauson, you know, grace under pressure, really. Super composed. Feels like he's not surfing with nerves. Standing back on the tail of his board, waiting for the wave to kind of present those sections, and getting his timing just really accurate. Everyone else has just looked a little more desperate. Kind of tried to go for the shortcut and stomp something big on a critical section, and they haven't converted.
Water clarity still very good up here around the Newcastle area.
We've got a big clash coming up next. I mean, they're all big, but the next one could see another surfer take control of their destiny and progress through to the round of 16 and lock up a place on the championship tour. That's Oscar Berry. Callum Robson also just outside the top 10 in 11th position. Callum's just a couple of heat wins away from stitching up his place on the CT. Dimitri Poulos stays alive with a shot if he can keep powering through the rounds of getting into the top 10.
Three contenders in the next heat, Ron, and it doesn't take a mathematician to work out that we're only going to take two through, so someone's hopes are going to be ditched out.
Yeah, and Ben Lawrenson is a danger man in that heat. He's been surfing great And to help us call heat number 7, we're going to bring in a special guest. So make sure you stick around for it, because he's got great insights on the surfers out there in this lineup. He's a pipe master. He won in Tahiti. He won all over the world. And he challenged for world titles. Rich, I'll give you no guesses as to who it is. We'll keep the crowd guessing, but right now we're seeing Reef Arpi. He's just trying to surf his way back into some kind of form, and it's not a very convincing effort. Just over 2 minutes to go. He's got to put his head down and motor back out there, back in 3rd place. He is after a 4.37.
Let's check the replay here of Reef Hazelwood. It was a nice snap to start things off, really aggressive up and over that foamy section, and then the wave just sort of let him down in terms of opportunity for him to convert it into a better number. Oh, ouch. Keone Lassard goes down in a big way.
He's got to be careful.
That was a bad fall.
Keone, yeah, he'll be lucky to make it back to the beach with his legs. The beatings he's been taking out there, throwing everything at these punchy closeout sections.
Oh, man. Well, this is potentially his last attempt at putting some scores on the board. So door's still wide open as far as I'm concerned, with 50 seconds on the clock. There's still opportunity for Reef and Cowley. Reef only needs a 4.37.
Just blown away by the way some people have dealt with the pressure of this huge moment, as we see Cowley Vars trying to save his place in the draw here. He's sweet. He's got his CT berth, but he was only 1 place away from hoisting the Mark Richards Trophy at SURFEST last year. 20 seconds to go. And that might have been his last shot at it, because he was after a pretty decent score, 6.5.
It's not a bad wave. He tagged it twice.
6.5, it's got to be the second best ride.
Oh, just stabs it up there for the first turn. Second turn had a bit of flair on it as well, so definitely not straightforward. There's something to think about there for the judges. By far his best wave, and you just think, you know, if out of the 10 attempts that he's had already, if one of those had been at least a 3 or a 4, then the requirement would have been down at a 5. And I mean, that last wave for sure, I think it's going to be in the 5 range at least.
Yeah, in a heat that didn't have a whole lot of highlights. It was definitely one of the better rides. But there'll be some comparisons to the work that Levi Slawson did, and that heat couldn't have gone any better for the surfer from Encinitas, California, because he had all the rhythm. He got himself a couple of good scores, and everyone else was kind of struggling. But we're waiting on a number to come through here for Cowley Vast. Did so well to get that first turn done, where there was still a bit of steepness to the first section.
Yeah, really did well to fit 2 turns into a wave that probably only had 1 turn on it for most mere mortals.
So busy in the lineup, wasn't he? That was his 11th wave. Everyone else had 5 waves. Scores starting to come through. He's after a 6.5 to knock Keone out of 2nd spot. First couple of judges say no dramas, and as do the rest, it's a 6.73. And the Olympic gold medalist survives the round of 32 and is on to the head-to-head clashes, where he has a massive competitive advantage. Levi Slawson, congratulations on just maintaining your place and keeping the dream alive.
I had a feeling, just the intensity of those 2 turns from Cowley Vast. But that man there, Levi Slawson, he dominated that heat from start to finish. Joran Daru just breaking it down. I think Cowley's kind of surprised himself. That would have felt like a horrible effort, but he's done enough.
He's proven to be a super coach, isn't he, Joran Daru? We're going to take a quick break here. Stay with us, because joining us next, a special guest right here in the booth. We love Newcastle, and someone else who's fallen head over heels for this joins us now. It is Julian Wilson, mate. Great to see you. And what is it about this city, Jules, that's just seen you relocate and just throw yourself right into the community here?
Well, obviously love, Ron. Fell in love with the Novocastrian and planted myself here eight years ago now.
Yeah, unbelievable, mate. You also got your name on that trophy, which is really special. The 40th anniversary of SURFEST this year. Man, Warren Smith and his team put together such a great event.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been coming here my whole career, from staying in the YHA and at Newcastle as a grommet from about 14. My brother bringing me down and competing at Newcastle. And I've always had a great relationship with Warren. He has just a significant, importance on all the athletes that come, no matter what level you're at. I think they all feel that. And for Warren to stick around and put his heart and blood, sweat and tears into this event for 40 years is something to really hang his hat on. And I think all the surfers here are sort of helping him sort of celebrate the event. The waves are turning it on. It's all coming together this week. It's exciting.
It sure is, mate, and really exciting for you. Congratulations once again. Revere Projects, apparel partner for SURFEST in its 40th year. The pop-up store is mind-blowing. Rich and I dropped in when we arrived at Newcastle, and you know, that collaboration with Crumb Cafe is awesome, mate. But the full range on display, it's something to behold and something you should be really proud of.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. It kind of feels like one of the best results of my career to be sponsoring a final event of the Challenger Series with a brand that I put my heart and everything into. And yeah, just be here to be a part of this, and just recently sponsored this lovely young fella here who, oh man, he's on a bit of a roll and showcasing his potential so far this week. But yeah, let's talk about Benny here for a second. Look at this.
This guy is a major threat, isn't he, in this heat? A consequential heat for Callum Robson in particular. And here goes Cal. This is a replay of his first effort.
Yeah, beautiful two-term combination there for Cal.
He'll like that start.
Yeah, it's a good start. Just sets the tone. Just puts that confidence boost into you.
Wow.
And Dimitri Poulos, what a finishing turn there. Dimitri kicked off his Challenger Series with a great performance here at SURFEST. And it feels like he might finish it the same way. As we see Oscar Berry up.
Wow,
Oscar well inside the top 10 on the rankings coming into this final event. And we are getting news, really positive news for Oscar Berry's team, that he may have already stitched up his place on the CT. Wow. And there it is, Oscar Berry, the young gun, who we have watched come through the junior ranks here in Australia. A great skateboarder, has that very progressive approach on lock, but in recent times, Jules, he has bulked up and his power is undeniable.
Absolutely. He's had a little bit of a run of injuries, halting his sort of full potential being on display. A few minor setbacks. I know a few years ago he was still loving his skating, had a bit of an injury from skating, he's put the skateboard aside and he's chased his dream, and this is a massive bucket list tick for him. He's put so much time and effort in, and he's just been on a roll this year, and he's showcased his potential, and it's always been there, but just stringing all the results together and being consistent enough to clinch a spot on the CT. I'm so happy for him. It's a huge day for him.
I wonder if he knows. I wonder if he paddled out knowing that he'd already qualified, because
well, we only just got word.
So he wouldn't know. He'd have no idea. But this is, I love seeing Oscar qualify. He's a big surfer with some big turns, and I feel like that's going to be suited to the tour. Jules, you want to talk to that just for 1 second? Like, how important is it to have that foundation of power once you make it and qualify for the championship tour?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you need to have the full repertoire. I think Oscar has always showcased that he can link together from rail to rail major maneuvers, which is what you need to be doing at the CT level, and then obviously, when you get those heats on the CT and Winky goes onshore and Bell's, the waves go onshore and it comes down to one major manoeuvre, he's got all the airs as well. So he's going to be a big threat going into the CT this year, and one to definitely keep an eye on. And, he might just get to that next level of confidence and shackles fully come off, and, he hasn't showed his full potential yet. So excited for him this year, and I'm sure he's going to set the world stage alight.
Huge couple of heats, and we just saw another big one, an impressive performance from Levi Slawson, Flick.
It was so impressive, Levi, a really big heat in the scheme of things. You said you're just taking it heat by heat before, but yeah, I mean, you're sitting underneath that cut line at the moment. How are you feeling? You keep advancing through at the moment.
Yeah, it's I mean, it being the last event, it's pretty hard to deny that, like, I'm not thinking about what's happening. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, people are losing and whatnot, but none of that really matters if you're not making heat. So, like, that's kind of the attitude I've tried to take this week, is just, like, I've had a rough couple events after the US Open. I just could not find a rhythm and just seemed to get unlucky with, like, heat times and wave quality and stuff. But, yeah, here I just, like, want to focus on good surfing. And, yeah, like, I'm still young. I got a lot of time ahead of me, and yeah, making the tour would be amazing. I really just want to make myself proud and have fun serving heat. So it's like my biggest thing is just to have fun. So I'm just happy to keep going.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your mindset? You've obviously had a few challenges throughout this event. Yesterday, you had to with the resurf. You made it through. Today, we were presented with really big, challenging conditions. We were talking about it. Talk me through the mindset and how you're shifting and adapting so well.
Yeah, the resurf of that heat yesterday was super strange. I actually was like about to paddle out, and my understanding was that we were gonna have 10 minutes left to serve our heat, and then Will Hayden-Smith told me, like, right before I paddled out, he's like, hey, it's back to 30, and I got kind of mad about it. But then my coach Chris Gallagher just looked at me. He's just like, hey, dude, like, this is you. These are your conditions. Like, don't let this bother you. Like, get fired up and go out and use this, like, anger and put it into your heat. And it worked out. I mean, I felt really bad for my friend Cade, and we work all year for that stuff to happen. It's a little unfortunate. But yeah, just like today I woke up and the waves are totally different. I haven't surfed it like this, but I have a really good board. I'm actually on the same board that I won the US Open on. So stuck to my feet. And yeah, like I said, it's a really fun beach break. It's kind of like home. So I'm just having fun.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Levi. On to the next round. Keeping the dream alive. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick. Levi Slawson, he's still chasing, got work to do, but we're going to have a look at the live rankings now. And as you can see, 7 spots have been stitched up, only 3 remain. It is it's getting down to the nitty-gritty now, Rich.
It certainly is. So Matthias Lobby and Jacob Wilcox, they are in the danger zone here. Callum Robson, Levi Slawson, he's just jumped up into 12th. So moving 3 spots with that last heat wind. Dimitri Poulos, he's in reach as well. And Shion Crawford also has a shot at this thing, still in the event. Outside shot and a couple of things that have to fall into place, but still exciting. We knew it was going to come down to this, but this is great. 3 tickets left on the bus.
Yeah, amazing. Nerve-wracking times for Jacob Wilcox and Liam O'Brien in particular. With I guess the good thing for them is Callum Robson and Dimitri Poulos are in the same heat, so there is a chance that another person may be bumped out of contention here. It's something that you keep an eye on. They're both outside the qualification mark at the moment, sitting in 3rd and 4th. 18.5 minutes to go. Julian, you're a pipe master. Getting a victory there at any level is such a difficult thing to do. You're going to face really tough local opponents in that event. What did you make of Callum's run through the pipe challenger?
Very exciting.
Well, here we go. We get Benny Lawrenson up here. Just can't get back up to that next section. But it was a clutch performance because he jumped 23 places to give himself a fighting chance here in Newcastle.
Yeah, and he just did everything. He just did what he needed to do the whole time, and then he showcased his full repertoire in the final when the conditions got tricky. I would say, hands down, best performance I've watched him throughout a whole event, just building, making the right decisions, not trying to get 2 8s, just made his way through the whole event, and then absolutely sort of showcased his repertoire in the final, and brought home the trophy and put himself in a position to have a crack at getting back onto the World Tour, which was a pretty long shot before the Pipeline event. So hats off to him, and he's got a good start in this heat. It's 3.5. Thought that could have maybe been a little bit higher, but he looks good on his board. The conditions are fun. There's, all the surfers that are battling this week, this is all that they can ask for. They've got opportunity. They've had pumping waves yesterday. Some trickier waves with the bigger swells and a bit of wind today, but still plenty of opportunity. Everyone's getting their opportunity, even the resurf. It's not necessarily the way they want it to go, but there was ample opportunity in that resurf. That was wicked.
My goodness, Oscar.
That was wild.
We're going to see a replay of that one. 16.5 minutes to go here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. It's official. Oscar Berry on the championship tour in 2026. He has qualified. A rookie, another exciting new name added to the field, and he will get the full season to show us what he can do. Well done, Oscar. And out there at the moment, he's sitting in third spot. Dimitri Poulos kicked off this heat with a 7.17. Love this guy's approach, super clean style. There's another great hit on the back end as he looks to bring this one through to the inside. Still adding extras, a little fin ditch there. Great control, good style, smoothing out all the lines on that last ride.
Geez, he surfed that well.
He's going to make the jump from back in fourth place into the lead. During the break, we also had Callum Robson dropping a score, 5.73, to get himself back on track. But Ben Lawrenson out there with priority. And we're going to get Julian to tell us a bit more about this exciting goofy footer. It's just got the meanest backhand. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's been showcasing it this week. He's taken the opportunity by the horns and been surfing really well, making some good decisions, showing the world what he's capable of. Been lucky to sort of be in his corner this week. He's excited. It's almost trying to get him to contain that excitement and realise that he belongs at this level. And he's harnessing it. He's proving it, and I'm excited for him. I think he's in a good position in this heat. He's gonna definitely get a few more opportunities, and it's exciting to be sponsoring Benny, and he's from the Sunshine Coast, and he showed me a photo yesterday of us getting a photo at first point when he was a microgram about my waist height with my hand on his head, and now I get to sponsor him, and he's in the challenger level.
What about this turn here, Jules?
Oh, he surfed this wave so well. See how patient he was off the bottom, and just knew timing was key, and executed that wave, I guess, as well as you really could have. That was great surfing.
So hard to come off the bottom and extend that bottom turn and hold that rail for that length of time, especially in conditions like this. There's basically moguls all over the face of these waves. And, well, Dimitri just did such a fine job of ironing out all those creases and just making it look ultra smooth. It's going to be a decent score.
It is a decent score, 7.07. Up in front now, Callum Robson in second spot. Oscar Berry, he's had some moments, almost stuck a huge backhand jam before, but he's desperately fighting for the finish, and you couldn't say that was a completion. Didn't have that great control. He's definitely fighting for it.
Well, Mateus, Liam and Jacob, they'll be hoping that Oscar gets through this heat, because he's already qualified, and he just wants Oscar to steal some points from above, not below.
Oh yeah, they're cheering for this guy too. Ben Lawrenson, who's going to take flight here. Good control, working it over, committed to taking this one through to the inside, seeing if there's anything he can juice out of it down the line. Here's a replay of Oscar.
Oh, I did love how this turn really lent on that rail. Got a little bit of that layback action going on, and the whitewash just mowed him down in the end.
Kind of reminds me of those end sections at Margaret's, where you've got to get away from the convergence of water there, otherwise it just runs you down. But just on 11 minutes to go here, we were talking about Ben Lawrenson being part of the Revere Projects team, but quite the stable you've put together, Jules. Started with Ryan Callanan. Who else is in the mix?
Yeah, I've got, well, including myself, I guess. There were 6 surfers in the event this year, so yeah, it's really it's nice to have that representation in the event. I get to put on a rashie, I get to be in some of the guys' corner if they need me, and I just kind of get to play the fan role. So yeah, it's quite a wholesome experience. Yeah.
Loving it, I can tell. And also, you know, you mentioned Caleb, you've got him. Mateus Hurdy, just, you know, anxious moments for him. He's watching the rest of this event play out. But last night, unveiling a clip with Ryan Callanan. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Cal Robson, he's been pushed back into third place. Needs a 4.37 out of this ride to keep his hopes alive. Big section stands up. He belts it, gets back out in front of it.
So sure-footed, man.
Yeah, he's got that low centre of gravity, that, you know, solid stance on his board, doesn't he? Helps in those moments where you're feeling nervy. But he just seemed to be in attack mode there.
Yeah, he'll jump up into second place when this score drops in. Let's have a look at the replay. Big wave standing up on the outside. Just look how low he gets, almost grabbing the rail on the bottom turn. Clean snap. And then just patiently waits for this moment. Gets there early. A little shimmy off the lip and rides out confidently.
Well, you can just tell there's so much. There is so much on the line. I mean, there was a few different ways to draw that one up.
He probably could have gone harder, right?
I think, you know, he did maybe exactly the score, and I think that's sort of how I felt like, you know, I watched that wave. I was like, he's got the score exactly in his mind, and he's surfing this wave to that number.
He's playing the percentage game.
I think so.
And he's converted here, 5.33. We knew it wasn't going to go too high on the scale. And he's sitting there with a couple of mid-range 5s, and that's scary. You know, time ticking by, 8.5 minutes. You've got a major threat out there, a guy that's really just enjoying a magic run through the contest, that's just got everything to gain and not a lot to lose. Oscar Berry, we don't know if he's aware that he has qualified for the CT. I'm guessing that someone has probably done the calculations out there, because
he probably saw everyone change their shirts and kind of went, oh, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
There's a sea of black shirts in there now.
So maybe he does already know. But anyway, we'll see what happens here.
Plenty of time left.
The Surfest title is you know, right up there as one of the most sought-after events outside of the championship tour. It's got that history. It's got that honour roll. As we see Callum up again. And he, wow, hits a big bump there. Does his best to stay on his feet. I'm not sure if it would have factored in anyway. 7.5 minutes to go, though. And as you said, Jules, I think we can all feel it. There's just tension around the later stages of these heats. Dimitri and Callum Robson, they need to survive here to keep their hopes alive. We're going to go to the GWM recap. Dimitri Poulos on fire out here at the moment.
He's just surfed an impeccable heat. He's only taken off a couple of times and he's converted. This is Ben Lawrenson just clicking with that turn on his backhand. Gets to the finish. That was his best wave. And again, you can see the style and poise.
Such good technique.
Of Dimitri Poulos. He has been so good under the tutelage here of Jake the Snake Patterson. And Cal Robson, the workhorse, the blue-collar surfer man. He is just chipping away, currently in second place with some no-nonsense solid surfing. And just timing on point. Oscar up and riding.
Oscar, good section here, drives up into it and gets a bit of release in the tail. He's pushing hard. He's been just, you know, a couple of feet away from executing probably some pretty similar scores to Dimitri in this clash. Just failing to convert a couple of times has really cost him.
Wow.
Wow is right.
That's a big wow.
Yeah, I've gotten to said that a lot today.
Yeah, stakes. I don't know, maybe that is a sign of he knows, and now he's kind of, I don't know, just the importance of finishing waves has sort of left the party a little bit for him. He's like, hey, I've just achieved something incredible for myself. I'm just going to, you know, free it up and push it another 10%, and the completion rates have just left the party. You know, he would have had 2 sevens that he could easily be winning the heat.
Could be.
With you know, completing those 2 rides, but man, it's nervous. It's high stakes.
It is. Yeah, I will say Oscar's boards, despite he's missing the completions, you know, it might just be a lack of focus for him, but his boards have looked so good this year, and he's been working with Luke Short. You rode Luke's boards, Julian, through the early stages of your career. Such a good shaper. A little more underground these days, but yeah, still crafting boards for obviously Noah Dean as well, and he's one of the best.
Absolutely. One of the best humans as well, most
amazing.
importantly.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a master craftsman. He's been doing it for a long time. He's always sort of run his own program, never sort of, you know, everything's hand-shaped, everything is to a T, and you get, you know, that quality from Luke. And yeah, it's a special time for Luke with Oscar here.
Absolutely. You know who else used to ride Luke's boards back in the day? Got himself a championship tour win.
Yeah.
Old mate Richie Lovett. One of the first LSD committed full-time riders.
Yeah, I actually was sponsored by Insight at the time, and Luke left, and I
left with him.
Left with him, and worked for several years on the tour. And I remember when he told me actually that he was going to start sponsoring you, Jules. And I was like, yeah, that's sick. So kind of, I guess, passed the baton on a little bit, and you ran with it.
Wow.
4 minutes to go. Benny Lawrenson, he's in 3rd spot. Can sense your nerves now, Julian. He's after a 5.4. Callum hanging on to that 2nd spot, but really only just when you look at the heat score totals there. I don't think we've seen it. Have we seen anyone comboed in this event yet? I think there's always been a fighting chance for every competitor in each heat that we've seen to get themselves up into that 2nd position. So it has been hotly contested every round, every heat, and with so much on the line, it's a little surprise.
How is this? 1st and 2nd, Dimitri Poulos and Callum Robson are the 2 must-makes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
For this heat. And they're currently sitting in 1st and 2nd, and they currently have 1st and 2nd priority as well. So they are in the box seat to close this one out. 3 minutes to go. Oscar Berry, 666. Wow.
Callum gets into this round. He on the live ladder will overtake Jacob Wilcox. And that doesn't necessarily mean that he's qualified because, you know, we've already seen Levi Slauson progress through to the round of 16. Dimitri, he's looking rock solid in this position. Callum is on Ben Lawrenson like flies on you-know-what, and he's not going to give him much space here. He's going to use his competitive experience and really get defensive. And he has to be defensive because he's hanging on to a couple of mid-range fives. Ben Lawrenson's been dropping much bigger numbers on his run to this point in the comp.
Yeah, one big turn, and that 5.4 number will drop in. Here we go. Heat leader, Dimitri Poulos.
Yeah, just no need to risk the knees and attack that section. It probably wasn't going to better the 7. 2 minutes to go here. 3 places available in the back end of the Challenger Series ranks.
Oh, there's just so much riding on it for these guys.
Yeah, we've often spoke about it, but just chatting after the event last night with Jed Smith on Ain't That Swell, their podcast. They've been doing daily wrap-ups and just talking about the fact that, you know, there is a lot of surfers, Dimitri included. Callum Robson has some sponsorship, but, you know, getting to the CT ensures you, you know, a minimum wage for the year that is pretty healthy.
Probably not a bad strategy, just taking that wave and getting away from Callum, right? Giving him some space here. Oh, okay. Cow's blocked him.
He needs to make this wave count. He's hanging on to a couple of mid-range fives. It's an ugly wave down the line, but he's going to stick with it. Can he get a finish? He does well to stay on his feet. He looks over his shoulder, trying to improve on a 5.33. Wasn't convincing, Jules.
He's at the mercy of it. He didn't better his score.
At the mercy of it.
He's watching out the back. He's just
praying it goes flat.
Yeah,
is what he's
like,
doing.
what way do I look? Up, down, watch.
Oh, no, here we go. Oh, wow, it didn't give him an opportunity.
He just didn't have the speed for the section, but Oscar Berry only needs a
get out.
6.66.
What has happened to Oscar? He has not been able to make a wave.
He didn't complete, but, you know, the consequences for Oscar, they're just not there anymore because he's already confirmed his place on the championship tour. Callum Robson. Oh, he would have chewed his nails down to the bone in the dying stages, and he's probably still chewing them now because Benny Lawrenson on the outside is going to get up before the hooter, is he? He does. He's got a section standing up, driving into it. Callum Robson's career on the line. Swings the tail, incomplete. And Cal is going to hang on the second spot. Are you kidding me? How are the stress levels? I mean, if you're not feeling at home watching this, check your pulse, you might be dead. This is unbelievably stressful.
Someone bring the oxygen. Wow.
Incredible stuff. Callum doing just enough. He survived that round. And it was a crucial round for him. Winning the last event on the Challenger, climbing 23 spots to 11th position and coming into the final stop, needing to get through a couple of heats just to start adding to his points tally. And he has climbed a rung on the live ladder.
Well,
at the expense of Jacob Wilcox.
Wow.
The Aussie crew are heading to the water's edge. They're giving Callum Robson some props on the way down because they want to celebrate this man here, Oscar Berry.
Yeah, they're kind of high-fiving Cal, but marching straight past him.
Yeah.
Because Oscar Berry is the one that has confirmed his place on the CT. You know, Julian, watching this, it's always great to see people making a CT return like Morgan Siblick, but really cool when someone can put it together over such a stacked field and break through as a newcomer.
And
such
a good Aussie representation. I'm excited to watch him on the CT level. He's well and truly earned this. It takes a lot to connect all the results together to qualify for one of these few spots, and he's well and truly deserved it. And I think his best surfing is, you know, yet to come. And strap yourselves in and watch this kid spread his wings on the CT.
He's actually been somewhat of a quiet achiever this year. You know, he's just stuck to his guns. The surfing has improved exponentially over the last couple of years. He's grown into a strapping young man. And as a result, he's got so much power behind his surfing. And he's going to do well if he can carry this confidence.
Best fourth place finish he's ever had in his career. 100%. A spot on the CT. They are absolutely buzzing down there for good reason. Also, elated will be Callum Robson, who managed to hang on to second place there. And impressive surfing from Dimitri Poulos. Julian, absolute pleasure to see you, mate.
Thanks for having me in, guys. I'm lost for words. It's too nerve-wracking at the moment.
I know, and there's more to come, so stick around. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll bring in Jesse Starling and Vaughan Blakey for the call in just a moment.
This one really pulls on the heartstrings. Oscar Berry qualified for the championship tour, straight into a shoey. It's such a big moment. He has his whole family down here. Dad TV, Mum Jackie, sister Rom, his best mates, and a couple of his best mates from up the coast flew down. That's his sister there, Rom, and you can just see the tears streaming down her face right now.
Oh, look, OB is also emotional, and rightfully so. This is a lifelong dream. Realise, Jess, he's a very, very happy man.
Oh,
sorry, Dad joke. Sorry, I wrecked it. I wrecked the whole day.
Honestly, we had such a special moment. You threw that out there. Are you kidding? No, I get it. No,
Yeah.
but this is what a day. Like those guys were walking out of the booth. I was like, I'm sweating. It has been such a big day of surfing.
It's relentless. We have been sitting here just copping this emotional tug of war all day long. You know, we're seeing people realise dreams. We're seeing people's dreams slip through their fingers. We talked about that. We knew today was going to be the day. But yeah, don't worry about checking your pulse. Like, my heart is about to climb out of my neck, run down the street and jump into an ice bath to settle down a little bit. It's just going, it's non-stop.
I'll join you in that.
Yeah,
honestly, it has been absolutely wild. Finally, we're into heat number 8, so we can start to potentially simmer down in the next 25 minutes. Mikey Madonna taking on Jackson Bunch, Lucas Cassidy and Lucas Silvera. Another big heat coming our way right now. And Mikey Madonna, you know, had this similar sort of experience that we're seeing for someone like Mateus Hurdy, Jacob Wilcox, and of course Liam O'Brien. Won an event last year and was sitting in those high seed rankings and then had to watch his fate unfold. This year, a little bit of a different story, not so close to qualifying, so can kind of just come into this thinking, all right, let's rip in.
Well, everyone wants their seeds in this heat. They want their seeds to be really strong for next year's Challenger Series. So there's plenty to fight for, and don't think for a second they're not caught up in the emotion of the day. They've just been watching their friends. Look at this. This is a great start here for Lucas Silvera, who was on fire yesterday. Big ocean swells hammering into Merriweather, and Mikey McDonald loads up, and just a little late to that one. But yeah, there's a lot of emotional characters in this one. Jackson Bunch now, former CT surfer, hammers that section.
Oh my gosh.
Punches the tail through the lip of that wave. A spectacular turn from the Hawaiian. And Lucas, a backup score already. He'll get a nice slashing turn off the top just for a 3.17, but Good scores here, solid scores, none better than that man in blue, Jackson Bunch, a 7.5 for a monstro tail blow, fin ditch Rio.
Oh, it had to go there. That was one of the biggest single manoeuvres we've seen of the entire day. Jackson in that same kind of crew of surfers, similar to George Pitter, who fell off tour in that last cut line over at Margie's, hasn't had the run to get back there. Let's take another look at this Stoningwood slow-mo here.
This wave, Jess. Flies off the bottom, delays the bottom turn, cracks it. It's not that nose pick tail blow. This is a power move. Jams it so hard, and it's not really, he doesn't blow the tail at the back. He kind of just like puts a little bit of slide on it. But nonetheless, that was pure power.
And that's that Hawaiian experience, to know where to put your board in on these really big sections and know exactly where to jump out and punch back through. Someone else who did that immaculately well, Dimitri Poulos, who is keeping his qualification dreams alive with a big heat win. He's down on the glass with Flick.
Dimitri, that was really impressive. You've got a big goal here to keep the dream alive, and you're one step closer.
Yeah, thank you. Waves are a bit tricky, but I was stoked to find a couple, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, watching everyone qualify is pretty insane, and it's got me real fired up. And I mean, I know it's a pretty long shot, but I'm just trying to focus on making heats and just surfing and doing my best. So.
Well, you're still in it, so you've still got a shot. I know you've been working with Jake Patterson all year. How's that been? Can you give us a little bit of an insight to that?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a huge learning experience. I mean, I feel like each event I kind of walk away with new stuff that I want to work on. So it's been cool, and it's been awesome. He's been able to point that stuff out, and yeah, it's been a big help.
Talk me through the 2.7s. You managed to find them in what seems like, you know, a bit of a washing machine out there at times.
Yeah, I don't know. I just went up the beach because I was kind of seeing more corners. I figured it'd be easier, and everyone was staying down the beach. I was like, solo sash kind of. So kind of have more time and more room to breathe, and found the first one and did a nice click, which felt good. And then feel like a day like today, having like a decent score to start kind of is like a little like comfort zone. So then I kind of was able to, I'm like, okay, I've got 25 minutes now to find another one. And days like today, you could go out and do like one big turn and get a pretty big score. So I kind of figured, I was like, I'll just wait till the wave I want comes.
Awesome. Well, you're one step closer to potentially realising that dream. Go get some rest, mate, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Dimitri, he said, you know, just taking it kind of one moment at a time, but what about a message from the ocean? And it feels like these dolphins, they come in at the perfect time. We've got a massive pod hanging around at Merriweather at the moment, and if that doesn't make your heat the best heat ever, I don't know what is.
Just caught in the whimsy of it all here, Jess. I love seeing dolphins. They make your heart sing. It's a pretty wild old human being who doesn't feel the magic when a pod of dolphins swings through the lineup. I think everyone, you know, if you see a dolphin, like all these competitors be going, oh man, that means something to me personally. They feel a connection to these creatures as Mikey McDonough goes over the falls. Cool interview there with Dimitri down the beach. Big section looms, Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, under the lip hack on that first one. So much white water coming back towards him here for another big looking section. He's going to get out of there, fair enough, had a weird little lump heading towards it. So Jackson Bunch looking to add. We had more scores drop in. Mikey McDonough with a 4.83. Lucas Silvera, he's staying alive in this as well, a 5.67 and a 4.67 here. And in that last heat, obviously, there was 3 surfers, you know, vying for a spot. Oz saving it. Cal needed to make that heat, and he did as well. So he spoke to Dimitri. He keeps his dream alive. But so what?
Yes, big frontside lofty one from Donnie Dolphin out there. He's not in the heat though. It could be an interference.
That was a 10. That was a 10.
10-point air?
10-point air.
Yeah.
The last, also, like I was mentioning, that was a big heat for Cal. Just to get through that, he's really moved himself up the rankings right now. It might be spelling a spoiler for, unfortunately, Jacob Wilcox. We'll take a look at those live rankings shortly enough, though. Just past 19 minutes to go here. Stoneham with slow-mo. Wave of the heat.
Oh, pokes it. Throws the tail out. Mate, this guy's been watching Noah Dean clips.
Little tweak out there as well. No, that was awesome. We love when we get to see so much dolphin action. I would honestly go as far as to say Laura Rupp probably getting the wave of her life, sharing it with a big dolphin out there yesterday as well, and didn't kept herself so composed. A massive dolphin jumps on the wave, and then she just belted it afterwards.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you saw it, but her sort of jump off the back was just this absolute celebration. Yay! Oh, so here's Mikey McDonough, the big man from Lennox Head. He's tasted victory on the Challenger Series. That's a beautiful finish on that ride. Lennox Head will be cheering.
Oh, absolutely. Proud Lee Bar Board Riders member. He actually decided not to go to the ABB, come down here, get a lot more practice under his belt before coming into this event. He's currently 25th on the rankings, so the deeper he goes, the better it is here for Mikey. Floats this first section, then just starts to unleash through this inside. Especially love that last one. Getting there just a half beat earlier, it made for that execution to be a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, you think back to his big victory up there at Snapper Rocks, and it was loud. They filled the buses. As we see now, Jackson Bunch, he punches it again.
Wow, Jackson can't put a foot wrong on his backhand right now with these big oncoming sections. He would have seen Morgs throw down his version of that as well and thought, all right, let's rev up, let's go, let's get into it.
You think you might get a little breather, and then all of a sudden another CT quality surfer hits the lineup. The bottom turn drawn out, carves through the top. So there was work done out the back as well. And Jackson Bunch completes with style, speed, and plenty of power. He's not a big unit, but he is really dishing out some punishment here at Merriweather.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch currently sitting 47th on the rankings, so just a bit of a nightmare year. Unfortunately, just a shocker, a lot of first round knockouts. His best result over at Pipeline, getting a quarterfinal finish over there, so he's looking to back up with another big moment. Just, you know, we talk about these qualification storylines, but we've also been talking about a lot just how much it means to have a little bit more wiggle room and just a bit of time off if you can re-qualify for the Challenger Series by being in that top 20. Jackson not really doing too much of the regional series, so he needs to make a big move up the rankings right now.
I think this is the story of this heat. You know, all these guys, they just want to get it done. It's re-qualifying for the Challenger Series that's on the table here. They're the lollies. That's the dessert you want to get to.
Yeah, these guys.
Eat your meat and potatoes first, and then you'll get your dessert.
You got to get through the main course if you want to enjoy the sweet treats. I'm looking forward to seeing what Lucas Cassidy can do. Hopefully, one of his big airs. We'll find out right after this Bonsoy Peru break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We have your tour's newest rookie, Oscar Berry. Talk us through how you're feeling.
Oh, like, I don't know. I never really sort of thought that this could possibly happen. So the fact that it has, and yeah, it's just so crazy. I can't even begin to put it into words how skits this is.
Paddling out for that heat, did you have any inkling, any idea? Because in the heat, you went from, completions all event to kind of just a couple of not makes, and I was thinking maybe he knew.
I know, I haven't done that all year, but yeah, thankfully I'd already got the job done. I wasn't 100% sure, but yeah, I just could not seem to stay on my feet in that heat. I was just getting lit up. I think I've ever paddled that hard in my life in a heat, so I'm cooked, but no, I'm just, the feeling is like, yeah, it's unexplainable. I'm so happy.
So the celebrations on the shore were absolute scenes. I mean, you've got all the Mad Huey's crew down here. I believe that you may be the first Mad Huey surfer full-time on the CT. How does that feel to have so much support around you?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, the support that I've gotten from everyone this year has been sort of, I feel like what's been able to let me be able to even do this in the first place. Like, the Mad Hueys, sort of got on board with them at the start of the year, just before the first event, and yeah, those guys have just been like so amazing to me, and the support that I've felt. They've made up shirts for everyone and stuff, and like there was a chance that it didn't even happen, so it's like, you know, it's their support's been amazing, and I'd like to thank all my sponsors as well, like Metricon Homes. They've been an amazing support for me and let me be able to focus on this full time, and I feel like, yeah, to get the best out of yourself, you sort of have to do that. Luke Short for putting magical boards under my feet all year, in collaboration with South Coast Foam as well. Like, yeah, there's no way that I'll be able to do this, and yeah, their support's been amazing. Like, yeah, they've just been the best. So, no, those guys at FCS for sorting me out with all my gear, and yeah, it's just friggin' amazing. Like, I can't believe it.
Now that you're on tour, you're a rookie, you must be looking forward to a few events. What's your pick?
Oh, it's pretty hard to go past Bells, the first event. I know, obviously grown up watching all these events, and you know, I'm just a kid that loves surfing, and to be competing in those events full time next year is like, yeah, it's seriously just a dream come true, and something that yeah, this moment and this year is going to be something that I'll probably cherish forever. So I'm going to really enjoy it and soak it in and go home and get ready for Bells. I was going down to training the other day before I came down here, and I just had a random playlist on shuffle, and Hell's Bells came on, and I was just thinking, oh my God, wouldn't this be skit? So, like, yeah, it's happening. Psycho.
Well, you will be walking down those stairs in, you know, just a week's time at the Rick Hill Pro Bells Beach, listening to Hell's Bells. Congratulations. Go and enjoy the celebrations.
So much.
I'm just a kid that loves surfing.
Oh, whack it on the movie poster already as we see Lucas Cassidy.
Oh my gosh.
He goes for the big mutated rotator. And wow, I think he's got a pretty decent score coming in too.
Yeah, Lucas Cassidy during that replay, during that interview, the Sedona Wood slow-mo, massive backside full rotation, one of the biggest airs we've seen all competition. Throw that fist, because that thing was mental.
Man, oh man, oh man. Good vibes and big moves here.
Yeah, judges not loving it as much as we do, Vorno. It comes through. It's a 6.3 for the backside full rote there for Lucas Cassidy. It's going to keep him in 4th position here. Chasing a 6.31. Jackson Bunch with a pair of 7.5s. Comes through the inside. Not super into it, but I just can't get past, you know, all of the people we've welcomed to the CT today.
It's been a big day for Australia. You know, we've seen Morgan Sibley qualify. We've seen Oscar Berry qualify. You know, just a couple of guys who share the lineups around Angari and Yamba and that neck of the woods over the years. But that is fantastic news. Yeah, it's hard not to, you know, be so stoked for these kids. You hear there that Oscar Berry saying he had a lot of support. It allowed him to focus full time. A lot of these Challenger Series surfers have to work during the year as well. It's tricky, it's expensive, but OB getting a lot of love there, and everyone gets to enjoy this amazing occasion with him.
Yeah, welcome Luke Thompson to the tour this morning as well. Mikey Madonna, wow, fin throw into a big lofty drop out of that one. Unfortunately, not going to ride out here. So we've filled up 7 spots onto the tour already.
3 left.
3 left. Sammy Pupo, he's back there as well. Obviously, Cowley, Eli, George, Lucas Silvera.
Just a quick one.
World Junior champ there as well. Lucas Cassidy goes down, but think about those 7 surfers, Vorno. That is an incredible lineup of not just surfers, but human beings as well. They're lovely, lovely people.
Yeah, you're right. There's something about this class, the class of 26 or 25, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this graduating class from the Challenger Series, there's a lot of really lovable people in there, great characters. They're going to bring a lot of spark to this year's championship tour. Some familiar faces who have been there before, but some exciting new faces who, you know, they're basically the mystery bag. We know what they can do in the Challenger Series, but so often we do see crew get into that CT, and I guess Morgan is the best example of that. A rookie who no one knew, took down the two-time world champ at the time, John twice in the same year, and had a shot at the world title. Like, it's going to be fun. And without the pressure of the cut there,
Lucas
a little bit more room to breathe.
Trying to get into one of those top 2 positions. Wow. 4 drifts away from him and holds on for a finish. So Lucas Cassidy chasing a 6.31 here. I've really liked that backside full rotation. So I feel like with another big score, based on, you know, those 2 waves, I personally think that he should be in second position right now. And I'm curious to see if the judges are going to reward that with a 6.31.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see that replay again too. Looked like some really nice surfing on that one from the high school kid. Still attends school in person.
How good.
Jess doesn't do the homeschooling thing. He wanted to, you know, have a normal childhood before he embarks on his career, and full credit to him for doing that. He's been a real, just a guy who's done some amazing surfing and put his name on the map already.
Definitely. Something, however, is brewing down the beach. Flick, what you've got for us?
Okay, this is top secret. He doesn't know yet. We've had some great news this morning that we're about to confirm some more. We're going to go find Callum Robson because he has officially qualified. Callum Robson, you have officially qualified! Callum Robson, you have officially qualified. He wasn't it? Go, brother! Holy shit! The team is back!
We were literally we just got a text saying that we think it's mathematically impossible, and then we just see a few crew running, and that's just crazy.
Oh my goodness! You ever re-qualified for the World Tour? I feel like, you know, this has been a few years in the making. Talk us through your emotions right now. It's been a big week. It's been a big year.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it's just like feels like the last this whole week has been so intense. So for me, just to be able to put it together and trying to just like channel all those things I was feeling and actually get the result and the outcome that I came down here to get is just like pretty crazy. And I just, yeah, to be honest, it doesn't really hit right now, but I'm sure when I get back with everyone, it's just like to say that I've qualified. I've wrote some goals down at the start of the year, and I didn't know whether that was going to happen this year or next year. And the fact that I actually was able to pull it off, I'm pretty chuffed.
I mean, what a year to re-qualify. I mean, you've got, you know, the full year ahead of you with some amazing event locations. Talk to me about what you're most looking forward to now that you're back on.
Oh, just being back on that tour, it's that nice on there. I've spent a few years off now, and it is a dream tour on there with just like being able to hang with your mates and just go travel. I've got some really good friends that are on tour and a few that have just qualified. So to be able to just go surf around the world and surf amazing locations. And for me, I put so much work into getting my surfing a lot better since when I was last on tour. So I'm just excited to get back on tour and see how my surfing matches up with the best in the world.
And talk to me about the support crew down here, because there is a fair few Australians right behind us. You've got the whole squad down here. Talk to me about how important that has been all year, and then especially here at SURFEST.
Yeah, we're so blessed with Surfing Australia. They do such an amazing job at bringing everyone together and have such amazing support from physios through to psychs, through to all the coaches filming. There's no stone unturned for the Australian crew, and I think that really shows in the level of performances across the board. We've been so consistent. So to be able to actually, pull it all together, and my cousin Pete here has been in my corner since day dot, so to be able to have him here with me and actually, feel it and be with me throughout this whole process is pretty amazing, and something that I'll cherish forever. Let's go.
We're all pumped for you. Australia's pumped for you. Let's go, Callum Robson. You are back on tour.
Let's go.
The Caltex. He's back for another year, thinking back to some of his championship tour highlights. Obviously, that big 10-point ride over in Portugal. We're going to get to experience that all over again, because 2026, he's coming back.
Oh, how good. True grit, Cal Robbo. No one works harder and has more self-belief than this guy. You know, Evans Head will be celebrating. He was a little 5'8" for the Evans Head Bombers back in the day, and look at him now. He's on top of the surfing world, or at least heading back to Bells Beach as well, a place where he finished runner-up
Yes.
Just a few years ago. So it's a happy hunting ground for Cal Robbo to kick back into his CT career. But what a day for Australian surfing. 3 surfers. There's a bittersweet element to it, of course, with Jacob Wilcox falling out of contention to qualify, overtaken by Cal on the ratings. But 3 surfers qualifying today for Australia is huge.
It's huge, it is. So that means now we have 8 surfers locked in for the championship tour. 2 spots remaining. Those current 2 spots are filled by Matthias Hurdy and Liam O'Brien, who are both knocked out of the draw. Jacob Wilcox had an incredible run this year, obviously getting a win right here in Newcastle at the start of the season, but we are going to have to wait another year till we see Chippo back on tour, and we know he'll get back there again.
Yeah, it's heartbreak for Chippo, though, and another year so close. But, you know, he's the kind of guy who's going to celebrate the success of his friends as well. 2 minutes 30 remaining here. It's Jackson Bunch, a pocket 7.5s, I should say. Lucas Cassidy, the Grom from Mexico. He's got a 6.9 and a 6.3, a couple of big airs, some solid surfing as well. And it's Mikey McDonough who really hammered that end section on his last attempt, a 5.93 for that, but not enough to get up into a position to keep on moving forward. He'd love to do it. That Challenger Series top 20, that's where he wants to be. Lucas Silveira, he's got good scores on the board, but he's looking for something with a bit more opportunity to cut loose. 2 minutes.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira chasing that 7.43. Mikey McDonough a 6.44 here, past the 2 minute mark. We've been so caught up with, you know, everyone qualifying and so many scenarios playing out. It's easy to get away from this heat, but Jackson Bunch, those big single maneuvers have been real stars of the show. He kind of has that same, you know, he's one of those crop of guys who, he's a CT surfer. He is. His surfing truly does belong there. We're not going to see it happen for Jackson this season. Lucas Cassidy, I love the fact that he still flies around the world on the Challenger Series and then goes home and goes to school.
Yeah, can you imagine it? What did you do on the weekend? Oh, I surfed in the Challenger Series.
I was in Portugal.
Yeah, but I've got a double of mass now, so
yeah, sweet.
Yeah, back to reality.
Yeah.
But he's only got a couple of months to go, so that's another thing. You know, he's going to leave school and get stuck into his life. You know that he has. Look, he was in a film I made last year for Rip Curl called Dunno, and he had one of the standout sections in that. That's where I sort of first got a look at him, and geez, he holds his own at the highest level. You know, he's done a year on the Challenger Series already. That experience is going to serve him well as he continues on his way, and you know, he's also got a guy to look up to there, Alex Cleveland Jr., who had an incredible rookie season and doing it for Mexico as well.
Lucas Silveira, previous world junior champ, clicks with a nice section here. So a lot of power you got to have to handle that amount of whitewater. Jackson Bunch here, bit of bump on the face. Now we see it start to bottle up as he lays into yet another big single maneuver here. 20 seconds to go. Come in, Jackson. Job well done. Lucas Cassidy with priority. He's kind of asking for the time right now. And with 10 seconds, you'd have to think if a wave comes through, he's going to pull that priority power over Mikey McDonough.
There's a little lump, but it might be too late for Mikey McDonough. He's trying to get in position. And there's the hooter. So, looks like a misfortune here. Just a bit too late for Mikey McDonough, but Jackson Bunch gets it done with some sublime surfing.
Yeah, and big smile on his face as
Yeah.
well here. Lucas Cassidy, the high school student, moving on through as well. Big backside full rotation, a couple of really nice forehand connections as well. Mikey McDonough had an incredible heat. So did Lucas Silveira, but another couple of seasoned surfers we lose out of the draw here.
Yeah, happy, very happy Jackson Bunch. As you said, Jess, it hasn't been his happiest year competing. After falling off tour, the Challenger Series, it's hard to get inspired sometimes when you've come from the big leagues and you've got to grind it out against so many hungry surfers, but this is a great finish to the year for Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, you can see just how much it means to him. Obviously, his community on the beach as well, who is there supporting him. Lucas Cassidy, we know he's going to love it. He just wants to surf heats.
That was a psycho error.
It was a psycho air, Jackson. That was a crazy full rotation that we saw from Lucas Cassidy. Vorno, I feel like I need to take a deep breath. Thank God that is the last heat of the day.
Yeah, the emotions, they're too much for me at the moment. I'll have a little breather. We'll come back and we'll have a look at the whole of the day's action because it was incredible.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We have the Stone and Wood post show coming up, and we get to kind of celebrate what has been an incredible day of surfing. We'll be right back. Welcome into the Stone and Wood post show of what has been an incredible day 4 of action here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And oh my goodness, what a memorable day of competition that we've had down here in Newcastle today. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey and Richie Lovett. Guys, there is too much to debrief and to be able to choose one big moment, but I'm going to ask you to choose one big moment anyway, Vaughano.
Oh, yeah. Look, it was an emotional day. For me, it was just seeing the new faces qualify for the tour. I know that's not one moment, that's a bunch of moments, but we were calling Morgan Siblick's heat, for example, and it was just so stressful. And it was just relentless. Heat after heat was doing the same thing, mate. I need a chamomile tea, I need my lammy, I need mummy to tuck me in, I'm done.
Oh, good stuff, mate. Yeah, no, it was an incredible day of competition, no doubt about it. Even the last sort of hour, we've seen a couple more Aussies lock their places into the tour. Great to see Cal Robson, you know, get back on there. Oscar Berry, kind of an underdog this year. Love seeing him come through, and I reckon he's going to be pretty dangerous this coming season. his surfing suits the tour.
Yeah, we get to take a look at every single person who made the tour today. Lukey Thompson, one of the first to get there.
Oh, and look at the love coming from all nations. He must be like best friends with everyone, Lukey Thompson. And then Morgs, of course, you know, that's 5 years of toil and near misses. And finally the valve is released and all that emotion comes out.
So sick. And it was almost like it was all bottlenecked to the eight. And as people started dropping off, we just started handing tickets out. And people were just going, yeah, get me on the bus. So, mate, it was a big day of emotions. That's Oscar Berry there, just letting it all out. We weren't sure whether he actually knew whether he'd qualified before he went into that heat. I don't think he did, but all the lads started chucking the shirts on and, you know, they certainly began the celebrations.
I'm not going to lie, guys, I got one of those shirts. I am so stoked that Oscar Berry made it. It's been such a stressful couple of days. You can see Lukey Thompson down there in the shoreline with him. These guys were pretty much stressing together over the last few days, and actually 2 of Oscar's best mates from home flew down and surprised him in the shoreline once he qualified. How cool is that?
Oh, that is awesome. That's exactly what you want. You know, for OB, it's been a lifelong dream. He is a brand new face on this tour. And as Rich said, it's going to be, you know, a bit of an eye-opener for some of these CT competitors once he starts to cut loose.
Well, he's got that power, you know, and he's going to be able to throw it around. And when you think of, you know, Oscar on a big open-face Bell's wall, mate, look out. And this is the celebrations for Callum Robson. They were actually trying to do the maths and work it out. Ronnie and I were in the trailer next door. We were working it out as well. And Ronnie's like, Cal's made it, mate. He's done it. So anyway, great to pass on that.
Yeah.
2 left.
2 left. Let's take a look at all those 8 who have officially qualified. Obviously, we knew Eli coming into this event, but we've welcomed on Carly Bass. We welcome back George Pitter and Sammy Pupo and Morgan Siblick. But what an incredible rookie class that we're going to have already. We don't even know who those last 2 spots are going to be.
Yeah, isn't it classic? You know, Luke Thompson actually lost his heat and then qualified the next heat. But there's a nervous wait coming for those crew in 9 and 10. Mateus Hurdy, Liam O'Brien. It's going to be a restless night.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is pictures here. Oscar Berry's dad, Tony, in the background. And there's a vibe. There's an absolute vibe going on down at the beachfront at the moment. You can just feel the energy. It's awesome.
I don't think I've ever seen his mum and sister cry so much. It was such a big moment, and one that these guys have been stewing on for months now. And you know what, Callum, he was having a bit of a shocking year, and then to go and win Pipeline, which is arguably probably the hardest Challenger Series event to work, and then come here, know that you have to get a job done, and just even make that first heat and keep rolling through. Callum, he's also just showing that he's got the headspace to be back on that championship tour as well.
Definitely, he's just so hard-working. His mental game is so strong. He really goes for it, and yeah, it's just it's an awesome thing to see these guys who have just applied themselves mentally, physically. They work all year long, and they're getting it done.
Yeah, I really love it for Cal, obviously Oscar as well. And, you know, we talk about Oz being really good at bells. Where do you see kind of Luke Thompson fit into all of this, Rich?
I see him fitting in well. He's a huge talent, and I think he'll do well. For a lot of these newcomers, it's quite daunting because it's a different atmosphere. The crew that are requalifying, they know what to expect, and it's when you're new to the party, you're kind of looking out, sizing everyone up, going, oh, what's going on here? I've got a heat with Gabriel Medina, and he's been on my wall, and all of a sudden, and these established pros will give you nothing. They'll actually be growling at these newcomers coming onto the tour, which is actually quite intimidating. And yeah, if all these newcomers can kind of get that mental aptitude and confidence going into the tour in a couple of weeks' time, I think they'll do well.
Well, let's get into some surfing, guys, because it's been a big day of action. We're going to start off with a really big heat that I almost thought Vaughan might have fallen out of his chair with. Morgan Siblick, he qualified for the World Tour in this one.
Yeah, I was chomping the fingernails, as you said.
To the elbow.
But this was a great sign because he took off and he just had instant speed. He wasn't looking for anything, and then a big upside down here from Ocean Lancaster. I was worried about the Grom. They can unsettle you pretty quickly, particularly here at SURFEST. But yeah, some incredible surfing there. Shion was ripping as well. And what a heat it was. Bang! Morgs just absolutely putting no doubt about it. But there was some beautiful surfing here, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. Shion put up an incredible fight here too, Rich, and just seeing the power of these guys. I love four-man heats and big surf.
Yeah, no, it was a real blow-for-blow contested affair, this one. was actually eating lunch up at the surf club with Ronnie, and we were just glued to the screen. It was all happening. But I just love the attack mode here, you know, not just playing it safe, really just, you know, keeping that foot full pelt on the throttle, and he got the win there. So Morgan, you know, he's surfed his way back on the tour, and congratulations.
Yeah, you can see Hoggy right there on the shoreline. Those two with an incredible run of big events together. Morgan Siblett moving into the round of 16 and coming back to that championship tour alongside Shion Crawford, and unfortunately lose two of the best wildcards that we had in this competition. Ocean Lancaster, Makana Fransman, who arguably has one of the best full rotations we've seen. We obviously saw Lucas Cassidy with one as well. But I believe we're going to cross down to Flick, who's with the winner of the last heat.
Hey, I've got Jackson Bunch here. We're just a few just adjustments with the board, but congratulations with the last heat win there. I know it's been a pretty tough year for you. You're obviously falling off tour and then on the Challengers Series, but it feels like you found a bit of rhythm here at Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, my surfing has been feeling really good, and I just felt like I couldn't really link up with the ocean as good. Now I'm feeling like I'm getting into a good rhythm after pipe, and then now here I'm feeling really good. And I mean, I don't have a chance to qualify, but I really want to do really good in this and re-qualify myself for next year's Challenger Series through this.
Totally. Well, you're inching up those rankings. I just had a look at the live rankings. You're making your way well and truly up there. What do you reckon has shifted in the last couple of events? You mentioned pipe. You sort of think something shifted in your mindset. Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, I feel like just practicing on getting on some good waves. I've always kind of struggled with getting on the best waves. I feel like my surfing, I've always had to just surf up my waves. But once I can get on some good waves, I feel like it's somewhat easy to me as long as I don't fall. But yeah, I mean, just making a couple heats at pipe, just being home, and also we had our qualifying series events at home. It was really nice to do that and make a couple heats like that. And yeah, I mean, just all or nothing right now. And it's nice. The waves were actually really similar to home. I was really excited for the wind to keep up, but the wind died. But I mean, yeah, I was stoked to find a couple rights, and yeah, it was fun.
Well, you're inching your way up those rankings. You're looking in really good form here. You're on to the next round, and yeah, what's it going to take for you to crack into that top 20?
I'll probably need to like win or something, but I mean, just heat by heat, wave by wave. We'll see. Wake up and see how the conditions are tomorrow. But yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, thank you to everyone back home for all the support, all my sponsors, and yeah, let's keep it going.
Cool, you're such a good surfer. Let's keep that ball rolling, and you're on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thanks, Flick. Thanks, Jackson. Jackson being really humble. He had an incredible heat in that last one. We actually had so many incredible heats today. It was going to be really hard to come down and choose the Boost Mobile heat of the day, but we actually did really finite it down to one, and it was an incredible looking matchup with Finn McGill taking the win. This is the Boost Mobile heat of the day here, Rich.
Yeah, incredible heat here. Just have a look at the size of the surf we got delivered today. And Finn McGill sort of took to this one with a lot of aggression, and you can see just how tricky it was to find those good waves. Look at this one all the way through to the inside. This final section today has been make or break.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about breaking boards and breaking bodies. It's been super gnarly.
Oh, breaking hearts as well. Reginato, he's such a powerful performer, and he's really struck a real gold vein of form in the tail end of this year. Or sorry, the start of this year, I should say. We got a QS win and stuff, but it was all about this guy, wasn't it? Matthias Hurdy. He had to get through this heat.
Yeah, it was a gnarly one for Matthias. It was a bit stop-start for Matthias in that heat. And he did find this one little gem here, just lining it up. And one of the better backhand airs we saw of the day. Watch this, takes to the air. We know how comfortable he is. His make rate would have to be up in the 80-90% range there. Well, and he kind of got progression stolen from him in the last minute.
At that point, I was thinking how fitting that he's going to get through this heat with that sort of surfing, because that's what he's famous for. That's what we want to see him bring. And then all of a sudden, this guy who is just on a hot one finds a wave, clubs it, and steals the thunder by 0.03 of a point. That is pure torture for Matthias Hurdy right there.
Yeah, but Matthias getting knocked out of that heat mean that Lukey Thompson got the call up and qualified for the championship tour. But this is the final standings, and obviously you and Ronnie called that one, Rich, and you were kind of a little bit confused on that last score for Alistair.
Yeah, we were just comparing Alistair Reginato's last wave with Matthias Hurdy's front-side wave where he did the 2 bashes, and we were just going pound for pound and just wondering whether the scores were just slightly off on that one. I think you could have flipped a coin and gone either way. But I would really love to see Matthias actually make the tour as a consolation prize, you know, and not have his career or the hopes of his career sort of dip out on the result of that last heat.
Well, it's been a massive day, obviously, but Matthias still in with a chance. We're actually going to take a look at these live rankings and see how close these guys are to catching the tail of Matthias Hurdy right now. All those guys who are still in white are in the draw, and unfortunately those faded names have fallen out. We've confirmed 8 through 1, but those 9 and 10 spots, they're really vulnerable right now, Borno.
Oh, yeah, like I said, that's bed karate tonight. You're going to just be tossing and turning. You don't want to think about it, but you know, there's a couple of live wires just below that qualification line that are really going to cause a sleepless night for Matthias Hurdy and Liam O'Brien. Levi Slawson, Dimitri Poulos both look so strong today. And down at 18th, you know, he's going to need to do the Richie Lovett. He's going to have to come through and win the event, but he's in with a sniff, and that's Shion Crawford, sorry.
and even then, if Shion wins, depending on what Levi Dimitrios do as well, they might even put it out of reach. The thing here is that Levi and Dimitrios, they can kind of cancel each other out because they're on the same side of the draw and they both need to progress deep into the event and kind of win it. So there's a few scenarios there. So I kind of get the feeling that Matthias might be okay. Definitely it's not a lock at the moment, clearly. Because someone knows maths better than me, but let's see what happens. Hopefully tomorrow, the next day, we're going to get all this sorted out.
Yeah.
And we can just focus on crowning a champion.
Yeah, Dimitri and Levi are really good friends as well. So there's a bit of a personal kind of heartstring storyline going on there. Not only did we see the men out there today, we also got to see the women, and they were really incredible. A couple of upsets going on. This is at the round of 32, heat number 7, Alyssa Spencer getting the win here, Borno.
Such a classy surfer and really picked the gems out here. Was able to fly down the line, and the sweep this morning was no joke. We were watching them cover so much ground, and Alyssa did it all with a lot of style. Backside hooks under the lip here. I believe that was a Muro, and then out the back, some big jams, powerful surfing.
Yeah, that was Soph Medina, and really tight. A lot of the women's heats this morning were very, very difficult. It was right after that southerly buster, ripped through the lineup. It made things super, super tricky. Sarah Baum, she stole it in the final moments with this right here. Big hook off the top, and watch, she just gets to this last turn and nails it. And she actually didn't know what was going on. She didn't know whether she progressed until she got to the beach here. Is it me? Did I get it? Yes, I did. And then the celebration started. So we saw at the start of the event, we got to see Sarah in a post-heat interview, and just she seems back on track, and she's feeling like she's back in form again. So cool to see her get through.
Yeah, she's such a proud Novocastrian as well. Obviously represents South Africa, but has lived in Newcastle for a really long time now. Alyssa Spencer keeping her qualification dreams alive. Unfortunately, Amuro and Medina, you know, we didn't just have heartbreak in the men's side of the draw. We also had it the women. So Amuro and Sophia Medina, we're going to have to wait another year till we see them on tour.
Yeah, I mean, it was the tail of the tape today. We just saw so much celebration, but on the flip side of that coin, you know, I heard you guys talking about it yesterday, Rich. The camera doesn't really follow the heartbreak. You want to stay with the feel-good stories, but there's a lot of crew who's going to be, really upset tonight.
Yeah, it's just been kind of an up and down roller coaster, an emotional roller coaster for all of us today. Let's take a look at the women's rankings and see what can really unfold over these next couple of days. Rich, there's a lot of women in that top 7 out of contention.
Yeah, have a look at this. So there's a bit more kind of colour and pattern to this lineup compared to the men's, and 8 through 10 there. Alyssa, Sophie and Teresa Bombalot, they've still got a chance to come in and steal a position there. You know, I would be absolutely shaking my weddy if I was Annette, just going, oh my gosh, what's going to happen here? But we're just going to have to wait to see what happens and see how it unfolds. she's still in the event, so she can keep progressing and getting herself out of the danger zone. But this is why we love this event. We're just buying into it, and this whole story unfolding. I love it.
I know. It feels like we're kind of back on the ABB hill. That's the energy that's bringing it is so intense. It's already been a great couple of days of waves as well. The swell obviously picked up. Let's see what the weekend holds as it comes to the forecast here with the surf line. Kind of predicting what we're going to go on around. Rich, there's no one better to ask than you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess.
There's no one better in this room, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, the good news is we've had super contestable waves since we arrived. You know, Monday was a little tricky with the wind, and today was a bit tricky once we got that wind, but it's going to die down now. The wind's going to drop, but the swell's actually going to kick again tomorrow up around the 3 metre mark, which is going to be pretty exciting. Tomorrow they're calling it 5 to 8 foot faces. It's going to be I think they're talking about a giant because 8 foot, I think it's going to get up around the 10 to 12 foot face mark. The wind's going to be onshore in the morning, but it won't be as strong as today. And then Sunday's actually lining up as the primo day to crown some champions here. We're going to have offshore conditions in the morning, and the swell's going to tick a bit further around to the east. So exciting. We're going to be able to pick the eyes out of it. We're going to be moving into sort of man-on-man, woman-on-woman competition as well in the next few rounds. And that really emulates what you get on the championship tour. So this is, you know, we're at the serious part of the draw.
Oh, Vorno, put your phone on silent, mate.
Goodness
we're doing
me.
the Silent post-show.
Sorry, Mum. Talk after.
No, I'm excited. There's no better way to crown some champions than to do it on a Sunday. So Newcastle's going to get a full weekend of action here. Guys, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we only have 5 moments to pick for here with the Bioglan Daily Dose. And at number 5 is Callie Vast, the Olympian, coming through with a buzzer beater right at the end here.
Yeah, upside down, and this is what we expect. You know, this guy, wow, there was so much sting in this guy's surfing. And a great result there for Carly. You know, he's on tour. He's got that box ticked, and now he came second last year, Rich. He wants to get the win here at Newcastle.
You can see his sister there as well. Coach coming in at number 4 here, Rich. Sarah Baum's buzzer beater.
Yeah, last moments of the heat here. She needed the score. Just clutch, under pressure. And that wave did everything it could just to get rid of Sarah. It was foamy, it was turbulent. And the strength of Sarah Baum, you know, she's such a solid surfer, and she nailed that final turn to get the score.
Yeah, gosh, the waves really did get better throughout the day. You ever look back at those conditions? Finn McGill getting it when it was really big out there today, Vorno.
Cometh the power, and cometh Finn McGill. He really attacked this heat, enjoyed the deep Pacific swells just like home. There's a reason why he's number 1 on that regional qualifier over there in Hawaii, and he matched power for power here again today. Closeout smashes, but this turn, this was money all day long. Heard Richie love it.
Oh my God.
He almost coughed up a lung when Finn McGill pulled that thing off. It just was like, whoa! And yeah, rightfully so. That got the feels going big time.
Yeah, Carlos Munoz gave us some excellent surfing as well. An 8.83 for this 2-turner here, Rich.
Yeah, he sure did. And, you know, we've seen Carlos for a few years now. And he's hit some moments of brilliance. But he hasn't been on the glass for a while. He even said it in the interview. You know, it feels good to be getting interviewed again, but some really nice carves from him.
And of course, our number 1 moment of the day, it's our new 2026 rookies, and we're welcoming back a couple of surfers to the championship tour. We couldn't go past just this feel-good moments that happened today.
Look, it doesn't get better than this, and one man who can speak to this feeling is Richie Lover, because you've been there and you've done that. What is it like, Rich?
Oh, mate, it's actually surreal. You put so much into the moment of qualifying, and it's a huge step in your career to make the championship tour. And once you realise that dream, you make it, it's time to kind of let it all down, let it all out. Enjoy the celebration and just embrace yourself with that energy, and it's like nothing else that you can experience. You know, you achieve such a big goal in your life. It's one of those moments that sticks with you forever.
It's funny, you know what? You get surrounded by your friends, there's all this noise. When does it sink in for you? Is it like a moment like this with your mates, or is it actually like in the shower when you're rinsing off and stuff like that?
It's exactly right. It's later that night when kind of the celebrations are gone, the beers have been had, and you sort of sit with it for a second, and it's quiet, and you just actually start going, okay, I'm going to be packing boards for Bells in a week's time. Get your accommodation sorted out. You start actually picturing yourself on those waves on the championship tour and what that might feel like. and you start going through those thoughts in your mind, and it's pretty magical. I'm getting chicken skin now just thinking about it. But
got me.
Yeah. No, it's that's why we get so invested in competition like this, because you get that energy and it's one goal's down, and then you got to reset them, because you can't stop here. Like, you can't get caught up in that moment. You need to move on and try and make your mark on the championship tour, and then the ultimate goal of world champ.
Yeah, the end goal is to be a world champion. This is probably the biggest sigh of relief that they're going to take for the next couple of months, but we welcome so many people to the tour and back to the tour today. You guys get to see that all again in some highlights, but come back tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. call for potentially another big day of action. We've got 2 more spots left on the men's side and 3 more on the women's side to welcome to the championship tour. Vorno, Rich, I'm going to see you guys in like 5 minutes anyway, but love you, and let's do it again tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Thanks, guys.
Shot to the heart, a quick kick start, defibrillate, regulate, now we wait for a pulse in the vein, a monster of our time, a real life Frankenstein, regenerate, resuscitate, eyes dilate, it's a spark in the brain.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.